This young man is named Minato. He's a night walker, but can't use his abilities. So he became a daily bully victim. During one bullying incident where death was just an inch away from Peter, he was recognized by over 100 founding souls. They told him to choose someone for cohabitation, or rather, to specialize in using his powers. But it has to be good quality. You know, only fools would pick one. You choose all of them, and that gave you the power of all the founders. The good thing is he became incredibly strong. The bad thing is it only lasts a few minutes before he's as dead as a doornail. Let's get to the main content now. Start the story. A mysterious person narrates. The world suddenly faces an unexpected disaster. Suddenly, the Tower of Shapeshifters appears, along with a large number of monsters spewing out from it. Weak humans are trampled underfoot helplessly. Just when humanity thought they would be wiped out, salvation appeared in the form of light. The first generation of Super Vietnamese heroes appear and are called ancestors. Their power can repel monster invasions, defeat and destroy towers. And finally, humanity won the space invasion war. As saviors who saved the world, the ancestors were honored by humans. Lighthouses to the ancestors were built for eternal remembrance. A few hundred years later, when the world was stable, Minato, our protagonist, still loved hearing stories about the ancestors. He could spend hours in the library just to see a warrior who felled thousands with one tree branch, or a mage who mastered magic and could use any spell without incantations. Even though these stories are exaggerated fairy tales for this generation, Minato still dreamed of being written into history like an ancestor and having his own book. Minato's dream is justified as he has a special mark on his hand. It proves he was chosen to be Super Vietnamese. With this mark, Minato vows to write his name in history like the ancestors, making a difference and creating a glorious legacy. In dreams, everything can happen that way. To become a Super Vietnamese, one must pass an annual hunter exam. If you're a Super Vietnamese, just writing your name is enough to pass. But our Minato has bad luck. He failed the exam for 3 consecutive years. Because of this, his friends mock him and call him senpai, meaning someone who's stuck at failing after 3 years. The maximum deadline for an examinate is 3 years from enrollment. This year is his last chance, but fortune doesn't smile on Minato. He failed and can no longer become a hunter. Despite perfect written test scores and extensive aura training, he might be missing the author's approval. The author says fail, you fail. Minato hates this mark now. It's just an ineffective stroke. He really wishes to become as talented as the ancestors. But not everything we want can be achieved in life. While cleaning class, Minato is suddenly called by a friend to go to the main gate. That's exactly what Minato has always wished for. The country's top idol, a rank hunter Hizaki Kaisei. Minato runs out with all his strength to greet the idol amidst other fans' complaints. Seeing this, Hizaki comes to defend him. Don't bully someone who loves it. He may seem good on camera, but he's not that great in real life. He just tries to maintain a good image for the cameras here. Journalists flatter him because Hizaki once defeated a monster with one swing of his sword. Hizaki Kaisei is about Minato's age, having enrolled 3 years ago and being top in all subjects. He's also a bully who picks on the weak, especially Minato. It's unclear why he spent an entire day doing this reality show interview, and he dragged Minato to participate too. Hizaki introduced Minato as a friend with poor results who needed his help. He had to cut down on training time for advice and guidance. Sometimes, financial support was also provided. Whenever Hizaki said, Minato just stood there in shock. Financial support from him, beating people up until they're bruised and then stealing their money? That's called deliberately bringing someone down to boost oneself. Hearing all the nonsense from Hizaki made Minato feel uneasy inside. He's never had such a miserable year just because of him. But in reality, people only believe what they see. No one cares if it's true or not. They still praised Hijaki as an excellent person while Minato was stunned and amazed. He even put his arm around Minato, standing in front of the camera, declaring he would write his name in history and become a Super Vietnamese, clearly trying to provoke Minato. The reporters were happy, saying that Minato was so lucky to be close to Hijaki. They asked if he had anything to say to his benefactor. Minato was caught off guard and stuttered. To him, this guy is an enemy, not a benefactor. And as an enemy, all he wants to do is punch him, not talk. But facing Hijaki's threat and thinking about the bad things he did to Minato before, there was no other choice but for Minato to reluctantly say that Hijaki had helped him a lot. I really appreciate it so much. Maybe just saying thank you isn't enough. Before Minato could finish his sentence, Hizaki suddenly interrupted and stepped in front of the camera. There's not much time left, so that's all for now. Over there are my trophies. With that, they immediately moved to another spot. Left alone, Minato felt a sense of abandonment, like he was discarded. At this moment, Minato realized something in this world. No matter how bad or greedy someone is, as long as they are a hunter, everyone will admire and remember them. With tears welling up in his eyes, Minato really wanted to shout out his name to the whole world. But just when he was about to do that, Hizaki called him from behind. He invited Minato after school to meet at Lushuzu for an interview program with him. The last part of the photo shoot was inside the tomb. If everything goes well, he would help Minato retake the exam. Minato was stunned by this news. Since this was part of Hizaki's image-building campaign, it wasn't out of kindness, but an opportunity. Although he didn't like being exploited to boost Hizaki's image, this was a rare chance. No matter what, Minato had to seize this opportunity and was determined to pass the exam and become a super Vietnamese. That day, everything went smoothly. In front of the camera, Hizaki looked like he stepped out of a painting, but it was the villain in the story. After completing the photo shoot and filming successfully, Hizaki bowed to the reporters and walked into the tomb. He went deeper where two young men were digging something underground. It looked like a grave of someone who had died. At this moment, Minato saw everything and angrily asked what they were doing. Hizaki calmly replied, looking at him curiously, "We're searching for treasure. Treasure from tomb robbers. Do you know who's sleeping down there?" Kaisen responded, "Yes. Who? Of course." He kicked the floor of the tomb, breaking pieces of debris, revealing long-decayed remains. His words stunned Minato. Selling something that once was worthless and becoming a billionaire. How could he resist? I don't understand why they're digging up these decayed bodies for treasure. What's the deal with ancestors and tombs? Memories of Minato's admiration surfaced. Being an ancestor would be great. One day, his name would also be written in history. His eyes narrowed with anger, unable to suppress his rage. Minato rushed at him and shouted, "You bastard!" Despite this, Kaisen, a level A hunter, easily dodged Minato's attack. He delivered a punch that made Minato fall to the ground in pain. Minato clutched his stomach in agony. He looked down on him, thinking about who he was talking to. On the ground, Minato despaired. "What now? This is it. I'm done for." Suddenly, Kaisen's subordinates brought up a bag full of rare items from the tomb, Mr. Hizaki. Minato was stunned to see them bring out the bag. Kaisen held the aura-emitting ITM that couldn't help feeling elated. This aura, coming directly from the ITM itself, is amazing. One piece should be enough for a lifetime. Minato shouted in despair, "Stop! Who gave you the right to touch this treasure? Damn it!" He turned to Minato and said, "Now I'll explain things in a way that even someone like you can understand." Kaisen grabbed his shirt and pulled him up, saying, "I need someone simple like you. Retaking the exam, just a lie, but you believed it and came here. How pathetic." He mentioned Minato's diligent studying. "I know that. It seems you often visit the library in the tomb." The first time I heard about this, I laughed because I never expected to find such a delicious duck right before my eyes. He dragged him along the ground while laughing at him disdainfully. "You, a hopeless failed hunter trying to steal from the ancestors' graves. What a bitter tragedy." Minato glared at him with malice. "Come on, don't joke around." Kaisen cut him off before he could finish. "The biggest news tomorrow will be this." Kaisen grabbed his shirt. Minato stood there, detached from the situation. Steal items from the ancestors' graves and die while running away. It's a grave robbery. Students from the hunter training school. He let go and pushed him down. What was his name again? Minato glared at the trash in front of him with frustration. The driver watched as he fell, his eyes showing disdain, but shrugged it off. Whatever. Minato sank to the bottom of the water. Would his life end here? All those days of training, all those exams, were they all for nothing? Die and be forgotten. Suddenly, dazzling lights surrounded him from all sides. He was surprised as figures appeared from those spots of light. They began to echo in his mind. This one? The item holder. The item holder. Oh, you who can fulfill our wishes. The item holder. Those people all vanished into the afterlife. We are the spirits under the tombstones. They are souls. He was stunned and couldn't believe his ears. What is this? The voice he was hearing. These bright figures. They were all ancestors. The spirits continued to explain the mark on his hand. Kid, that mark on your hand is a non-mark. It doesn't hold any power itself, but it can contain any power within. They instructed him to choose one of us here and make a pact with that person. Each of us is a master in a specific art. Skills from the ancestors, magic, alchemy, swordsmanship, archery, summoning, transmutation. No matter who you choose, we can give you more power than you could ever expect. They asked him, which one do you want? Minato expressed his desire to defeat them all. But he reconsidered. No, it must be the strength that no one in this world can match me against. A power overwhelming everything, enough to erase all the humiliation I've endured until now. The ancestors urged him to make a quick decision. Choose quickly. Who will you choose? He firmly said, take all of your powers and give them to me right now. They scolded him for being greedy, foolish, but it was impossible, no matter how powerful the container is, with all this power. Minato shouted, shut up, stop complaining, everything, put it all inside me now. The ancestors began to be absorbed by him. What's happening? Stop right now, I'll kill you now. It's over. Playing around now? Want to die? Stop it! Who does this scumbag think he is? The barrier flickered under Minato's feet. Kaizen wondered what was going on. Suddenly, water splashed everywhere. The moonlight illuminated a wide area. Kaizen's subordinates covered their leader. He was stunned. What's going on? Minato's body gradually rose into the air. You're surrounded by a bright green glow. He gently landed back on the ground. Drops of water fell, and Minato seemed to have transformed into someone completely different. His sharp green eyes hid beneath his blue hair. The seneschal's lackeys looked uncomfortable at his appearance. HMPH, did you crawl out from there already, stubborn grasshopper? He picked up a random branch in their confusion. What are you doing now? Before he could finish the sentence, he suddenly swung the stick. Seeing this, they laughed. Ha, ha, ha. They continued mocking Minato as they laughed. What's going on? Could it be? Are you trying to bully us with that stick? Are you serious? He kept swinging the stick for fun. Kaizen wasn't willing to waste any more time. Ha! That's enough! He was no longer patient to play with him anymore. He ordered his subordinates. This time, don't let it get back up. Just behead it. They followed the order. Yes! The headband-wearing man immediately drew his sword and showed off. My aura was rated A in the swordsmanship test. Do you know? It was evaluated by a master swordsman. Thank your luck for dying under it. Minato muttered as that man prepared to charge at him. Evaluated by a master. Minato decisively swung his stick, slicing through the air like a gust of wind, leaving deep cuts on the man who couldn't react in time. He continued, where is it? That guy was in pain. Ouch. Kaizen and the remaining fat man stood there motionless as they watched. Minato exclaimed, show me where it is. He put down the wooden stick, turned to look at him. Your sword. Where? What was it that got recognized? The fat man immediately cast a spell. Ugh, damn, blue womb, destructive gaze, 5 to 7 grade 2. Minato pointed his finger at him. Too slow. He cast the spell Adato Ligi. The ray of light shot straight at the fat man, surprising him and preventing him from casting a spell. No need for incantation. The ray hit the forest with force. Thick smoke filled the area as the fat man was defeated and lay convulsing on the ground. Only then did Kaisen realize, having cut someone down just by using a stick and casting spells without incantation. Impossible, it's like. A long time ago, a swordsman could defeat an army with just one branch. A mage had reached the truth of magic, able to use any spell without needing an incantation. In this era, such stories are only exaggerated fairy tales. The ancestral shrine was built to honor these superhumans. Kanagi Minato's body now contained the souls of all 106 of them. Once again, his determined words echoed, "I will become a superhuman and etch my name in history." Minato Zan Kaisen, your names will never be written in history. He emphasized that what would be passed down forever was the myth of me. Minato's entire body radiated a strong blue energy. Holding a dry stick in his hand, he stood facing Kaisei and the others who had been boasting but were now lying motionless on the ground. He gripped the stick tightly, marveling, amazing, because of this mark, I can contain the soul of the ancestor. One by one, they floated up. They shouted freely, enjoying themselves immensely here. He felt it. They're having fun inside us. The ancestors in your virtual world are happily planting seeds. Joyful voices resound. It's been a few hundred years since I've stepped outside. Huh? What is this place, so vast and wide? From here to here is my territory. And many more words echoed in your ears. Try to recall the excitement from when you read history books. In your head, you think I've read their biographies so many times they're memorized. The souls of our ancestors are currently within us. You feel the souls moving inside your body and smile happily. After chatting joyfully, the ancestors suddenly changed their gaze, shining like stars at Minato, like looking at a juicy prey, competing to see who gets this kid's body. Raichiro, the spirit, crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood behind you. He called out, "Hey, brat," startling you as you glanced back. Hinoki Raichiro. He ran a hand through his glossy chin, eyes glowing with pride. "Oh, my name is still being passed down to this day? It's me." He placed a hand on your head gently like a feather, not bothering you. "What do you think about it, brat?" You glanced at his Zaki gritting his teeth from afar, wondering about him. He scoffed and sighed in response. "Who cares about that dull name?" His face turned dangerous as he pointed to something. "I'm asking that thing. What are you going to do with it?" You widened your eyes in surprise at his words. After a moment, you regained composure and approached him. He trembled all over, terrified, stammering, "What's on your mind?" Seeing that he didn't stop, he stepped back to gain momentum and summoned a sword. Anger threatening. "I'm Anna Rank. Don't glare at me." You slowly approached him, raised your hand, and punched straight into his mouth, distorting his face. With full force, you punched him flying several hundred meters away. Even from afar, you could still hear his screams. You said coolly, "Move aside." A black aura emanated from the backpack. This power burst forth like a volcano erupting. You were utterly shocked, wide-eyed without blinking to see the scene before you. Raichiro seemed to have switched scenes to some city. Thick fog enveloping tall buildings, bloodstains littered the streets, people lying dead all around. A three-headed wolf growled fiercely, breaking everything in its path. A man on the street screamed for help. "Kisaragi, help me!" The drooling wolf lunged at the man, but he didn't show any fear and leaped high. He swung his weapon, fire impact, head of steam, attacking the wolf. Instantly, a massive force hit the wolf, making it howl loudly. Everyone around cheered in excitement. "Oh my god! Killing an A-rank monster with one strike." Sure enough, he's an S-rank hunter. He is indeed an S-rank hunter. Kisaragi. He looked at the people praising him and replied, "Thank you. Of course. Where's his Zaki?" One of them answered, "He seems to be interviewing someone." When called a young talent, he looked very proud. Kisaragi quickly changed the subject. "Don't say that. If he's famous, our guild will benefit from his reputation too. Let's wait for me to send the report and then we can go get drinks." "Alright, see you later." He took out his phone and scrolled through news. Suddenly, he frowned in surprise. "Monsters. What is this?" This feeling turning around to look behind. Everyone fell to the ground exhausted, losing all strength. The two men were still conscious, struggling to hold themselves up as they Kisaragi-kun, this is. He held the phone, trying to decide whom to call. An uneasy feeling gripped them so strongly that even Class B and members couldn't stand it. It can't be wrong. This must definitely be at least S rank. Anyone in this area was affected, collapsing to the ground, unable to get up. A loud noise came from the tomb. The tree struggled painfully as if waking up. His face was so disfigured that even his parents wouldn't recognize him anymore. He mumbled in shock, realizing a strange monster with an eerie appearance had flown out of the tomb, fearfully retreating and shouting non-stop. Demon! Demon thing! What is this? Minato stared at the demon, not turning around, but explained that it was because he opened the tomb. This is one of the bosses sealed in the tomb, and what sealed them were the items you brought out. Raichuru approached and agreed, adding more. Indeed, some demons in the tower have hibernation skills, which allowed them to survive. This is Jonghu Wu, the Hong-Wu-Jin-Nei-Cha. Its rank is predicted to be above S. Its aura is toxic and can kill civilians within several miles round. This is a disaster. In our era, such demons are common, but for the younger generation now, it might be a bit too strong. Hearing their conversation, he panted heavily, trembling with fear, finally unable to bear and ran away desperately. You have to run fast or you'll be killed, he shouted after him. Don't move, it will prioritize that. The Jonghu Wu saw his fleeing figure, its bloodshot eyes aimed at him, extending its tentacles towards him. The tree panicked and raised its sword to defend, shouting loudly. His sword broke in half when he swung it. The tentacle pierced through his chest. He despaired as he thought. Sword, a sword that can kill a dragon with one swing. The tentacles spread all over his body, leaving no place untouched. It slowly drained the life force of its prey. In despair, he screamed in pain. No! No! Then turned into a waterlogged corpse. He glanced at him and said, I've already told you. Raichuru approached, slinging an arm around his neck. This kid, can you give me full control of your body? He struck a cool pose, looking at everyone. I'm the founder of the Hinoki school, Ettore Yu, secretly smug. HMPH, while the others are still unaware, they'll take over before us. He replied calmly, sure, you can borrow it. He glanced at him with a sly look. So, then hurry up. Before he could finish his sentence, the other ancestors rushed to grab him and curse. Hinoki, are you trying to snatch my move? This item is mine. More or less like that. He calmed down those people. Did I get discovered? Stay calm. While they were struggling, he suddenly said, but let's all borrow it. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe their own eyes. What? His eyes firm and confident, he replied, I'll surpass them. For sure, he was thinking inside. So I want to see how strong we need to be to do that. Show me your strength then. Raichuru helplessly. What's this? This kid is making my blood boil. He drew his sword and swung it up. Minato also raised the sword in his hand. Raichuru seems to merge with him as they fight, shouting excitedly and charging forward. Let's go! He swings his sword wildly without any pattern, severing one of its tentacles into tiny pieces. The green liquid from its body sprays out too. The branch in his hand snaps in half. Looking at the broken branch, he decides to fight barehanded. He assumes a stance similar to Gontak's. He swings another punch towards one of its tentacles, knocking off the second one. Dodging its attack, he picks up a nearby dry branch as his weapon. This time it's Kanshi's the god, using a piece of wood to slash at the Huva race, attacking them continuously. After dealing with all the other tentacles of the void creature, he picks up his backpack from the ground. He assumes an archer stance like Majid's. 1,000 arrows pierce its head, causing it to scream in pain as green blood splatters everywhere. It spews out a green poison. He throws his backpack and bows aside, raising his hands to cover his face, splitting into different primordial forms. Each form has a different power: water, fire, They attack the tentacles relentlessly. The sword in his hand breaks in half, his eyes glowing like car headlights. This is Melchus the mage's manifestation. She points at the void creature and commands her body to leap up and attack it directly. His silhouette shines under the moonlight, his eyes changing too. Hinoki Itoryu, he just said, and Itoryu appears, executing a move. Gekiruzachi, Kaiken Dan powerful energy strikes its head, splitting it in two. He grins with satisfaction. Far away on a dry branch perches a black crow that has been there for some time. It watches the entire fight between him and the void creature. On another spot, a man with blonde hair stands atop a tall pole, overlooking the city. He's making a phone call to someone. Hello, what's up? Has it been destroyed yet? All that trouble for nothing. Have there been any hunters this strong recently? The other end answers immediately. That's the case. According to footage, it was a student from the training school. Under the moonlight stands the blonde man, his face full of interest. What? Then I really want to meet him. He's the strongest Vietnamese hunter in the world, Ichihara Midori, sitting atop a large dragon corpse, surrounded by dead monsters stacked like a tower, their blood staining his body. He turns towards the tall buildings and picks up his phone to answer it. Hello, director? Long time no see. Midori talks on the phone. Yes, that S-rank monster. Oh, not me. I've seen the video the crow sent back. It seems a student of yours, Keminagi Minato, defeated it, but he failed his hunter exam 3 years in a row. He takes a sip from his coffee cup, continuing to evaluate, so I find it hard to believe. Can you do me a favor? At the school, students are noisily discussing yesterday's events. Was everything okay yesterday? To friends talk while rubbing their sore bodies. That aura was terrifying. I couldn't move. His friend also feels pain, agreeing, still feeling it. The other friend grins and points at himself, saying, if I say I defeated it, would anyone believe me? He sighs, understanding the joke. Stop joking, it's been 10 years since an S-rank monster appeared. He asks again, what about this mysterious person? Recalling rumors of a student here defeating it. His friend argues, that's impossible. How could he defeat such a powerful one? Minato, with a cane, steps past them. His body trembles like a leaf. He has to lean on his cane to keep from falling, sweating profusely, hearing the others' evaluation. It's hard to believe he could study here. Minato listens intently. Yeah, everyone was talking about yesterday. A rough man with a backwards hat holds his golden sword and touches it to Minato. Looking uncomfortable, avoiding me is too annoying. Weakened, Minato looks like a dried leaf, about to collapse. Minato falls face first on the floor. The other man walks past him, not bothering to help, just dismissing him with disdain. At least he's not as foolish as this one who killed an S-rank monster. Minato Genji groaned, unable to get up. He remembered his past battles, feeling cool and tough when fighting the monster. Defeating the monster yesterday was good, but maybe due to borrowing the power of the water ancestor, he felt his whole body aching as if it might break. Someone's laughter sounded very refreshing. Ha ha ha! So what's the big deal? Minato looked up. A familiar figure slowly approached. It turned out to be Itoryu. He cast a glance. Master Raichiru. Itoryu replied, just call me Raichiru. Come on, wake up, Minato. You said you would surpass us. Minato looked up. Snap out of it. He remembered what he told Itoryu. I will surpass you all, for sure. He propped himself up with determination on his face. Minato shook and got into a squat position. Itoryu laughed, ha ha ha, showing the perseverance of someone. A passing student saw this scene and doubted. This guy is crazy. Itoryu turned around, glanced. Hey! He commented on modern super Vietnamese imposters. Their level was really low. Then Itoryu sighed, just a bit above average. If the tower appeared now, the world would be destroyed instantly. Minato still leaned on his cane, mumbling to himself. Suddenly, Itoryu seemed startled and frowned. He saw someone with a strong aura, dazzlingly more powerful than all other super Vietnamese imposters. Minato asked weakly, girl, what's going on? Itoryu tensed up, nothing to worry about. In his heart, he silently marveled at the intense aura just now. The teacher's shout echoed in the hallway. Minato, what are you still dawdling for? Minato apologized frantically. Sorry, is it because I was late? He remembered a notification on his phone. Keminagi Minato 0 passed the Keminagi Hunter exam. He felt disappointed. The academy only allows 3 attempts per year. I've used up all my chances. Can't take the exam again through the school. Now can only register in a regular manner. Ordinary people also have the chance to become hunters through regular registration. The teacher explained, no, go to the stadium quickly. You're allowed to retake it. Minato was startled, his eyes wide open. He didn't forget to lean on his cane, so he wouldn't fall down, right? Other students continued gathering for gossip. Are they crazy? Hey, is there a retake system for the hunter exam? Who knows? Minato was in a running position. 100-meter sprint, average record of 3.6 seconds. Best record 2.7 seconds. He resolved to try his best despite not fully recovered. The guy with the backwards hat appeared again for gossip. He despised them. How could you not know? That guy is the most famous student here because he always ranks last. They gave him a chance to retake it out of pity. As soon as the signal gun went off, Minato ran far ahead, leaving only dust behind. The announcer announced 1 point to seconds. Students gathered in shock. What? Even the referee was surprised by this change. Next is the 3,000 meters run, average record of 4 minutes and 20 seconds, best record of 3 minutes and 17 seconds. After you finished, you announced 1 minute and 17 seconds. The third part is 2 minutes of sit-ups. The average record is 215. The best record is 418. You were completely focused on the competition. A light sweat appeared. After finishing, the referee was amazed again at 840. Face forward and try your hardest to lift weights. Lifting weights, the average record is 400 kilograms. The best record is 620 kilograms. The referee announced 1.280 kilograms. The students on the upper floor peeked out of the window to watch Minato compete. They were surprised. Who is that guy breaking all previous records with double the performance? Minato wasn't paying attention to them. Instead, he was trying his hardest not to retake and become a true hunter. Someone shouted in admiration, "Monster? Cool!" You glanced at Ituryu, who looked dejected and didn't want to speak. Is the ancestor helping again? Ituryu pursed his lips. Who would help you? We'll just watch. Maybe. In the director's office, an employee spoke up. This is Keminagi Minato's current results. The employee respectfully invited Midori to review them. Midori sat cross-legged and chuckled, swiping her tablet. Thank you. Wow, amazing performance. The director wiped his sweat tiredly. When asked to retake the test, I was very surprised. His physical condition is truly remarkable. However, he said that the issue lies in the magic power test. Over the past 3 years, he has received the same results, unmeasurable. Midori didn't lift her eyes to look at the principal. She just stared intently at the performance board on the tablet. He concluded that, in other words, his magic power is 0. The director put away the towel and sat upright. So I fear you will be disappointed. Jin was worried, right? Midori, after all. Midori smiled to cut her off. All right then. He said seriously, just watch. To tool workers sitting at the desk outside the competition field, explain to Minato that you know how this test works. Use your magic power to spin this windmill for 30 seconds. The number of rotations is your score. In front of Minato was a large windmill. Many students gathered to watch. There were so many, enough. Roll it up. Before, his average record was 1513 rotations. The best record was 4022. Minato stretched his arms and shoulders, determined after 3 years of effort. No matter how many times I tried, I couldn't move this windmill because I have never controlled or even sensed my magic power. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, but now I understand. It's the circulation. He reached out with his hand from the tip of his right big toe, running through his body, then back to the tip of his right big toe, using his breath to speed up the flow. Minato was trying to sense the power force. which was fiercely enveloping his body, and release it through his palms. Instantly, the power concentrated in his palms, glowing brightly. One of the workers on the computer shouted, "Start!" The blades were taken by the power force. They glowed under Minato's control. Another worker watched intently. "Oh, it!" Then the blades started spinning continuously, vroom vroom vroom. Two workers were surprised that after just starting, the counter had already reached 1240. The blades spun even faster, non-stop. The counter exceeded 999,999. The wind was so strong it blew off a worker's hat. He shouted, "Ah, wait! Too fast! Can't count the rotations!" An explosion occurred at the school field. Bang! A panic broke out. The workers lay scattered on the ground below the field. Minato stood still there. The fan broke off, carrying fire and rolling away. The students panicked, rushing to escape, fearing the fan might hit them. They screamed in terror. Ah! The fan precisely flew towards the director's office window. The director was surprised. While Midori calmly sat at her tablet computer, another loud explosion occurred. The fan had landed inside the office with flames, causing the floor to be punctured and the ground scratched by its edges. The director's face turned pale as the sofa leaned towards him. With just a few centimeters left, the fan would hit his face. His forehead was drenched in sweat. He widened his eyes in shock. The office scene was chaotic. The director's sofa toppled over, leaving him speechless. Jin asked Midori, "What is this?" Midori laughed loudly. "It seems you're just like me." He looked at the broken mess and continued to grin as usual. The second person in history, indescribable. At the arena, Minato was surprised by his sudden increase in magical power. Everyone around him was equally shocked. A fat employee fell to the ground, still staring at Minato. He put on his broken glasses from the chaos and announced, "You passed. Congratulations on passing the hunter exam." The students cheered loudly, breaking all records. Minato looked at his hand, impressed beyond words. Wow! He clenched his fist tightly against his chest, moved to tears. "Thank you. Happy. Turns out, I can be strong like this too." Itoryu raised an eyebrow at Minato, who was immersed in joy. Just as predicted, he recalled the recent battle. Thanks to borrowing the body of the ancestor, the hidden potential within him awakened. Itoryu laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! Indeed, he's not an ordinary person with just empty words. He looked at Minato, having waited for centuries to be repaid. "What do you think, my friend?" Minato kept laughing and crying. "This kid might be able to fulfill our wishes." Minato was surprised. A strong burst of magic suddenly appeared before Minato. He covered his face with both hands, avoiding the infinite light. "What's going on? What is this?" Itoryu frowned and stepped in front of him to block it. "Who is this guy?" he asked. "What exploded?" Itoryu was surprised by the strong energy he felt earlier. Midori suddenly appeared through the dust cloud she created. Ta-da! Minato looked up and recognized Ichihara Midori, the legend of this era, the strongest overpowered one. "Why is someone like you here?" He approached to shake hands with Minato, smiling at his sword and congratulating him on passing the hunter exam. "You deserve it, thank you, but I'm skeptical. How did he know my name?" Midori said, "Alright, now we'll proceed with the additional test. He smiled widely, clasping his hands in front of him, becoming by the strongest person in the world. Minato opened his mouth wide. "Huh?" After the smoke clears, a young man with blonde hair appears with a bright smile on his face. He scratches his head excitedly and says, "Ta-geg." Minato looks at the person in front of him, his eyes wide in shock as he stammers, unable to speak. Inside, he's screaming Midori Ichihara's name. Looking at Midori's handsome face, bright smile, and sparkling eyes, Minato can't sit still, wondering why such a legendary figure, the strongest overpowered user, is here. The system introduces Ichihara Midori, 23 years old. She became a hunter from the age of 59 and always shows superior strength. No one can deny her title as the world's strongest. Her sharp gaze can kill weak monsters or novice hunters in an instant. It was she who single-handedly dealt with the monster chaos 10 years ago and the giant monster outbreak 5 years ago, a living legend. Midori's presence radiates a glow that catches everyone's attention as she happily shakes Minato's hand, saying, "Minato, congratulations on passing the 100 test." His enthusiasm makes Minato feel a bit awkward. He hesitantly extends his hand and says, "Thank you." Inside Midori, she's surprised and confused, wondering how he knows her name. Ignoring Minato's demeanor, Midori continues, "Alright, let's proceed with the additional test now." She pauses for a moment before smiling brightly and announcing, "Because I'm the strongest in the world." Hearing this, Minato instinctively raises his voice to ask back, "Huh, you're calling me by my name?" Riichiro, with an intimidating presence, points up and says, "You lose, your body is mine now." On the school field, many students have gathered around, talking noisily. Is it really Ichihara Midori? Can't believe it. Midori ignores the crowd. She explains further. The rules are simple. In 1 minute, if you can hit us once, you win. He points up and assures, "You won't be punished. I only attack every 10 seconds. Midori notices Minato's frightened expression. She reassures him, "Oh, don't worry, I'll go easy on you." Midori adds carefully, "By the way, I won't use my skills, but you can use anything you want." Round her, countless weapons of all kinds are piled up. Use whatever you like. Various weapons from swords to guns and cannons are scattered everywhere. Minato is still in shock, his face wide open in disbelief. What's happening? When did this happen? An additional test. What's going on? He looks at Midori, who is still smiling and greeting the students. He silently assesses, thinking that he has to fight Ichihara Midori, the strongest in the world. After some thought, he hesitantly asks, "Can I use weapons?" Hearing his question, Midori picks up a sword and gently answers, "Of course, my body is even harder than metal." Surprised by her display just now, Minato's body starts to sweat. Riichiro loudly calls out, "Minato, give your body to me now." The spirit of Riichiro exclaims excitedly, "This world still has people like that. Modern times aren't bad either." Minato feels that Riichiro seems very eager. He looks at Midori, who is calmly scrolling through her phone, and thinks, "Ichihara Midori, truly a formidable figure." The spirit of Riichiro stands beside him, looking excited. After some thought, he looks at Midori again. Ichihara Midori, indeed a powerful figure, strong enough to make the primordial being marvel. Then he glances at the excited Riichiro's spirit standing beside him. "I have no chance." But he still decides to regain his fighting spirit. Minato takes a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination as he looks straight ahead. He makes a bold decision. Then, the students on the upper floor are excitedly watching through the window. They shout, "Let's start." Is Ichihara Midori really fighting? I have to watch this. Minato ignores the surrounding noise. He is now in a combat stance. But Zaichiro is not satisfied. He complained, "Hey you fool, what are you doing? Quickly advertise your body." Before she could finish her sentence, Midori interrupted. "Alright." He held up his phone screen showing a countdown from 59 seconds and smiled as he announced it. "Start!" Holding the steel sword firmly in hand, Minato emitted a glow surrounding his hands. He quickly lunged forward to attack Riichiro, who was extremely panicked. "Are you really going to fight for real?" "Damn it!" Minato didn't pay attention to his reaction. He swung the sword towards Midori, who was focused on her phone. He silently calculated, "I know this is hopeless." But, holding the sword tightly, he gathered all his strength to deliver a decisive blow with determination to become legendary. "I have to experience the power of this era's legend myself." Midori moved her body lightly like a pink feather, causing Minato's first strike to hit empty air. He attacked relentlessly, but instead, Midori easily dodged his attacks while casually browsing her phone, trying to flirt with him. "What social media are you using? It will definitely be recorded and posted online soon." The surrounding people were amazed as he dodged all the attacks while still looking at his phone. Sure enough, it was Ichihara Midori, no wonder. Ignoring the gossip, Minato continued to attack, searching for an opportunity. His sword strikes created glowing streaks in the air while Midori easily dodged his diagonal slash. Minato gritted his teeth and held back the bright sword, its power igniting, causing the students to cheer louder. Flowers flying everywhere, not a single hit landed on him. However, someone noticed something unusual. But what's wrong? What is it? The relentless attacks from Minato showed no signs of stopping. On this side, Minato kept attacking non-stop, though he still couldn't hit Midori. He continued to swing his sword, imagining the attack scenes in his head. Diagonal slash, then horizontal swing, double strike left and right, direct frontal assault, finishing blow. Midori continued to dodge gracefully, but Minato was secretly pleased. It was terrifying. His body moved exactly as he wanted without any sign of fatigue despite the continuous movement. Recalling the battle scene, Minato surmised that maybe it was due to borrowing the ancestor's body, feeling a change in his own body. Suddenly, Midori pointed at him with her hand. "Here he goes," she announced. 10 seconds, unexpectedly, a powerful strike narrowly missed his face, leaving him wide-eyed in shock. A terrifying power emanated from the direction of Midori's hand as she launched an attack, but luckily Minato dodged it. His eyes widened in fear at the deep trench left on the ground by that technique. Minato couldn't help but think, what did he mean by light touch? If not dodged, his head would have been gone. Meanwhile, Midori looked at her hand with a strange expression of malice. His eyes narrowed in confusion here. Strange indeed. I'm sure I controlled the force properly. Midori watched Minato's defensive stance, still troubled inside. Why don't I feel any danger from him? Or maybe. On the other side, Minato was restless in his thoughts. If this kept up, the kid would die. Recalling his earlier self, he reminded himself to remember that feeling of strength. At this thought, Minato's body suddenly became stronger. His eyes were resolute as he looked at his opponent. Midori was taken aback and surprised by his actions. Minato didn't waste much time thinking. He lunged forward to slash Midori with his sword. The students holding cameras were also shocked. Impossible! His speed increased again? Oh! Minato's battle scenes were being recorded in the phone. Both of them are too fast. The camera couldn't capture it. Back to the fight, Midori dodged while silently evaluating. Although his sword swings had become faster than before, Midori kept questioning herself. But when fighting that S-rank monster, he was even faster and the atmosphere was different. Could there be a condition to activate that power? Or is he hiding something? Thinking this, Minato glanced at the countdown clock, which now read 41 seconds before suddenly remembering. Oh, damn it! Midori's eyes fixed on Minato. This time, he quickly dodged Minato's sword swing. How could that be possible? His hand formed a defensive stance and then flicked out, emitting an ominous light with immense power. Minato's entire body was sent crashing into the wall so hard it broke apart. The damage caused him to cough up blood. Grandpa! After Midori's attack, Minato couldn't stop thinking about the scene. Terrifying! Too terrifying! This is insane! His opponent was the strongest overlord in the world. Such a powerful strike. Minato burst into laughter excitedly. If it were my old self, I would have died for sure. Great! Have I become this strong? His vision was slightly blurry, but with his current strength, he still couldn't pass Ichihara Midori's test. But no worries, he regained his composure and continued charging forward. Fight your best in the remaining time. Midori remained expressionless as she dodged Minato's reckless attack. But Minato, scared, turned to look at the mark on Midori's hand that was incredibly eye-catching. Midori coldly looked at Minato and spoke. I'm sorry, but I figured it out roughly. 30 seconds. Then Midori raised her hand to hit Minato on the back of his head. Minato's eyes dimmed as he fell into darkness. Midori looked at the motionless Minato with a bit of admiration. Truly impressive. However, you still don't have the qualifications to be my teammate. Midori reflected on Minato's fight from last night. He wondered, what exactly is that power? I haven't seen anything yet. Not much time passed before Midori turned to call someone. Hello, Zin. Let's go home. Well, it's a pity, but it didn't turn out as expected. Suddenly, Minato tightened his grip on the sword and spoke coldly, who said it wasn't as expected. Minato's voice carried an overwhelming aura that made Midori flinch. Behind him, Raikiro, who was controlling Minato's body, was enveloped in a massive light of power. He said with excitement, like that stubborn kid finally fell asleep, "We can control this body now." Minato, holding the sword, taunted Midori. "Look, see how I've woken up and still have so much energy." Midori's eyes lit up with interest. Minato showed great joy. "Let's play a bit more." In his subconscious, Minato looked at his body and worried about Chiru. Midori, seeing the energy Minato emitted, smiled excitedly, remembering how it caused him to lose control just now. Midori wondered if someone else or some skill was involved. Whatever it is, he has truly become a real monster. He thought of many scenarios involving this vast green energy. Suddenly, Minato shouted loudly to get attention. "Hey, don't stand there. I just sliced down with the sword carrying immense power." Midori quickly sidestepped and coldly assessed the sword. He moved differently now. The speed and strength are in a completely different class. From the start, Midori's sharp eyes glanced at Minato's powerful strike that pierced right in front of his face. Luckily, she quickly leaped back to dodge this attack. However, the pressure forced him out of the sword's range. He was still stunned by what he saw. Minato didn't wait for his opponent to recover and rushed into an attacking stance. His face showed a bit of madness. Midori crouched down to dodge Minato's horizontal sword swing, the power causing the entire school behind them to be affected. The students inside panicked and ran away. "Yeah, it's dangerous," Midori silently admired. Unlike before, each sword stroke was very cautious now. Now he swings his sword with precision, knowing how his opponent will dodge. He did it! He did it! This guy is really interesting. "Oh, my hand's gone numb. Can you treat me?" I'll pretend not to see Midori and reluctantly agree. Alright then. The boys on the upper floor looked at us in disbelief after hearing our conversation with their classmates. "Hey, he said he did it just now, right? That means..." Everyone was shocked and shouted out loud. "He hit Ichihara Midori, didn't he? That guy! I did it!" The sound of everyone's shouts woke Minato up from his daze. Seeing Minato awake, someone reminded him, "I'm treating your hand now. Don't move." Hearing this, Minato hesitated and looked over. He awkwardly spoke to her. Thank you." Jin smiled and congratulated him on passing the test. Minato forced a smile, thanked her, but the boy who just woke up asked in surprise, "Did I pass? Did I hit Ichihara Midori?" Midori, lying next to him with one hand supporting her face, laughed and said, "Of course, if you can't remember anything, it's too much." Minato turned around, surprised at the real Midori. "What? Oh my god, she's really here." Midori stood up, brushed off some dust from her clothes, and said, "Well, although I did give you a little extra credit, you've passed the test anyway." She continued, "Your rapid series of attacks just now." Minato recalled what he heard. "Oh, yes, that was Ichiro, but more importantly..." Midori remembered their match and said admiringly, "How you moved to dodge my attacks, it was really amazing." Midori encouraged him with a smile, "Be proud of yourself." Minato didn't expect such praise. Thinking for a moment, he asked Midori, "By the way, may I ask?" Midori looked over when she heard this. Minato curiously asked, "What happens after passing the test?" Jin also heard the question. She suspiciously glanced at Midori and then back to him. The question left him speechless, not knowing how to respond. "Oh, I sound." Minato pondered the silence between them. The sudden silence made him unsure of what to say next, only looking at the destroyed school grounds. In Minato's quiet evening at home, sizzling sounds from a pan with oil. Minato's mother was cooking dinner and called out to him. "Minato, we have guests today." Minato, wiping his hands clean after polishing them until they shone, heard his mother ask anxiously, "Who?" "Yes, probably just one person." His mother looked at him helplessly and said, "This kid." Looking at him, she continued cooking, holding a ladle and saying, "Today was a great day. You passed the hunter exam and even got noticed by Ichihara Midori, the famous one." The aroma of red beans in the pot made his stomach growl with hunger. His mother encouraged him further. "I've always believed you could do it." Minato felt warm and replied to his mother, "Yes." Then Minato's mother worriedly said, "But is it okay for such a famous person to come to our house? Our house is too small. Don't let him mistake it for a doghouse." Minato heard this and panicked. He immediately tried to dissuade him. "Mom, Midori isn't that kind of person." After finishing his chores, he returned to his room and lay on his bed, looking at the business card in his hand. That business card belonged to Ichihara Midori. Thinking about today's match, he kept questioning himself. Why didn't he say anything? The scene switched to morning. Jin was in a position restraining Midori. She pulled hard, making Midori turn red from the neck up. "Ah, it hurts." "Stop, Jin." After everything was done, Midori said, "Didn't I say that if you win, you'll become my teammate?" Minato sweatily replied, "It seems I didn't hear anything." Midori paused, trying to recall something. "Ah, right." As Midori spoke, Jin's grip on her tightened even more, causing her to scream in pain. "Stop it!" Midori glanced at the students outside who were taking videos with their phones, then said to herself, "Yeah, there are too many people here." Then he turned to Minato and spoke, "How about I go to Minato's place tonight? We'll discuss it in detail there." Midori then smiled and openly talked with him about the choices available for Minato into our real enemy. Back at Minato's room, he stared up at the ceiling, puzzled by their true enemy. The tower was destroyed long ago. Modern hunters' job is to eliminate monsters that escape from the dimensional rifts. He thought vaguely, is there anything else? "Naruto, you must have fallen asleep due to exhaustion." Suddenly, a voice echoed somewhere. "Minato, wake up!" Zaichiro woke Minato up. He jumped awake in surprise. "Oof, it took me a bit to wake up." Slowly sitting up, he looked questioningly at Zaichiro. "Here." In front of him stood the ancestors. Minato was alarmed. "Why are everyone gathering here?" "No! What's going on?" Veijiro explained to the ancestors that he had just finished talking with them, leaving Minato confused. "What did you talk about?" He put his hands in front of him anxiously. Could they have decided who will possess this body? Veijiro hurriedly explained, but before he could finish, a noise came from downstairs, making Minato rush down the stairs. "Sorry, it seems Midori has arrived already. Let's talk about that later." Downstairs, Minato wondered, why is it so dark? Seeing the scene before him, Minato froze. He stared at his mother, who was unconscious on the floor. "What?" He looked at her worriedly and shouted, "Mom!" Then he rushed towards her. As he passed the kitchen door, a strange man appeared inside the kitchen, sitting at the dining table. Minato froze again. The man was eating with his hands, picking up food and putting it in his mouth. He chewed loudly, making an unpleasant sound. As he swallowed, he complained, "Ugh, I'm done for now." Suddenly, the man called him over. "Hey kid, your mom needs some discipline." He laughed heavily. On the floor were discarded dishes and a pot. He arrogantly said, "We should use beef to entertain guests. Do you understand?" Minato's face turned dark as he heard this. "Who are you? What did you do to my mom?" The man sneered arrogantly. "This brat is really cheeky." Line 60 completed. "Did you dare talk to me with that tone?" Then he stuck his tongue out and continued eating a piece of meat. His smile was devilish. I'm an S-rank hunter here to take you in. Hurry up and go back to the association with me. Seeing him still standing there motionless, he urged, "What are you waiting for? Are you done packing?" Before he could finish speaking, Minato's fist swung towards his head, striking quickly with a powerful green aura. Your attacks couldn't reach him, while he mocked you from behind, having been watching you all along. Do you want to fight me? Minato looked at the mess in the kitchen. He remembered his mother fainting outside the door. In his anger, he approached and asked, "What did you do to my mom?" He recalled his father's funeral. His mother hugged him and comforted him. Mom will raise Minato well. He remembered the times. Her shoes. Even though they were old, she tried to wear her mother's shoes with a forced smile. "Oh, it's okay, I can still walk. Mom is fine, go buy new shoes." He remembered his mother smiling at him tonight. "Today, you've worked hard. Tonight, Mom will make your favorite meat dish." These memories made him angrier. "I'm asking again, what did you do to my mom?" Riichiro looked at the hunter on the screen and asked if he was an S-rank modern hunter. Good, although I hate having to catch Midori first. This battle will decide. Riichiro sneered. How should we deal with him? Minato looked at the S-rank hunter with determination, ready to avenge his mother. Gazu laughed at him, taunting and mocking, pretending to be serious. So cute. He then raised his hand to attack Minato. Minato calmly watched as he attacked. In an instant, he grabbed that arm, twisted it, causing Gazu to lose balance and fall over. His technique surprised him. Minato's technique reminded Gazu of the time he defeated a monster. That was from the old man. It didn't seem spacious enough to fight in the house, so Minato threw Gazu out through a wall. After regaining his balance, Gazu quickly stood up. His smile faded. Gazu was surprised. What's going on? What just happened? Was it a coordinated technique? His suspicion grew. I watched the video of my battle with Midori this afternoon. Didn't he only know how to use aura and sword techniques recklessly? Minato approached Gazu confidently. Clearly, you're stronger than in a ranked Tenkei. Green aura was emanating from his body. He approached Gazu sternly. Answer my question quickly. His eyes glinted with anger. Minato asked again, what did you do to my mom? Minato's mother lay unconscious on the floor, showing signs of poisoning. Gudu laughed loudly in mockery. I knew it from your tone. He shouted, it was poison. To stop me, I put her to sleep. Gudu became more excited, his voice full of joy. Maybe she'll have some after effects too. Minato calmly said, I don't understand. Gazu grumbled in discomfort and asked, what? He tried to control himself as he asked, why did you harm your teammate's family? Hearing that, Gazu was surprised. He hesitated, repeating the word teammate before laughing maniacally. Then he ran behind Minato and attacked him, cursing, you're not my teammate. You'll become an obedient little dog. As Gazu attacked, he said, someone as weak as you can only be controlled by taking someone important to you hostage. Minato dodged the attack and noticed that Gazu was stepping on his foot to prevent him from moving. Minato suddenly realized that Gazu's foot had stopped him from moving, but he quickly freed himself. Gazu smirked, not really. Then he stepped back to keep a distance from him, but his cheek was suddenly brushed by Gazu. He looked at Gazu with wary eyes. What's going on? His face flushed red, one of his cheeks turned purple and black as if poisoned, and he furrowed his brows as the poison spread across it. Gazu laughed mockingly at him, holding up a hand that had just attacked him. The tips of his fingers were full of tiny needles with poison, and he smirked, finishing the transfer of poison. He gloated, showing the vials in his hand. I can synthesize thousands of toxins in my body. It's called the Vision of Death. Bored, Gazu sighed. This mission is a pain. I could release deadly gas within a 5 kilometers radius if you want, but it's forbidden in this city area. Gazu spoke menacingly. That poison will kill you in 1 minute. If you join my group, I'll give you the antidote. Otherwise, just die. Minato stood frozen. He silently pondered how the gas could kill everything within a 5 kilometers radius. This is an S-rank power, right? No wonder they call them human disasters. After thinking, he frowned and quietly called out, Ruku rang through his ear. Are you there? Hearing her name, all the ancestors turned to look at her. Surprised by being called, she widened her eyes. He spoke softly and politely. Could I please get the antidote formula later? His words made her fumble for a response. Yes, of course. Gazu noticed Minato standing there awkwardly muttering strange things. Gazu quickly pounced with his claws, shooting out purple venom rays. What the hell are you mumbling? Are you petrified to this extent? Minato dodged the incoming attacks calmly. He confirmed that the technique he used earlier was, hesitating a bit, he said, Koto Hiyoma's coordination skills. The old man scratched his head in surprise. Koto recalled him saying, Sure enough, it's you. Did you copy my coordination skills just from one observation? He continued mentioning Hinoki Zaichiro's army, Shima Kenki's healing, Munjit's heaven. He remembered the days when he was always engrossed in reading about his ancestors. The ancestors we admired, reading their biographies countless times. Now they are within me. Gazu looked at him with confusion. What are you mumbling? Minato narrowed his eyes and declared, I mean, that's not enough. Minato's provocative words made Gazu furious. He frowned in anger. Fine, if you're not afraid, what about pain? Saying this, Gazu lunged towards him, extending his poisonous hand. He laughed loudly. The next poison will make you beg for death. As he spoke, he continued attacking. Minato dodged the attacks from all sides effortlessly like a withering tree regaining life. Gazu kept charging at him. He gloated, if you kneel and beg, I might consider giving you an antidote. Though I'm not sure if I can cure your brain damaged by the pain. After saying this, he laughed maniacally. Just as Gazu thought Minato was cornered, he raised his calm eyes. He focused and shouted, invoking sacred power. Gazu was hit hard by him. Gazu spat blood non-stop. Wantak watched from afar in amazement. Gazu screamed in pain as he was pushed back. Before Gazu could recover, he received a punch to the face that distorted Fide's appearance. Then he kicked him away with his foot. This move is called Light Alexane. She couldn't hide her surprise at seeing her technique flawlessly replicated. Line 60. Gazu is pushed back hard, losing his balance and clinging to the ground in pain. Meanwhile, Minato pays no mind, quickly advancing towards him. Gazu shouts, clenching his hands together as he desperately pours poison into Minato. Minato's hand moves swiftly, separating Gazu's clasped hands. His technique breaks each of Gazu's fingers, and his hand pierces through Gazu's body. This is the Cowan bird mine. He watches intently as the technique lands with precision. Next, he uses it again. Dragon Walk. His attack leaves Gazu covered in wounds. The small dragon looks on with its mouth wide open in amazement. Minato wraps his arms around Gazu's body and focuses all his strength on one of his feet. Gyunhwa roots explode. Gyunhwa crosses her arms, watching as Minato fights without saying a word. He is equally amazed inside. Goju is flung upwards into the air, exhausted and in shock from his failed attempt. What's going on here? Goju can't believe he was wrong about this. He confidently believed that anyone infected with poison would be terrified and lose their composure. Not to mention the toxin affecting the nervous system, making the body unable to move. Yet this brat. Minato activates his final technique, looking up as a bright golden ore emanates from his fingertips, creating a loud sound. The Trumage Melicius Silentius. Melicius looks dazed and stares upwards. She is entranced by the display. A powerful beam of light shoots out. All the ancestral techniques pour down on Gazu like a test. The ancestors inside look at him with solemn eyes, while Jakiro proudly says, "Can you see that?" As he recalls the battle from that day, Tampuk TAC says, "On that day, when Tatinga Matura self-destructed, it only borrowed our power once and was able to copy and use our techniques. Both martial arts and magic do we know if this is the power of the void?" The more he talks, Zechiro becomes increasingly excited, shouting loudly. But are everyone's hearts beating faster now? Finally, he looks up at Minato, who is hugging his mother, and suggests, "Let's train this brat together. If the ancestors like us can teach him thoroughly, then Zechiro confirms that Kaminagi Minato will become the most outstanding superhuman in history. Light footsteps running and flying across rooftops. The black-robed figures rush by like a gust of wind. One of them shouts loudly, "Hurry up!" He turns to remind them, the one he fought just now. Another one running behind reports, 15 groups have sent people to summon Ichihara Midori. Hearing this, the other gets angry and shouts loudly, "We need to hurry up too." Suddenly, a voice interrupts from somewhere. "Ha!" Midori appears behind him like a ghost. She whispers into his hand, making him pale with fear. "So many?" He is shocked and exclaims, "Oh!" Midori steps in front of him. Her smile is radiant. It's clearly 15. Then, he extends his hand to the black-robed figure. His smile is angelic, but his words are demonic. "You're the last ones now." The black-robed figure only has time to despair before Midori's power hits him. "Midori, Grandma!" Without waiting for him to say anything else, he was already knocked flat on the rooftop by a power surge. Midori landed and started rolling as she dialed a phone number. Zin immediately understood what he meant. She promptly relayed the message. "Yes, we're at the location now." Zin slowly descended to observe the situation below. Fortunately, no aura from any other Super Vietnamese was detected. She stopped by a streetlight and carefully watched inside the house. Suddenly, Zin changed his tone, but Midori wondered at this sight. His face remained expressionless as if they were already too late. The silent sentinel reported the identity of that person, Hei Tanigoro, the S-rank hunter using poisons. After a pause, she continued, lying unconscious. Looking at Gazu sprawled on the broken roof with his eyes bulging and tongue hanging out, Midori found him utterly pitiful. She resumed her conversation near Minato's house. Gazu was beaten so badly that his eyes were rolled back, his tongue hanging to one side, looking extremely miserable. Midori feared she might have misunderstood. "Huh?" The scene switched to outside Minato's house. Midori couldn't stop smiling as she praised him. "Great! Amazing!" Watching Gazu being hit, Midori clapped her hands continuously. "Although I had anticipated part of it, I didn't expect you to defeat an S-rank hunter. You just silently watched without saying a word." He suddenly remembered and asked, "Aren't you okay? Did the poison affect you?" Minato rubbed his bruised cheek and replied, "No." Remembering his mother sleeping on the couch, "Both of us are fine." His mother's face was peaceful as she slept, unaware of what was happening outside. Itoriu stood in a corner somewhere. He crossed his arms and questioned Valentine curiously. "How is that?" "Without Wallenstein, we would have met the king already." Valentine leaned against the wall and panted heavily. She couldn't answer. Her face turned pale as if she was about to faint. Learn. Not getting a response, Itoriu let it go for now. After all, everything was resolved in just 5 seconds. Valentine looked away awkwardly. "Oh, just to get the antidote from the guy who poisoned me." Images of earlier flashed through her mind. Valentine and Minato laughing maniacally as they poked Gazu's body with their fingers. "Here, or here?" Returning to Midori and Minato, he forced a smile and explained, "Sorry for being late. I had to deal with some matters related to the video from this afternoon with those groups." The training footage of both of them briefly appeared in his mind. "You heard that much? Groups? What do you mean by that?" He pointed at Gazu doubtfully and asked, "Is he lying?" "He's not your teammate." Midori confirmed with her hands on her hips. "That's right. There are quite a few imposters out there." Then he suddenly asked Jin, "Jin, are you done yet?" Hearing this, Jin looked up and saw her faintly appearing on the wall. "So, the wall looks brand new." Jin answered seriously, "I finished repairing the fence." It made Minato feel a bit dizzy. Midori turned around behind him, emitting a soft glow, her voice faintly echoing. "Alright, let's go inside and talk then." Minato widened his eyes in surprise when he heard what was to come about his future. The clear blue sky with birds perched on the power lines. At the gate, Minato's mother stood facing him, carefully instructing, Are you ready? Did you forget anything? Where's your wallet and phone charger? Minato picked up his suitcase and replied, I've got everything. Her eyes, already lined with wrinkles, showed a hidden concern. Going back to yesterday, when everyone was having a serious discussion, Minato's mother seemed to want to confirm, Our son, are you going to be called Minato? Midori placed her hand on the table and smiled lightly. Yes, he has great potential. I want to take him as my student and train him to become an excellent hunter. Minato slammed his fist on the table, his face filled with excitement. Mom, I've been chosen by Mr. Midori for training. But Minato's mother looked sad, her eyes welling up. Seeing this, Minato whispered, Mom, back to the present. Minato's mother happily handed him a lunchbox and reminded, Take this lunch with you. You haven't had breakfast yet. She packed it in a disposable container. Just eat it comfortably. Minato was surprised by his mother's changed attitude. Thanks, Mom. But his eyes drooped slightly, showing some sadness. The scenes from yesterday flooded his mind. His mother back then still hesitated and asked, This job must be very dangerous, right? The space fell silent for a moment before Midori softly said, Yes. Minato's mother recounted, Minato always admired the ancestors in legends and dreamed of becoming a hunter. She remembered how many times he got beaten up, her heart aching. Being accepted by Mr. Midori as his student was an honor, but parents like us can't help worrying. Midori clasped her hands, speaking seriously. This job does carry great risks, though we can't guarantee anything. It's certain that. He looked resolutely at Minato's mother. I promise to train him well so he becomes strong and resilient, as strong as the ancestors. Midori's eyes shone with tears. Mr. Midori. She bowed her head and asked, Please take care of my son. The scene changed. Jean and Midori sat in a car waiting for Minato. Jean turned to ask seriously, Are you sure about that promise? Not yet. What if anything happens? Midori silently watched the mother-son conversation through the rearview mirror. Minato's mother reminded him not to wear his jacket to bed. He always caught a cold, and when washing clothes, remember to sort colored ones separately. Minato was bored but replied seriously, I know. Midori's eyes lingered. I will keep my promise at all costs. Later, Minato pulled his suitcase to the car door and turned back to remind his mother. It's late now. He smiled and said goodbye. Goodbye, Mom. Seeing her small figure gradually disappear, Minato promised himself he would visit often. As she was about to close the car door, Minato's mother called out, Minato. She smiled lightly, but her eyes were filled with tears. Remember to visit me often. Hearing this, Minato couldn't help shedding a tear. After calming down, he said sorry for making everyone wait. The car started moving. Midori confirmed again. We're set then, right? Minato. He didn't hesitate. Yes. He bowed his head and dared not look back. If I see her now, I might not be able to leave. Midori lowered the seat and relaxed. Let's go then. This trip will be long. Remember to eat well and rest. Minato sadly looked at the lunchbox his mother had prepared. He slowly opened it, remembering what his mother said. Take this lunch with you. You haven't eaten breakfast yet. He opened the lid curiously. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Turns out Minato's mother wrote a motivational message inside the lunchbox. Come on, son. Unable to look away from those words, they seemed deeply etched into his mind. Minato thinks back to scenes from when his father died. Before he fully understood what was happening, his mother comforts him with a hug. Then there's when she happily tries on new shoes and smiles gently at him. Minato clasps his hands in thanks, saying he'll eat well. He eats his rice hurriedly, tears falling without him noticing. Minato can't help but exclaim how delicious it is. Jin still focuses on driving ahead. Midori lies relaxed and uninterested. The car passes through a bustling city and heads towards rugged mountains. He looks out the window, his mouth wide open in amazement. This is... Han greets him calmly. A large gate opens up. It's an organization that only a few Vietnamese superiors can join. An impressive mansion appears before him. The Great Prophet Organization, or simply known as the Great Prophet, welcomes him to their headquarters. Minato is still in shock, repeating great and profit blankly. A white-haired youth stands on a balcony observing the car entering. He turns around and calls out to everyone, "Hey everyone, look." The white-haired youth announces there are new recruits. The girl's phone rings. Who is it? AKA sips her drink and replies, "Is it a new teammate?" Heiko laughs, saying, "Oh, another fresh breeze, that's great." Shinji grumbles, showing disapproval. He goes to the window to check. "We should have checked them out first, shouldn't we?" Shinji's face turns serious and he commands, "We need to see if he's worthy of joining the Great Prophet." Minato looks at the impressive mansion in front of him, his mouth agape. Minato asks incredulously, "What is this? Isn't this Midori's club?" Jin remembers and apologizes. "Sorry, I forgot to explain." She seriously explains, "Since it's a state secret, I can't tell your mom about it." Minato's mouth drops open. "Aha!" Minato exclaims in shock. "State secrets!" Jin calmly answers. "That's right." Midori, who has been silent until now, speaks up. "I'll tell you the details later." They all get out of the car then. He reminds them, "Go to your dorm and pack first." She immediately offers help. "Let me carry that for you." He's still in a daze after the shocking news. "Oh, no problem. I can manage." Suddenly, someone shouts, "Wait, wait, wait." Minato looks up to see Heiko shouting from above, "Let me show you what respect is." As he threatens, Heiko rushes down and kicks Minato. Just as they catch Yuta, the force causes the ground beneath Minato to crumble. He laughs at Minato's reaction. Her. Dare to face me head on? Not bad. He grits his teeth and resists. "Ha! Girl! Who is this guy?" Heiko jumps lightly, doing a flip that makes him lose balance and fall back. "Ah!" He lands on the ground, placing his hand reverently at the end of his head to introduce himself. Heiko raises two fingers in a gesture. "I'm Hanada Heiko Taro. I'm both your teammate and classmate." Minato looks exhausted. "Who asked that?" Midori leaned against the motorcycle, looking serious. Jin prepared some tea. Jin skillfully poured water from a bottle. "Got it." The two stood there watching an action movie between Heiko and Minato. Minato gritted his teeth, struggling to defend. "Teammate, what are you doing?" He responded nonchalantly as if nothing happened. "Of course." Heiko lightly smiled and kicked Minato hard, showing him the Great Prophet's power rather than checking his strength. "I didn't expect this to happen." "Check." He leaped up and spun his leg. Heiko forcefully kicked Minato in the chest. Struggling to catch himself, he held on tightly. He jumped up dramatically, landing with a pose. "First, let me tell you about the origin of the Great Prophet's power." Minato inwardly grumbled, thinking this guy is going to explain while fighting. Heiko charged forward with a smile. "Ah, right. Before that, I have a question for you. You're not easy to deal with either." Minato shouted loudly. Kaminagi Minato. He was watching the action movie from another corner, sipping his tea. He recounted his experiences after participating in the hunter's exam at the vocational school. "I've already completed the additional test. Why am I still being tested?" Then he faced S-rank hunters challenges and now here. Midori casually sipped her tea while chatting with her. "Do you think his life is just a series of tests?" Jean didn't answer immediately. "Anyway, this guy." She watched him dodge the attacks frantically. He was brought back by Midori. Heiko attacked while posing questions. First question, what is a hunter's job? Minato recalled his training and quickly answered, swiftly eliminating monsters that escape from dimensional cracks. He gave Minato two thumbs up, right, but still tried to kick him down. Minato nimbly ducked to avoid the kick. Heiko landed on the ground and explained briefly, in other words, like exterminating insects, right? He continued with another question. What about other disasters? His eyes widened in confusion. Other disasters? Heiko smiled and explained further. Yes, there are even more terrifying disasters on this world besides dimensional cracks. Images of huge vicious wolves filled his mind, howling ferociously, spreading everywhere around him. The monster chaos 10 years ago, then the giant monster explosion 5 years ago, with red-eyed corpses rising from their graves. Minato was surprised. He wondered, isn't it caused by large-scale dimensional cracks? A sudden burst of power hit him. It turned out that Heiko had attacked when Minato wasn't paying attention, leaving him unprepared. He continued nonchalantly, exactly. Minato was sent flying, only hearing Heiko's voice echo. That's what they teach at the vocational school and what ordinary people know. He approached Minato and changed his tone. But Heiko leaped up, kicking high in front of Minato's shock. Reality is that he used his strength to kick where Minato was standing. Heiko shouted loudly, completely different. The tree shook violently, scattering the birds. Luckily, Minato avoided it. Poor tree, split in two. He glanced over, his voice turning cold. That's an invasion from another world. Images of monsters surrounding a tower, engulfed by flames, flashed through Heiko's mind, similar to the monster tower that appeared 300 years ago, a super disaster. Minato was bewildered, just like the tower. Heiko seems to understand your point, right? The invasion actions of these beings are far from over. He calmly explains that someone from another world has always been scheming and invading our world, even as he mentions Heiko while holding Minato's hand. He steps closer to you. Compared to the era of the tower, the power of super Vietnamese people has weakened significantly, and the number of those with ancestral strength is countable on one hand. Minato immediately retreats into alert mode. So what do we do then? Heiko smiles and answers, that's why we exist. He places one hand on his chest, revealing the prophet symbol, standing with one leg raised in a pose. Those with prophetic abilities will find signs of impending disasters, and those chosen will fight against them. He still keeps his hand on his chest. Heiko's eyes shine brightly. That is us, the great prophet. Han watches the entire process with a slight smile, while Quatch 5 beside him remains expressionless. Minato looks blank and doesn't fully understand yet. Minato tries to grasp the core of the prophecy, the organization fighting against it, and the disaster. Heiko approaches to greet you, and from today, you are also a member of us. He doesn't forget to add his remark. You're the first among your classmates who can withstand my attacks. You've taken multiple hits like that. Heiko smiles warmly, extending his hand to welcome Minato, welcoming him to join the great prophet. Minato extends his hand and hesitantly responds, "It's nice to meet everyone." The applause sound effects immediately echo. Midori can't stop smiling, clapping continuously. Jin beside her also joins in with a serious expression. He grabs your hand and announces to the others, "Everyone, I've recognized Minato." Those standing above are observing the situation below. Heiko looks at his fellow brothers and asks for their opinions. What about you guys? Each face shows a different emotion. No one knows what they're thinking. They silently leave one by one, leaving Minato feeling awkward. Midori is 3 parts helpless and 7 parts motherly. They really are like ninjas disappearing into thin air. He raises both hands, shakes his head, probably need to verify it myself. Then Heiko turns to Midori for the task. "Midori, let me take you there." He smiles as if he's gotten rid of a debt. "Alright, then I'll trouble you." Heiko pulls Minato by his suitcase towards a large door. "Follow me. I'll show you to your dorm room. Leave the suitcase with me." You hesitate and thank him. "Aha! Thank you, Heiko Taro." Heiko softly reminds, "Just call me Heiko." The moon is high up now. Minato sits alone in his dorm room. Minato's room, a single room in the great prophet's dormitory. He sighs deeply. Phew. Minato thinks about what Heiko said, a super disaster, an organization fighting according to prophecy. Images of the tower disaster 300 years ago flash through his mind. Minato wonders if there's any disaster as severe as the tower. Was it defeated by the ancestors? If such a prophecy exists, can he fight against it? He ponders for a while and rubs his head. Ugh, I'm worried. Suddenly, a pair of legs appear. This person answers Minato's question. Just increase your strength. He looks up in surprise. Itoryu stands with his arms crossed in front of him, Vaikiro behind him. He approaches to speak. I almost forgot to tell you about this. Minato is surprised and doesn't know what Itoryu means. We've decided what to do with you from now on. He looked straight into Minato's eyes. You will become the strongest super Vietnamese person. Itoryu seriously promises. Even Midori, we all believe that you have the potential to surpass us all and become the strongest super Vietnamese person ever. Minato's eyes shine brightly. He listens intently. Kaminagi Minato, become my student. All of our ancestors. Minato widened his eyes, repeating it, student. He looked up at everyone as if to confirm. Itoryu folded his arms and replied, yes, a student of all our ancestors. Minato didn't understand what they were thinking. Why not? Didn't you originally want to take over my body? He tilted his head to explain the reason. Of course it is, but if that's the case, looking at the dangerous people behind us, Itoryu continued, we will have to fight for this body. Hearing that, Minato was shocked. A survival battle version of our ancestors. Minato quickly stopped him. Don't fight over me. Seeing his blank expression, he spoke up. Actually, we thought the same at first, but after observing people, we changed our minds. Itoryu looked at him with an unusual gaze compared to using someone's body. The people behind also stared at Minato intently. He looked up at everyone with a bright expression. Training people, it seems more interesting. He repeated the story from yesterday when he defeated that poison master. Itoryu recalled Gazu rushing in person. He compared the movements and techniques Minato used to theirs and commented, you've copied and mastered our techniques. Of course, compared to us, their power and accuracy are still far behind, but at least they have achieved results. Each word was like a light shining on Minato. Do you know how amazing that is? He was clenching his hands together, listening to each comment. We don't know if it's the effect of void literature or not. Itoryu smiled in approval, but your talent lies in absorption, and that ability surpasses any ancestor among us. Minato's hands were so clenched they were starting to bulge. He stopped and his tears fell freely after hearing him. Minato's tears suddenly started flowing. The image of the teacher slumped in disappointment appeared in his mind. The teacher complained to a colleague with a bored expression. This kid has no talent at all. The teacher next to him saw him struggling so much that he was sweating profusely, red-faced. What can I do? No one ever expected anything from him. Memories of pain came flooding back. Minato being trampled by friends, told to live up to his position, you're trash. He had his phone stolen and mocked. What a joke. For the first time, I saw someone fail the hunter's exam 3 times in a row. They laughed when they found their amusement. Never mind. The reporters were discussing. What's his name? Another one replied with disdain. Forget it, who cares? Who cares anyway? Suddenly, the drunk appeared from above and asked. His name was what? No one trusted his future. Good memories came back. Yesterday, when Midori wanted to take Minato as a student. But, grandson, you're still receiving praise from Itoryu now, with great potential, meeting all the conditions. Minato lowered his head, his hands clenched tightly. He has the potential to become the strongest transcendent being ever. Tears fell as he doubted himself. Am I okay? Am I worthy? The old smile of hope when thinking about dreams and those beautiful things, those people he always admired. Minato bowed his head trembling before the ancestors. To meet again, to place expectations on me. He smiled gently. Itoryu put an arm around him, comforting, why are you crying? Looking at everyone around, he softly reminded them, we're living in this person's body. The ancestors smiled warmly in agreement with Itoryu, especially when they sleep. We can control time and space more freely than reality. He calmly announced, from now on, every day, we will train him for 100 hours according to real time. The image of the seer smiled confidently, fighting with the prophecy during the day. Itoryu created a vast space and brought Minato inside at night. He posed coolly with everyone sleeping and training with us. All raised their hands in unison declaring, from now on, you will never sleep well again. Itoryu smiled proudly, but surely you're prepared for that. Minato stood still for a moment. His tears flowed nonstop as he replied with determination. Yes. Minato bowed to him, pleading, please teach me. The moon was high, the space was silent. The sun appears again, casting light on the trees. Heiko hums as he washes his face. A pair of legs slowly approach. Heiko turns and is surprised to see who it is. He yawns widely before greeting. When she greets Minato in the morning, his still groggy state makes her burst into laughter. "Good morning, Minato. You look so tired." He's brushing his teeth while feeling exhausted. "Yeah, I'm not used to it yet." She leans forward and laughs loudly. "I understand. This is my first day here." Heiko glances over to see Minato rinsing his mouth. Seeing that he's about to bring the water cup to his mouth, Heiko's eyes suddenly light up. Using all his strength, Heiko kicks Minato, but Minato easily dodges it. Minato doesn't seem bothered and bends down to spit out the water. Then he turns around and leaves, not forgetting to kick him playfully as he goes. "Don't strain yourself in the early morning when you're still half asleep." I used to go to the cafeteria before, leaving Heiko standing there, dumbfounded. It takes a while for him to recover his composure. Heiko watches Minato's still sleepy form and wonders if his kick speed has improved since yesterday. At the cafeteria, everyone is eating and chatting. He follows Minato round looking for a seat. Oh, there's an empty one just right. A plate with a piece of fresh fruit on it. Heiko smiles and asks politely, "Can I sit here?" The girl named Aiken doesn't bother to look up as she focuses on her food. Without waiting for an answer, he sits down naturally, dragging Minato along with him. Minato hesitates a bit, but then realizes Heiko was talking about their classmate from yesterday. AKA frowns and reluctantly greets him to the Great Seer. He looks awkwardly at her face, sensing that she's not welcoming him. But Minato still smiles back warmly, hoping for help. "I'm Kaminagi Minato." She immediately lifts her head with a haughty attitude. "I don't know, I didn't hear anything. I don't need to remember it." Aiken points the plate directly at him and declares, "Until you're recognized by me, I won't call your name." Miss Drum smiles confidently. "It's time for training now. We'll deal with the prophecy later. Come with me." Snow covers everything around, with a few last rays of sunlight peeking through. In a small house, the first prophecy book was discovered in 1945 inside thick ice at the South Pole. Vatso is there, wearing heavy clothing, holding a book in surprise. "What's this?" The book gradually reveals itself. On its cover, it says something terrifying, Bubbling Inferno, Book of Annihilation. It seems harmless, but holds incredible mysteries. This book with the mysterious writing was written by a child. For 80 years, records of disasters that will submerge the world continue to unfold and are still ongoing today. Returning to daily life, why do they believe in this book on their small car ride? Minato turns around. "Hey, you're shyly sitting in a 5-seater car. I don't even know your name yet." The girl with the ponytails is Aiken, and her name sounds almost like chemical elements. Is it really necessary? Answer my question. Minato was stunned because the prophecy had come true. She turned to him speechless, dumbfounded. Aiken was angry. If even one of the apocalyptic prophecies came true, this world would have been destroyed long ago. Oh my god, when I heard apocalypse, I almost dropped my jaw in fear. What is it? You turned to ask Heiko, who sat next to you. How many prophecies are there? He smiled brightly, even more than the blonde head next to him, held up to fingers, about 200. Minato was increasingly alarmed. Isn't this world too dangerous? Midori on the passenger seat also looked down, but the great prophet had blocked around 180 prophecies already. You turned behind and shouted loudly. Amazing! Minato turned to ask again. Oh, so what happened before? Why did the world believe in that book? Aiken propped his elbow on the table, answering slowly. The explorer discovered a book called Apocalypse. Images of the explorer appeared in her narrative, Bernard Russell. Isn't that the first image we saw him holding the book? When he flipped through the cover, the first page said this. He looked surprised, not believing what he was seeing. It read, "Hello, Bernard, March 17th, 1945, 135th day, MONA. Sunny date, Bernard Russell the Explorer discovering the Book of Doom." Translated roughly, On March 17, 1945 at 11:35 a.m., a sunny day, explorer Bernard Russell discovered the Book of Doom. The scene changed to a street in an urban area with a cordoned-off road around it. In Sumida District, Tokyo, a rift appeared on sight, of similar scale. Aiken moved like a superhero, bravely advancing. The guards hurriedly tried to stop him. "Hey guys, this is restricted area. Get back." "Hold on." Of course, I don't wait for anyone. Everyone rushed in, ignoring the two chickens that were screaming. "Stop right there." Minato probably looks scared too. "Is this okay?" Heiko answered yes, of course not. Aiken paused. Third strike. Under a huge tree at night, it's like the moon is taking Bernard Russell to the moon, the dark side of the moon. The disease attacked the giant tree. All were serious crises, but they had been resolved by outstanding profits worldwide. Midori was seen sleeping soundly recently, the latest incident involving monsters handled by Midori. Paper scraps scattered everywhere, like an endless loop. In addition to the Book of Doom, there are many other prophecy books existing in this world. To collect, analyze, and resolve all these, the Great Prophet Organization was established and exists until today. She presented a chart to explain further, meaning that it's like this: an arrow from danger up to level. Super dangerous, world apocalypse is certain. Book of Doom. Level 1. Global environmental change. Level 2. National or continental scale disaster. Level 3. Destruction of a region or many cities. There are some exceptions. Minato's face was slightly blank. "So, huh? You were surprised. You mean we will handle this ourselves?" Aiken turned away. As a Great Prophet member, it is obvious. The guard saw them and stepped back. Seraji came over. He said, "Ha!" 3 people walked out slowly, the ordinary one last. He shouted loudly, "This place is dangerous. Leave quickly." Aiken approached. Today's prophecy is level 3, when the country predicts a medium-scale disaster. But then she said seriously, in the Yellow Psalter collection, there was a level 3 prophecy book that read like this: when the water rift opened. And it really did split open just now, wasn't it? Everyone is so scared. What? Through that gap appeared some wolves looking as scary as demons. Terrible throughout their lives, these A-class monsters will flood out. Kisaragi got into a fighting stance and began to battle. You run up and deliver powerful kicks, knocking them back far. The monsters advance, slashing and stabbing at the humans. Humans can do nothing but scream in despair. Huh? Kisaragi fights alone against these monsters, knowing that only B-class and C-class members will struggle to handle such beasts. Moreover, the aura emitted by the monsters shows there's a master controlling them from behind. Kisaragi is trying to deal with the monsters, but when he turns to see Aiken, Heiko, and Minato, he gets slightly surprised. At first, Kisaragi thought they were just ordinary people until Arcane calmly raised his hand. Then she recited a spell, Chidmagistus, and immediately water appeared beneath her feet. After creating the water, Arcane said Mercurius, and hundreds of sharp swords shot up from it, looking like flying pigs from a street vendor stall. Meanwhile, a lone wolf or wild beast attacked the man without fear, sounding like a mobile quail egg. Then he roared loudly. "Oh!" At this moment, the pig-sticking swords summoned by Arcane pierced the monsters like a dog meat BBQ. Seeing Heiko's shoes emit a golden glow. I wish it was real gold. It was these shoes that helped Heiko defeat multiple monsters at once. After dodging the monsters, Heiko delivered a powerful kick to one's head, knocking them down. Kisaragi is surprised because those he just warned off managed to handle the monsters he struggled with in an instant. It's about skill, Kisaragi. Kisaragi is still shocked. Who are these people? Stronger than even an S-rank hunter. Aiken immediately tells Kisaragi to get out of the way, challenging his doubts. "For us, you're just an ordinary person," Aiken says with a dismissive tone. Realizing something strange, Kisaragi pays more attention. Kisaragi is startled. That symbol, they are government agents. Oh my, what's being fixed? Suddenly, from the space rift appeared some nails and eyes glowing red with sharp teeth. It seems like the boss has arrived. A strange aura emanates as space rips apart, revealing red-tinted beams of light and the roar of the boss. We need a strong drug. At this moment, both Heiko and Aiken look at the monster with disdainful eyes. According to its description, it's an S+ Geliorenal beastman with horns like cream-colored gems. And its name is hard to pronounce, making your tongue twist. Seeing a piece of meat in front of Heiko and Aiken, the monster lunges at them. Kisaragi immediately says, "Hold on, don't attack recklessly, Kisaragi." But Heiko and Aiken ignore him and attack with hundreds of kicks and daggers. Heiko realizes that his iron-like strikes and Aiken's rocket-like knives didn't hurt the monster. Its armor resists physical attacks. The monster lunges at Aiken, sensing danger. She creates a water ball. "So cool, Aiken!" Before Aiken can use magic, Minato stands in front of her. His hand mark glows. Aiken steps back and exclaims, "Oh, Minato, not caring much. This is the coolest one, Minato." The main hero's cool aura blocks the monster's head with one hand. That's the hero's light. Without giving the monster a chance to react, he unleashes his power. 2 rings of strength appear around his hands. Immediately, the ground shatters and the monster explodes. This is amazing, author. It's like an action movie. Despite the fire, the main hero isn't afraid. Aiken is impressed by Minato's power, similar to G97's revelation. The broken pieces of the road fly up from the flames Minato created, creating a beautiful scene. At that moment, Heiko looks stunned, his brain exploding. What's this? It is. No, wait. Defeating an S-class monster with one strike. My earlier unease wasn't a hallucination. This is the hero's light indeed. Then he thinks, Minato has grown so strong in just one night that I can't recognize him anymore. Aiken says, "Don't act on your own. Maybe she hasn't fully accepted how strong Minato has become." Minato doesn't care. He thinks about focusing his energy to attack from the inside when dealing with physical resistance. Lines 41 to 60 continue as follows. 41 Without giving the monster a chance to react, he unleashes his power. 2 rings of strength appear around his hands. 42 Immediately, the ground shatters and the monster explodes. 43 This is amazing, author. It's like an action movie. 44 Despite the fire, the main hero isn't afraid. 45 Aiken is impressed by Minato's power, similar to G97's revelation. 46 The broken pieces of the road fly up from the flames Minato created, creating a beautiful scene. 47 At that moment, Heiko looks stunned, his brain exploding. What's this? 48 It is. 49 No. Wait. Defeating an S-class monster with one strike. My earlier unease wasn't a hallucination. This is the hero's light indeed. 50 Then he thinks, Minato has grown so strong in just one night that I can't recognize him anymore. 51 Aiken says, "Don't act on your own. Maybe she hasn't fully accepted how strong Minato has become." 50 To Minato doesn't care. He thinks about focusing his energy to attack from the inside when dealing with physical resistance. I learned this technique from my time as a Gong officer. Who would have thought it would be so useful? Minato then turned to Akane and said, "Tell me your name first. We'll need to cooperate once we go in." Akane replied, "My name is Shinomiya Akane." Heiko added, "Your legs are like lightning, slicing through the meat like a hot dog. One swing pierced the heart of that ice monster, strengthening and penetrating it completely." That's all for now. Each monster we face has a strange liquid oozing from its chest as if its body is melting. When he finishes, she'll start Akane's move, Mercury Tidal Wave, Fandon Reject. Heiko's smug face, just like Minato said. Akane agreed. Calling him by his name makes it easier to attack from the inside. Suddenly, a voice startled Minato from behind. Turning round, he saw Heiko and Akane waiting at the watermark. "Ready for the portal, let's go in." Kisaragi was left speechless by their actions. Inside, through the water gap, is another space. "No matter what you say, it's too risky." "What are you thinking?" "They say deaf people don't fear guns. That fits this bunch of devils perfectly." "Like striking gold," Minato exclaimed. Yeah, I'll be right there. You're frozen solid. Who would have thought they were so bold? What's going on? Then boom, each one jumped in like swimmers. As Sir Raji still hesitated, he stood motionless as a statue. Facing a row of monster corpses, his mood grew more chaotic. What's wrong with these kids? In contrast to their anxious state, the three people laughed like they had a bountiful harvest. Could this be the secret organization I've heard about? Beyond that portal, deeper in, we're greeted by more monsters. Each one is tough. Akane uses her strength to destroy them. Inside and out are similar. She grew increasingly angry, saying it's so boring. One by one, she pierced their hearts. They won't die easily. Minato laughed. Great job, Akane. She nodded in agreement. His Wideria suppression ability is the best among our classmates. The challenge isn't easy. A huge bear stands before her, twice her size and covered in fur. She's already tired. Heiko acts like a god, charging forward to take care of it. He leaped onto its leg, ready for the next move. The big bear moved slowly, while tiny Heiko hopped around like a rabbit. Jumping up, he took this path. It's time for a direct hit. Here we go. Heiko's legs shot out like lightning, hitting the bear's hand. Bam, impressive, it's dead. Minato couldn't help but admire. Amazing! He got praised and immediately puffed up with pride. Yeah! Not leaving his friend alone, Minato jumped in too, making Heiko freeze again. Of course, he did the same to the monster as Heiko just did. Poor monster, it'll be in big trouble when they get back. He chuckled. Is this how we should do it? Now that you say so, let's keep going and explore. Akane thought to herself, the number of enemies has decreased, so we're getting close. Before she could finish, everyone was surprised by the scene in front of them. She wondered, why is this place so spacious? Suddenly, they all felt a jolt and looked up. Something was falling from above. It's like someone cooking rice. Plop! A huge foot landed with a thud. Minato was stunned. It's too big. No one seemed to be surprised by its appearance. Even her, this monster is. With two horns that look like they were pierced by an old lover and a chain on its nose. There's no mistaking it. It's definitely a bull. The monster roared, spitting out saliva everywhere. But its eyes are covered with black cloth, and it has two fangs sticking out, making it look more like a hybrid of a boar and a bull. This is a Minotaur with eagle eyes, S+++ grade. Akane wasn't afraid. She approached. Finally, the person appeared. Line break. Are you the manager here? She cast a spell to handle it, using divine punishment and cheating magisters. A golden circle on the ground encircled the love beast's offspring. Tonight is its restraining charm. Dozens of different daggers pierced from within that circle. They took turns stabbing straight into the love beast's offspring, Golden City, El Dorado. But that wasn't enough. Akin still kept attacking continuously. Rule number 1, when facing a strong enemy, launch your strongest attack immediately to avoid weakening over time. It seemed impatient with anyone daring to stand in its way. With a loud voice, I will continue until my mana runs out. Help me finish it off. Like fish in water, Heiko's face was even brighter than when he met grass. Ha ha ha, Akin's skills are impressive. Jealousy. Let me handle it. Minato behind him admired greatly. One side was a solid purple flame, the other a bright yellow one. A powerful attack indeed. Then he hesitated again. But that's wrong. It's something that would make those up top wonder why they have to come down. Heiko turned into Big Daddy and stood still for 5 seconds. What? Akin couldn't hide his curiosity either. New recruit, what do you think of my strongest attack? Suddenly, the monster's hand reached out. It was holding a cleaver in its hand. One chop and you're toast, guys. No one expected this scene. Everyone's eyes were wide open, shocked to see that using their strongest move didn't affect the other creature at all. It's like a demon chopping down on the ground with a loud roar. Terrifying, it's a beast. One chop and the earth shakes, flames blazing. Not only did the floor sink and break, but the ceiling wasn't much better. Walls kept falling apart. Now both of them are completely shocked. Unbelievable. Oh my, now we fully understand the appearance of that beast. Its skin is brown-black like someone who has been sunbathing for 300 years. The face is indescribable, the muscles and limbs are huge. His face turning red like this makes them faint. How can he still be alive? At this moment, Minato, Heiko, and Akin all stood motionless. What does it eat to live so long? Just when the situation was intense, Kyui's image appeared from nowhere, a standout talent. Minato stood still in surprise. Then he gently turned his head and muttered, "Killick." Kyui continued, noting the speed of metalworking and precision of that child. It's hard to believe a girl could have such amazing skills. He then commented on her handling of an unknown enemy. Normally, creatures this level would be easily destroyed. Kyu narrowed his eyes and said, "Too bad, the child didn't recognize the physical resistance of the monster. It seems stronger than described." Minato's eyes showed 100% physical resistance, bluffing. After hearing Kyui's comments, Minato asked how to defeat it. Kyu immediately turned on his bossy executive mode and answered with a typical powerful executive laugh, HMM. With the monster swinging its cleaver, the sound of broken pavement was heard. Kyui calmly said, "That is." Heiko and Akin realized it seemed to specialize in physical resistance. Alright, we should have brought a magic user. Now Kyui explained that the way to defeat this creature was Chidmagistus, or divine punishment. After Kyui's words, his hair and eyes turned an absolutely beautiful green color. Akin nodded in response. HMM. Minato began summoning a bright mercury stream. "Let me borrow your body for a moment to show the child something." Instantly, a mercury stream hit the creature. Akin exclaimed, "Oh, how can you use a skill like mine?" "No, wait, what are you doing?" "Physical attack on that monster." Minato turned with an expressionless face and said, "That's foolish." Akin looked surprised as the main character continued, "That's the result of focusing too much on your specialty. A true metallurgist must know how to distinguish and use the three states of matter according to the situation." The cow is still quite relaxed, a relaxed cow. Then Minato started shouting, "Mercury, rise up to the brain." At that moment, the cow felt extremely painful. Truly as stupid as a cow. The heat from the mercury stream made Heiko shout out, "It's too hot!" Then AKA thought about attacking with heat instead of physical force. Moreover, it was at an extremely high temperature. Can you control such extreme temperatures freely? Kyui only said now that the person is good, but this child also has great potential. I want to take him as a student. Then Minato hesitantly replied, "That's a bit." In front of everyone, the cow was defeated by one blow from Minato. After witnessing Minato's impressive display, AKA started questioning life. They looked at Minato, who had just finished his performance, and noticed that he had successfully eliminated a cluster of Minato eyes. Witnessing Minato's cool move, AKA was left with many questions about the single system expertise of Super Vietnamese. The coolness in Aka's eyes was evident as he pondered. That surprise led AKA to question his own abilities, thinking that Heiko might be a Super Vietnamese of the body manipulation type instead. I thought he was a Super Vietnamese of the body manipulation type like Heiko, but he's better at metallurgy than me. Who is this guy in the end? Just as these questions echoed in his mind, Minato extended his hand in front of AKA. He then introduced himself as Shinomiya Minato and asked Akin to remember him, a scary tycoon who looks super handsome. After hearing this, Akin was extremely angry, looking like a monkey eating ginger. Then she proactively shook his hand and said, "Okay, I'll remember that, Minato." Heiko turned to look at Minato and Akin, thinking that Minato seemed to have been recognized by Akin. At this moment, the shock of Kisaragi and her team was palpable as they felt the crack getting smaller. They continued to stare at the gap and wondered what was happening inside. From that gap, Minato and Heiko leaped out in a showy manner. Then Minato reached out his hand to support Akin. Immediately after, the members of Kisaragi's team were surprised. They had safely escaped from the crack. Minato was too careful. But on the other side, Akin jumped down into the path, and now Minato was completely stuck. To make up for it and save himself, Minato asked, So is the mission completed? Aiken replied, yes, just report back to headquarters. Heiko immediately added, although not easy, this was an interesting mission. Then Kisaragi approached and coughed. I thank Minato, Heiko and Aiken. First of all, accept my thanks for saving me and my team. Saraji hesitated before asking, who are you guys? And what happened inside? Can we know anything about it? Aiken interrupted, you're from the profession, right? Then she coldly said, now, just draw this symbol on your report and that's enough. Kisaragi then replied, okay, if there is any danger again, I'll ask for your help. Perhaps not only is her appearance icy, but so is her personality. Continuing, Aiken responded with a snooty tone. This case is rare, so just relax. At the end of the story, Aiken immediately added, we won't meet again, go back to your normal lives. Kisaragi only laughed and replied, haha, she means that we're just ordinary people. On May 11th in Hat Town, a red hue covered the village, causing great panic among the residents. At Heiko's prophecy headquarters, Minato and Aiken arrived there. Aiken yawned, now all that's left is to write the report. Suddenly, Heiko was surprised by a phone call. There's a call. Tired from just finishing the mission, Aiken asked who it could be. In meeting room 3, Aiken entered with a hoarse voice, sorry. All three stood still in shock. The person in the room was none other than Makoto, who had just entered and shouted loudly, Aiken, why did it take so long for this level 3 mission? Do you think it's that easy or something? Then Minato remembered, oh, he's also a classmate of mine. Shinji pretended to be confident, thinking he was the team leader instead of admitting his weakness. Indeed, seeing the situation worsening, Heiko spoke up immediately. Stop it, both of you. Mr. Kurihara, why did you call us here for this? He only replied briefly, look at this, the decoded image they sent over. Kurihara then projected an image that showed a red object resembling charcoal. Aiken wondered aloud, what's with the charcoal? Kurihara dismissed it as not being a prophecy book, but decoding was difficult due to its discovery in a volcanic area and having been burned. Minato questioned, how can we read a prophecy book that has been burned? To address Minato's concern, he said they used the latest technology like TIAX and AI for decoding this time. There was lots of information, but one prediction related to Japan. Everyone in the meeting room leaned forward at this point. Aiken added, it's a completely new prophecy. Minato turned to Heiko and asked if cases like this are rare. Heiko replied, I've never heard of such a case before. Kurihara explained that the Great Prophet is well known in research, so they collected many prophecies worldwide except for this case where there were no new ones. Makoto continued, meaning Weaver will be responsible for the investigation. Minato recalled his conversation with the driver and realized Midori wasn't at headquarters when he returned. Kurihara added that I want the 4 of you who can move quickly to take on this preliminary investigation task. The details will be sent via email, so let's get started now. Minato was surprised and asked, are we supposed to start our next mission immediately? Aiken wasn't particularly surprised. It's just routine. Heiko also said that Minato would get used to it soon. But inside, Minato thought the world's fate being threatened made sense. Makoto slammed his hand on the table and said, yes, we understand. He stood up and shouted, SUOU. Shinji and the others had received their mission, but Aiken tried to argue, who are the other 3? Since they just decoded it and the danger level is still unclear, be careful if you see signs of a prophecy coming true. Wait for the official team to arrive. Sitting in Minato's car, he thought about how tense this special mission with an undefined danger level was. Even just investigating made him nervous. Makoto said from the car, the 3 of you just finished your mission. Take a nap if you can. It will be complicated if something happens at the scene. Aiken argued again, why do you always give orders? I won't sleep anyway. Only to see Minato and Heiko ask Aiken for permission to sleep, which left her confused. Aiken claimed she wasn't sleeping but soon fell asleep. In fact, she even leaned into Minato's side. Upon arriving, everyone let Aiken rest in the car. When she woke up, she immediately rushed out. Without time to argue with Aiken, they all focused on a strange red-lit pond inside which emitted an eerie glow. Everyone was stunned by the massive magical ray. Those red beams were the final images of 23 villagers recorded in Koto's report. Similar to the apartment fire in Wakayama, that prophecy almost opened a portal to another dimension 30 years ago. Makoto ordered everyone to fight. Minato unleashed his green energy, lighting up one corner of the area. He said, "Let's go." Impressive, both Aiken and Heiko were surprised by his strength, which was even greater than before. Makoto observed this and said, "It seems he won't interfere with us. Follow me." Immediately, all four of them charged down. That scene was impressive. Deep beneath the Itoryu and Challenge's tombs, they felt a familiar scent, reminiscent of their past lives. Has it been long since I last smelled this? Yes, I've smelled it many times before. Then Itoryu concluded with an ominous look on his face. The scent of forbidden magic. The book says that when the full moon glows red and melts, my shadow will cover the sky in a black curtain. When the empty flame shines bright, send him to hell. A bloody scene unfolded, a hanging skeleton with a head on the ground, people sitting around it. The area was covered in fresh blood, creating an eerie atmosphere. Bando Shijima, the overlord, was the leader of the mages. That man sat amidst the bloody scene, admiring his twisted works. Terrifying, meeting someone like this might change my fate. After the horrific massacre during the Han Dynasty, he was defeated by an alchemist who was also an overlord. The blood couldn't end here and flowed to a village. It's all death from the start. A bloody footstep appeared. The Han was still vomiting blood. Grandpa, just looking at it makes me feel nauseous. Then a whole field of dead bodies with corpses scattered everywhere. Amidst them stood a young man wrapped in bandages, pouring more blood around him. It looks like he's imagining the bloody mess as food. Time is running out for us. But, oh my, his face is so grotesque. Red eyes like drug addicts, bandages wrapped around his head like from a mental institution, and blood still coming from his mouth after eating human flesh. "Dad, you're back." He laughed 1,000 years later. Then he laughed, "I'll become the king of hell, devour all lives, and rule this world. Damn crazy." A spell appeared. Bando Shijima's forbidden magic left behind before his death, reviving in the current world by sacrificing the life force of everything within a painting created by himself. Suddenly, someone was on the page, stopping this mission to prevent the new prophecy recorded in the burned book from coming true. The face gradually appeared, level unknown. Isn't that Boss Bando Shijima? With his flashy makeup and styled hair, he's the boss. This is a surprise. He looked at his hand, opening and closing it. With just this little power, you dare to resurrect. I need more sacrifices. Shijima stepped down, walking around. 1,000 years have passed. This place is desolate, but that's fine. Bang! He turned into a madman, his eyes white and wide, laughing maniacally, thinking of Minato's friends with satisfaction. It seems I've found my fresh prey. With one swipe, he sent the Minato group flying several meters away. Flames engulfed everything around them. Minato shouted loudly, "Heiko, Aiken." Heiko and Aiken responded to comfort their friends below. Minato yelled louder to warn his friends below. They immediately looked down. Below, a dark light appeared from some kind of dark magic. Another one. From the circle, multiple hands emerged, grabbing Heiko and Aiken and pulling them down. That's the death throw skill. They gritted their teeth, trying to hold on. I can't move my body. Does he still have enough strength to use consecutive skills? The moonlight shines down. His already horrifying face looks even more terrifying 1,000 times over. He's too strong. This opponent is really powerful. I'm surprised. He glanced to his left. A hand suddenly lunged at him. It was none other than Minato. "Pretty boy, save me. You move so nimbly." Moving from angle to angle, he even deserves praise. "Oh, you have talent but you're still green." Mistake, you stepped directly into the magic circle. No need to wait long. In just a few seconds, a 3-meter-tall flame burst up, burning everything it touched. Oh, but life isn't always smooth. He stood there, looking surprised. Minato's hand held a yellow energy ball, which shot out blinding flames and deadly rays. His eyes full of hope, as if preparing for an attack. Ho! You dive down at lightning speed, but he isn't someone to mess with. With a flick of his wrist, a shield appeared above his head. Minato was surprised, but compliments kept pouring out like rain. Oh! He pointed straight ahead, as if in a deep game. You chose me, this time it's good. Seizing the opportunity, Shinji rushed forward. You strike and stab him directly. 1,000-year-old skill. It seemed like victory was his. HMPH. But no, if villains are too easy to defeat, there's no tension left. Shinji tumbled forward with a laugh. Too bad, too bad. Not giving up, Shinji raised his sword high. From the start, I didn't think someone would fall to this attack. Heaven's sword skill. No fear showed on his face. Ha ha ha, like a downpour. Your technique turns the light from your sword into clones, huh? I don't really like swords much. Then Shijima rushed in like a wild colt. His ear was blocked by his sword, but great job, you're the strongest here. Damn it, blocking the deadly sword with just your bare hands, dodging its cuts flawlessly. Minato stood at an angle, astonished. How strong is this guy? Thinking back to Midori, he's completely different from previous opponents, maybe on par with the ancestor or Midori himself. What should I do? Before he could react, a call broke his thoughts. Minato. Haiko and Aiken have escaped death by all their might. Oh, brotherhood bliss, it's like watching a feast for the eyes. Aiken kept cursing non-stop, rushing forward to curse at Minato loudly. What are you standing there for? Hearing them from afar, Shijima couldn't stand it on the air and waved his hand. Don't obstruct me anymore. The movie's over. Behind him appeared 3 green, red, and blue vortexes. From those vortices emerged terrifying monsters, looking like a mix of ox heads and horse faces. Those are the Yanwu spirit beasts, sea bone demons. Once you're in, there are no more obstacles. The hot duo is ready to attack. Get out. But they were stunned by their own surprise. Each monster is really strong, making them cautious. Damn it, the strength of each one. On par with Minato. Oh my god, that hybrid bull with horns. Does it look like its former lover stabbed it? This one's as strong as a madman. A green one seems to like Minato. He stood in front of you. You step back, unsure if you're preparing to attack or run for your life. Minato frowned, clearly uncomfortable. Oh, definitely getting into a fighting stance. Shinji Ma beside him was fidgeting, hands moving constantly as if dancing, like he was possessed. Claws and feet, all out at once, acting like this is some kind of performance. Haha, pitiful, no one's coming to help you. Damn, I thought I was Oyer. Shinji, showing off, trying to help. No need for words, I'm through here. Giving him a weird love squeeze on the shoulder and blasting Zero apart. Haha. Finished fighting, no joy in it, gently placing the sword near his eye. I don't need anyone's help. Suddenly, he remembered the past when his hand froze because of those words. Shinji, don't come here. It's okay to be a lone wolf. Carrying your sword, you're enough on your own. Shinji couldn't stay calm, just wanting to spit in his face. The only thing I can trust is my own strength. At this moment, Shinji still smiled, as if he was the victor. Ha ha ha, well said. His face glowed with a demonic light, looking like a botched surgery gone wrong. Already ugly in appearance, but even uglier in character. No need for others, I'll swallow everything whole. Laughter echoed everywhere, like the devil's own. They're fighting again. Shinji is starting to worry as his speed has increased. In the midst of intense battle, a shout cuts through the air. Shinji, who planted this potato field? That shout was Minato. Is he coming to help? His face showed no fear, still full of youthful vigor. Shijima was surprised and turned his head. Why is he here? Ghost skeleton. Minato's rival means the demons on that side have been defeated. He glanced at Haiko and Aiken's equally tense battle. The green monster had its upper body chopped off, only its spine remained, now destroyed. Without noticing, Moku punched his cheek, distorting his face and revealing the fat underneath. Just one punch from Minato sent Shijima flying. Finally, justice has a place. So emotional. Shinji turned in surprise. This guy must not have expected someone so strong. Like a cold-hearted heartthrob, Minato thought, how long will it take to finish this alone? Oh my, what's wrong with him? Shijima was drooling. Oh my, what a terrible sight. Thinking he was some Korean tycoon, Minato clenched his fist tightly. Let's join forces and defeat him together. Shinji-ma was pushed far away, leaving long marks on the ground where he slid. Minato remained resolute, couldn't let him fight alone. Shinji turned to look at him questioningly. Geez, you're trembling. How can I not see your hearts fluttering? Looking around, the scene was heartbreaking for Heiko and Aiken. He still tried to attack to try and defeat the monster. Aiken wasn't far behind, but couldn't quickly eliminate those monsters either. Then he looked at the guy in front of him with doubt about life. How could this be? Small but charging ahead like a warrior, impressive. And Minato's not shy to say it. Let's join forces and defeat him together. Who would accept help when given the title of strongest? Join forces? Not necessary. Said that, Fi gripped his sword tightly, ready to stab through necks. His face froze in shock. What's this? Having helped and now refusing? So lazy. Shinji's face was cold, red hair, sharp eyes adding to his mysterious beauty. I don't need anyone's help in this battle. Oh man, I like red-haired guys who are cool but a bit cold. My heart's hurting, honey. He shouted, we'll handle that guy ourselves. Oh my, be careful. Minato's face showed shock right away. Wait! Shijima couldn't wait long. A pervert like him can't let his prey escape easily. Perfect! His ear picked up a magic spell. Satisfied look on his face. I want to play with each one individually. Boom! Power surges. Hello, guys? His ear is severed. What the hell? That's scary enough. Like a spaceship tail, power beams shoot out. It's the skill called Fate Arrow. One hand holds back one beam, while the severed one still emits another. Guys, this guy is tough. The severed arm flies up into the sky like smoke from a chimney. Shinji's face with an eerie expression rushes over. Ha 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 ha! Shinji's sword is blocked again by his hand. Suddenly, the cut tree falls to the ground. Smoke rises. Isn't that Minato under the tree? He's just sitting there with a bowl of pho. His indifferent face looks forward, but he suddenly stands up. He can't help but be surprised. What is this? Why me? That's Itoryu and Selentisma. He looks at him with a bit of pity. Just fainted on time. We called for them already. Minato tries to say in pain. Vechiro, malicious. But the wound on his hand makes him hesitate. It seems the pain spurred him to remember and refuse. Right, not the time now. Before he could finish, Itoryu interrupts. Minato! In the silent space, his voice is heavy. Now step back. Following orders, he opens his eyes wide in hesitation. Girl! Back to the fierce battle of those three strong people. Shinji's hand still blocks Shinji's sword. He keeps attacking with speed like a dart. Do you have the same thoughts as me? Damn it, my skills can't cut them down. The hand is still there, his face grows more sinister. Yes, I don't need others. I'm serious, that face looks like a demon, always red and scary as hell. He narrows his eyes, so I'll swallow everything myself. Then he rushes over, stabbing Shinji in the hand with a fatal blow, leaving him unable to react. A little blood drifts past his eyes. The sword in his hand is slowly slipping out. Shinji is exhausting himself to win this life or death battle, but surprisingly, he's not losing any strength. Instead, it seems to be increasing. He laughs maniacally. Good, keep making me happy. Sweat pours down Shinji's face like rain. You've really given it your all, 200% of your strength. From a distance, Minato and the others are watching. Itoryu looks at him with a slower tone. Look over there. Shinji is stronger than Heiko and Aiken, but still far behind the magicians. Indeed, that's how it is. Everyone can see that Shinji seems to be about to collapse. Minato flinches when he hears him say something so cutting. With our current strength, we can't possibly defeat the Chinese. Challenges adds, seasoning the situation further. The Chinese are using high-level resurrection magic if this is a densely populated city. The Chinese's face looks like that of a demon. He has become a king of demons. Her voice makes him pause and step carefully. If the Chinese devours your life, they will grow stronger and humanity will suffer heavy losses. An undefined red object, glowing like burning coal. An undefined prophecy. The fact that we have to deal with this is an accident. The two behind Minato are trying to persuade him. He explains slowly. So this time we will switch fighters. Hand over your body to one of us. No need for further words. Minato is firm. No! His mother's words shock everyone. Itoryu and Challenges are wide-eyed in surprise. But perhaps this is his heart to change. Sorry, but this isn't training, it's real combat. Remember when we met Goju? He was eating fried rice with his mouth open. I'm a 5th level hunter here to pick up someone. Then he rushed over like the perverts did. What about fear? How about pain? Thinking of him, Minato gets even more agitated. Later on, difficulties and challenges will never lessen just because my strength is weak. His face brightens up under the full moon like the sun shining down. Isn't that right? Challenges worries. Minato. But this is... The man next to them chimes in with a laugh. Enya is very Enya. So uncouth, mom. Ha ha. I was defeated spectacularly. She just glares. Retro. Itoryu smiles satisfied. Right? Minato will be the one to surpass us. Just like in the version after gaining power, he said we would surpass you all. He places his hand on his shoulder. Try this out. Under the full moonlight, Itoryu and Minato's silhouette is beautiful like a sculpture. He seems very proud of him, using everything he has learned, pushing himself to the limit. Oh, so handsome. Both of you are so cute. Minato walks with great confidence. Yes. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turns back to look at them. His radiant smile brightens up the space around him. Follow me, everyone. Saying that, he runs straight forward towards his friends. The two left behind are unsure if they should be happy or sad. Back to Shinji's familiar Shijima surroundings. Why are these two still fighting? What a mess! The Chinese still have the upper hand. Oh my god, it seems he's out of cards. So, then Shijima stabbed him. Oh, his handsome face is all bloody now. Those wounds are nasty. Oh, my love, no. The Chinese waved his hand. Shinji was flung up into the air. Shijima gathered magic in both hands. A red energy ball grew bigger in his hand. That's it. As Shinji flew, he also lost his sword. Now with no weapon and shield, you're hopeless. Damn it. The sword spun in midair, thinking my life is over. Is that all? Oh no, baby. The spinning sword fell straight into someone's familiar arm. Shinji widened his eyes in shock. That's Minato. He jumped up to grab Shinji and said, Shinji, lend me your sword for a moment. His eyes went from wide with surprise to furrowed as he asked, Shin, girl? Bam, he tumbled down gracefully. Shijima was still gathering power for his final move. It's the familiar lightning strike. The magic bolt flew towards Minato. He wasn't worried up there, like a dance in death. Hinoki Itoryu. A water jet shot out from his sword, flashy and ineffective. Fire against water, neither side is giving in. Let's see who wins at the end. And as expected, Minato completely dominated. His hand severed again and flew out. What the hell? Why does his hand keep falling off like that, old man? Shijima's face was also shocked. Who would have thought I could be defeated by a brat like this? What? This technique is, he shouted loudly. Who are you? Such a handsome face. SOS, can't take it anymore, my love. Minato smiled brightly. Kaminagi Minato, the one who will surpass the ancestor. King hell, they're all out here. Minato wielded his sword and grinned confidently. Kanagi Minato, the one who will surpass the ancestor. Itoryu was a bit worried and asked Challenges, what do you think? It seems Challenges wasn't too concerned about Cam. Are you asking if Minato can defeat that Midge? She kept her cold expression. Well, we can only watch. Actually, Itoryu is like her, not overly worried because he believes Minato isn't a fool. Maybe he figured something out while sleeping and training on the bus, or maybe he has some way to do it. Then Minato made his move. Shinji was injured, so could only watch from the sidelines. New recruit. He attacked relentlessly, surprising Shijima at first. That brat? Who is he? Suddenly, Shinji's memory of Minato's words flashed back. That kid proposed a joint effort then. Let's combine our forces and defeat him. But it seems he doesn't want to cooperate. I don't need anyone's help in this battle. Her stubbornness forced Shinji to learn an expensive lesson. Now, he can only stand by and grit his teeth watching the fight. The battle continues. Shijima decided to block Minato with a forbidden cannon skill. This magic made Minato suffer as he realized you intended to chase us until when these blows land. Then he decided to counterattack. His attack stance intrigued Guntek. Good move. It's very similar to what I taught him. He stomped his foot and performed a kick strike. Immediately below, a huge stone was erected to block the attack for him. This scene initially made Shijima feel annoyed, letting that kid control such a large rock. But in just 1 second, 2 more surprises happened. One was the spatial tearing sounds from his kick strike, or because Shijima's attack was completely blocked. This shocked him immensely, but seeing Minato unscathed after that continuous assault made him even more surprised. Suddenly, images of Minato and Ellerson playing appeared. Then he launched an attack to close in on his opponent, the light reflection style. And this approach was successful. However, when he swung his sword, he managed to dodge it. But that strike made him cautious. Who is this guy? Maybe because he believed Shinji couldn't get close, impossible. Then he used a technique to push him back. A loud explosion echoed through the space. And like Minato, his plan succeeded. But right after that, he quickly regained composure. Don't forget the basics. Use everything you've learned. Then he attacked again. This time, he successfully inflicted a minor injury on him. Shijima didn't seem to care about his own wound as he had other things to think about. It's the sword technique, the strategy, magic, the style. Despite each technique being perfect, it's still not enough to threaten me. But this kid knows so many techniques. What they saw made Itoryu and Challenges nervous. Itoryu's eyes widened in awe. The other one remained silent, but showed through his thoughts. If it was a monster, that wouldn't matter. But he could dominate a mage as intelligent as him. I didn't expect him to progress so quickly. But initially, Shijima was extremely excited by what was happening here. Interesting. However, then his eyes narrowed, using a banishing spell. This made everyone panic. Something huge began to appear. Aiken seemed the most frightened. What Aiken was shocked by was the scene after Shijima casted the banishing spell. It was a skeletal figure with 3 heads. This is the enraged specter. He stood on that skull and gave Minato a. Then he looked down, but it wasn't enough. Shijima raised his enormous bony hand straight towards Minato. Here's the end. Those around him saw this scene and realized the danger for Minato. Run to Minato. Those around him saw this scene and realized the danger for Minato. Run to Minato. Those around him saw this scene and realized the danger for Minato. Run to Minato. But you're still standing there like a dirty statue. Not enough. What? You're right. Even if I give it my all, I'm still far behind. Think about it. Go further. Higher up. Break through the limit. Now you remember Challenge's advice. Our lesson is magic. Take it step by step. This is the most basic magic. Jira Jira. Then you remembered Itoryu's teachings. Hinoki Itoryu has 2 types of swords, soft swords and hard swords. He held the sword hilt, and the thrusting technique is a hard sword skill, cutting down the opponent in 1 stroke. Then he guided Minato on how to hold the sword, while also reminding him not to hesitate or fear when swinging it. His eyes suddenly became extremely terrifying as his eyes turned blood red, looking into the life of the opponent. At this point, Minato's eyes became more determined than ever, and the sword in his hand glowed with his will. Realizing you're about to attack, Challenges and Itoryu shouted loudly, "Impossible, Minato!" Koma ignored them, preparing at Shijima's table. You used a skill created by yourself, later called Bao Huangchan. This direct strike surprised the opponent, leaving no time for defense and hitting them. Unlike Shijima's shock, Minato remained extremely calm. Minato focused on his thoughts, looking at life. He did this because Itoryu had once reminded him that everyone sees things differently to us. He thought it looked like a thin thread and we would cut through the taut thread in one swing. He smiled. What do you see? The huge frosty hand was descending, waiting for the right moment to defeat Minato. Minato remained undisturbed by this. His eyes sharpened with determination. You saw Bando Shijima's life. I see a dim light, ugly and dark. I will cut it with this illusion strike. No, stronger. I will burn it with a huge fire. Thinking is acting, he swung his sword at the opponent, creating an illusory strike. The monster howled in pain after being hit. Bando Shijima, in his split state, was taken aback by this situation. Impossible can't be true. Challenges and Itoryu's eyes widened in surprise. How could it be like that? Combining my magic with Zechiro's swordsmanship. Amidst the blazing fire created by Minato, a different voice suddenly echoed. The sound grew louder, showing clear excitement of the speaker. It's interesting, really very interesting. Both Challenges and Itoryu were shocked. That's Killick. Maybe he had been standing there watching this for a long time. Minato's special ability. Then he remembered the times when he saw Minato attack his opponent, the ability to flexibly switch between skills. Killick was more excited. I thought so. If he could use two skills at once, no, even more than that. He left without saying anything to them. Itoryu probably looked at him with a very critical eye then. What a strange person. But unlike Itoryu, Challenges thought deeply about Killick's words. If what Killick the alchemist said is true, we have underestimated Minato's potential. Maybe these words made her wonder if we had enough qualifications to teach Minato. Unlike her, Itoryu was extremely interested in Minato's abilities. Of course, he does. The person doesn't want to see that. Then he turned his eyes towards Minato. He's still not moved at all by what happened earlier. Where is his limit? After using that ultimate move, maybe Minato has lost some strength too. He panted heavily. Learn! Shijima was hit just now, but he recovered very quickly. His blood gradually turned into parts of his body, helping him recover to his original state. Koma's actions earlier were enough to irritate him. It was really dangerous. If it hit my head, I would have died, although a bit unexpected. Then he spread out his hand, preparing for another attack. That's enough. But when he was careless, Shinji attacked him and got caught off guard. Though you managed to cut his head, it's still not enough. You're still alive. But he didn't care much about the arrogant words because he had to save Minato. He was surprised by his actions. Then Shinji tightly held onto unconscious Minato in his arms. This scene reminded him of old times, when he was holding a woman and trying to put her to sleep amidst the cold winter. She kept mumbling weakly, it's so cold, Haruer. That might have been his name back then. He tried to comfort the woman, but his voice was just as weak. Stay strong until morning tomorrow. Haru forced a smile that made her feel more at ease. I'll bring food back. But she didn't seem any better after hearing that. Her eyes were still dull and lifeless. She still tried to call out his name, Haru. This image of her made Haru's face darken. Suddenly, a carriage passed by them. He used the warm cloth he had earlier for that woman to keep himself warm. It's so cold. A luxurious carriage passed by at this moment. This scene made him angry. Why must we suffer through this? Back in reality, he smiled. Being alone. It's comfortable but lonely. And he gradually faded into the silence. Shinji heard that and believed they were not alone. He thought, even if I'm alone in my thoughts, the sound of breaking from above startled me. This made him worried. But this is... Haigotaru and Aiken rushed over to Shinji. Aiken anxiously asked Han, Minato, are you okay? Are you alive? Shinji reassured the two newcomers that Minato was fine. Hearing this, Aiken sighed in relief. Thank goodness. But Haigotaru wasn't as relieved because he knew everyone's safety didn't mean they could be happy yet. He looked up and noticed watermarks spreading on the ceiling. He shouted loudly, barrier, it seems to be collapsing from inside. This barrier covers the entire village. If the energy sustaining this huge barrier explodes from within. Shinji continued for Haigotaru, it will lead to a disaster. The only way is to unleash our strongest skill when the barrier collapses. To neutralize the energy. He sounded confident, but wasn't sure if it would work because with our current strength. No, even at full power, can we do it? We'll just have to try. A few steps away from Shinji, Minato was in a powerful state and swung his sword. This caught Shinji's attention. New recruit. Even though Minato was unconscious, he could hear someone making noise. You fought well, Minato. Old memories suddenly flashed before him, back then full of life with a determined look in his eyes. Follow me, everyone. Itoryu is now showing off its mirror, so he proudly smiles. We've seen it. Suddenly, a massive energy burst from Naruto's location, accompanied by sounds that seemed to tear through the sky. A blinding light appeared there. Someone suddenly shouted, Hinoki Itoryu, Vanguard. Not far away, 3 people rushed towards where the light was coming from. Captain, that's a dimensional boundary. Finally, they arrived at the location. 2 of them thought they were too late because what they saw before their eyes was shocking. Damn it! Are we too late? But the so-called captain didn't think that way. He remained calm, raised his sword high, and a bright green light shone from it. Captain of SUOU, the Great Prophet Force, also known as SUOU Mikoto, witnessed everything that happened from start to finish. That green light probably caught his attention too, a beautiful, pure, and clean beam of light. Could he also wonder who created this light? Who did it? At this moment, Naruto appeared in a different state. He closed his eyes, smiled widely, and raised his sword high. Meanwhile, in Peru, Midori was listening to someone on the phone while flying, hearing that those kids had defeated an undefined prophecy. Oh, wonderful! The remaining line belonged to Makoto. At this moment, he was in Japan, though it ended up being a level 2. He glanced at the monster, but secretly, it was on par with level 1. Midori sitting on top of the plane heard and smiled. Everyone did great. Maybe he recognized something positive about their abilities, hence his cheerful smile. Long time no see, you guys have progressed a lot. Just as they were having fun, Makoto interrupted him, the one who made the biggest contribution to the victory. Makoto continued to be Keminagi Minato, who had only been with them for 2 days, and was told he brought him here. Who is this person? Midori smiled half-heartedly, the one who will end all prophecies. From his perspective, it seemed like he was waiting for something to happen, a presence we've been hoping for, maybe Minato himself. It seems Makoto was surprised by what he just said and placed so much hope in him. Midori smiled lightly, if curious, check it out yourself. Makoto still kept his cold expression. Let's go back first. No one to fight with, boring. The other end of the line chuckled, ha ha, sorry. Just as they were having fun, a call came from somewhere, Midori. Zin warned and appeared right in front. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared directly in front of the plane. This is the super prophecy when the sun is covered. Gradually, the features on that face were revealed. It's Xtab, the disease boss. That monster finally opened its eyes. A blinding light appeared with a loud explosion. Koma seemed not to care about it much. Wait for me, Makoto. I'll handle it quickly. He then used his divine confusion technique. Meanwhile, Minato woke up in the hospital. The first person he saw was a nurse. Oh, finally you're awake. Kaminagi Minato. In a half-awake state, Minato asked, "Where am I?" The nurse immediately told him where they were, the medical room of the Great Prophet. She also helped him realize he had fainted after returning from his mission. This might be something you don't know. Did you faint? It seems like there's still a bit of regret for not achieving what you wanted, even couldn't enter the primordial space. The nurse pulled him out of those thoughts. Anyway, glad you're okay. If anything happens, just call me. As she said and opened the curtain, Shinji was also in this room. Minato exclaimed, Shinji! Shinji's condition isn't great right now. He's wrapped in bandages and even has to use crutches to walk. But his hands are clasped in front of his chest, his face extremely serious. Though he didn't say anything, Minato could tell that Shinji had been here the whole time. Has he been with me this entire time? But since he only saw one person, he couldn't help but wonder where Heiko and Aiken are. Shinji told him they went to train right after coming back. Shinji thinks they must be upset because they didn't show any results in the last mission. Perhaps this was beyond both Shinji's and Minato's expectations, wasn't it? Shinji praised Minato for his performance. His strength is truly amazing. Suddenly, he stood up and stared at Minato. Who are you? Actually, given what Minato did in front of everyone, his curiosity isn't hard to understand. He joined less than 2 days ago, but defeated two clusters, one level 3 and a potential level 1. He continued, showing countless skills and even combined techniques. I've never seen or heard anyone like that before. The barrage of questions caught Minato off guard, only able to mumble Shinji's name. The other one didn't stop at all. Who are you? How can it be done? Maybe he was envious of his abilities. I could be like him too. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by someone else. Sorry. They were surprised to see Makoto, the third person. It seems he didn't notice the expressions on the other two's faces. That one is Kaminagi Minato. Minato responded hesitantly, right. His confusion was clear as he had no idea who asked him. Shinji called him over, you. But he ignored the call and just brushed past his younger brother. Meanwhile, Minato's unanswered questions led to new ones. You. Suddenly, Makoto swung his sword at Minato. This sudden action surprised Shinji. He couldn't react in time. However, unlike him, Minato managed to dodge the attack. He frowned and asked, "What kind of test is this?" The blow confirmed that it was indeed a test. It seems he was also surprised. A normal student couldn't have dodged that attack. He glanced at Minato and acknowledged his success. Meanwhile, Minato was bewildered, wondering if he had passed another round. Makoto introduced himself as the Great Prophet of Forces, Team SUOU. I am Makoto, team leader. Then Minato understood why Shinji called him brother, SUOU. Ah, that's why he calls me brother. Makoto continued, Kaminagi Minato, considering your performance in defeating a potential level 1, we decided to accept you into Team SUOU temporarily. This surprised both Minato and Shinji, especially Shinji because his older brother came all the way here to recruit him. I've never been allowed to go with him. His older brother didn't care about his feelings at all. He just brushed past Shinji like a breeze, calling out Minato. So we'll start our short meeting now. Follow me. Meanwhile, Heiko and Aiken were training diligently in the training room. But they could only exclaim, damn it. They realized that no matter how hard they trained, they couldn't catch up with him. The truth was harsh, but they had to accept it. They couldn't keep up with him. Shinji was so angry he clenched his fists tightly. Blood even started to trickle out. He gritted his teeth in anger. Kaminagi Minato. In the training room, both Heiko and Aiken were working hard. But they could only exclaim, damn it. They realized that no matter how much they trained, they couldn't catch up with him. The truth was harsh, but they had to accept it. They couldn't keep up with him. Suddenly, someone opens the gym door and says hello. They smile, it's so hot. Midori appears with a brighter face than my flowers, bringing some Peruvian fruit chocolate and an alpaca rug too. But those who don't care much about those fancy things, Midori. Heiko and Aiken rush to where Midori is. How long have you been in Japan? He hesitates before answering, about a week. Aiken pleads for his help, please make us stronger. She asks this because we don't want to lose to Kaminagi Minato. Aiken's words surprise and delight Midori. These kids have such eager eyes. Is Minato short so that the fire in these children's hearts is low? Midori agrees to help. Good idea. Suddenly he mentions someone who wasn't part of this story before. Shinji, how about you? Shinji stands by the door, removing the bandage. His eyes lack the burning determination. Please help me too. Meanwhile, Minato follows Makoto somewhere. Shinji's ear clutches the first aid tape tightly. Please help us. Me too. We can't let Kamina leave Minato behind. Heiko and Aiken must be surprised by his appearance. Shinji. But Shinji doesn't seem to care about that. Kaminagi Minato was taken in by my brother Sumakoto's team and became a temporary member. This new information surprises Aiken and Heiko. Has he advanced this much? Only Midori isn't surprised because of what he said to Makoto on the plane. If curious, check it out yourself. He acts thoughtful. Shinji might feel a bit hurt by that. Is everything just because I was left behind? Back to Minato, he follows Makoto and asks what this meeting is about. He answers straightforwardly, of course it's for the mission. We'll depart tomorrow morning. Suddenly he stops, Kaminagi Minato. Makoto's question comes a bit abruptly. Are you close with Shinji? Then Minato reflects on their shared journey, only 2 days together. But we fought Bando Shijima and become closer. He lent me his sword and stayed by my side until I woke up. Despite some lingering issues, he smiles warmly in response. Yes, Makoto pauses. Alright then. Shinji feels abandoned by his brother who never cared about him. But actually, Makoto always worries about his younger brother. I'm very concerned for Shinji. Alas, Shinji isn't a god to read Makoto's thoughts now. Just now, he only looked at me like the sun. That's not how it is. His injury made me dare not look directly. Shinji cries out in frustration. For him to recognize me, I must be stronger. But that's not what Makoto wants. No need to be strong, just stay safe. Minato admires their brotherly bond, they are very close. That's natural, of course. On the other side, Shinji is full of determination. I'll surpass Minato and make him acknowledge me. Makoto shows his love for his younger brother with a cold face. I cherish my younger brother deeply. Back at the gym, Shinji nurtures his dreams. One day, he will defeat his older brother. Of course, Minato didn't know about Shinji's recent words, so he believed they got along well as brothers. In the gym right now, Aiken and Heiko are discussing Shinji's earlier statement. Aiken had no idea why Shinji wanted to get stronger until just now. Usually, Shinji never talks about himself, so I didn't know he wanted to be strong for his brother's sake. Heiko wonders why she thinks that way. Really? Aiken sighs, looking at her brother's opposition towards his own brother. It makes sense to think like that. When I asked, "Do you hate your brother?" Aiken's question made Shinji snap at her. Who said I hate him? I respect him very much. Aiken told Heiko about Shinji's attitude before. He shouted like that. Then she attacked. He definitely wanted attention. Heiko smiles, but it seems a bit sarcastic. Good to know. Of course, Minato heard the whole conversation, but didn't say anything. Instead, he lashed out with wild attacks. This attitude of his made Heiko retract what he said earlier. Good to know. Meanwhile, Minato is listening to someone introduce Team SUOU. First off, there are 3 iron principles in Team SUOU. The first one is speed above all. The second is never stop attacking. The third is overcoming adversity. Then comes the basic information about the team. Team SUOU is the official, strongest fighting unit in the prophecy, at least in direct combat. They pursue elitism with only 7 members. This person continues to introduce and handles only level 1 prophecies. The introduction ends with the phrase, "That's how it goes." The one introducing Team SUOU is named Koriyama Takeru. He tells Minato a truth you know. But the fact is, 90% of their strength comes from their leader Makoto. We're just supporting characters. Maybe seeing Minato as a new recruit, he calms him down with this. Don't stress about it. Temporary member, whatever that means. Just leave everything to Makoto. Then he realizes Minato has been listening half-heartedly since the beginning because he's been texting non-stop. Put down your phone and focus. Hearing that shout, Minato retracts his head. Yes, he quickly explains. I need to contact my friends. Takeru looks at him with one eye raised after hearing the explanation. Contacting. Seeing the other's attitude soften, Minato takes a deep breath. Yes, he continues explaining. They keep nagging me for not contacting them. The blonde guy is extremely confused by this explanation. Minato's text message was sent to Heiko and Aiken. Heiko excitedly opens his phone to read the message. Oh, it's from Minato. but Aiken isn't as enthusiastic. Did he send it to me too? Let's see. What Minato sent made Aiken's eyes widen in surprise. What is this? Who is this? Taru covered his mouth with his hand. Minato, this is. But the biggest surprise was Shinji. His face turned gloomy. What's he planning? Midori couldn't resist her curiosity and scrolled to read the message. What's going on? What happened? Taru held out his phone. Minato sent this. It's useful advice to become stronger. Midori found the title interesting and read the message. It's good. After reading all 3 messages, he widened his eyes in surprise. Oh, he wrote very detailed instructions, fitting for each person's personality and background. Moreover, these suggestions are at a higher level than what I taught. Midori looked towards the other 3. Great job, everyone. And he reached out with a sinister smile. What do we do? Should we talk to him? The others felt offended and spoke loudly. Really? Of course, we should talk. Shinji is the most impulsive one. We'll make him regret helping our enemy. Midori was the calmest then. He's not an enemy. He's a classmate. The warning from the 3 of them was conveyed to Minato through telepathy. Let's go, Keminagi Minato. Minato seemed to sense something and hummed a tune. Takeru wasn't bothered by that look. Finally, Minato appeared. Minato wiped his glasses with his hand and looked outside the helicopter. That's it. In front of him was a cold place covered in snow and sharp icicles. This is the first level prophecy, the Ice Age. Essentially, it's a frozen disaster spreading across the Earth, predicting that the frozen area would expand exponentially. If not stopped, Minato could imagine Earth becoming a cold, icy ball. Completely frozen. Suddenly, a boy with green hair appeared. He was the deputy captain of SUOU, Kashi Mana. He warned that Japan is lucky it happened in mountainous regions, but the freezing speed is faster than expected. We can't delay any longer. Then another voice echoed, the team leader of SUOU. The helicopter can only land here. Looking out the window, we will jump from the back door directly to the scene. The door was opened. Makoto stood firmly in the middle. We must not allow this disaster to reach residential areas. He sternly ordered the 3 principals of SUOU. Swear! Immediately, everyone shouted clearly. First, speed is paramount. Second, never give up. Third, overcome adversity. Minato stood below and thought about his past battles. In the battle with Bando Shijima, I had to rely on Reikiro's help in the end. This temporary membership is a great opportunity to learn directly from the official members. This time, I will definitely complete the mission using my own strength. He jumped out of the helicopter with everyone. The first level prophecy. This important mission, I must endure countless disappointments. 10:17 a.m. SUOU. Arrived at the prophecy site, Minato looked back at his friend Takeru singing behind him. Takeru shivered from the cold. It's freezing. Shouldn't superhumans be able to withstand low temperatures? Mana pulled up his sleeve to check his device. 37 degrees, lower than reported. In front of them was a white mountain with sharp icicles sticking out into the sky. Makoto observed the surroundings and ordered, "The search area is too vast. Maybe we need to camp here overnight." Minato curiously asked, "Hey Takeru, this prophecy, does it include the eternal ice age mentioned in the book?" He explained, "No, this is a prophecy from a superhuman with clairvoyant abilities. Such prophecies sometimes occur, but this is the first time one was ranked as level 1. Takeru seemed, so after reviewing the content, they decided to send out the SUOU team. "We're here." Minato nodded confidently as if he understood. Mana asked worriedly, "Are you stressed, Minato?" He looked at him sternly but advised caution without being too rigid. Takeru hugged Minato's shoulders to encourage him. Right, relax. The Japanese branch of the Great Prophet has 8 official teams. Among them is the SUOU team. We are the team that defeated the most level 1 prophets. Realizing Takeru misunderstood, Mana exclaimed, "Takeru, I meant don't be too relaxed." Suddenly, Takeru raised his hand to interrupt. "Sorry for cutting you off, Captain. Minato saw his fingers glowing as they touched his shoulder. Takeru announced, but my radar detected the enemy. Minato's eyes widened in surprise at how gentle it looked. Takeru seriously said to Mana, direction to a clock, distance 200 meters. They understood each other well. Mana nodded, got it. He disappeared immediately. Minato felt a presence vanish. A moment later, he saw Mana appear behind him. He reported to Makoto, the captain, at the position SUOU discovered. He relayed the information just received. We found a group of monsters estimated at S to plus level, about 30 in number. They are the Gagoi Ice tribe, estimated at S++ level. Makoto ordered entire team, eliminate the target. Following orders, the SUOU team began attacking. Yes, the members of the SUOU in black uniforms joined the battle against the Gagoi monsters. Minato stood outside observing everything. Great! He recalled a series of events that just happened. Their ability to grasp situations and coordinate attacks was much faster than ours. Minato highly regarded them. Even if joking, they are top official members. His serious voice echoed. Captain Makoto, Taro knew what he wanted to say. Before he could finish, it wasn't a problem at S++ level. Join the fight. With Captain's permission, Minato responded with enthusiasm. Yes! A foot stepped on an ice monster's head. The foot belonged to Minato. He stomped hard, causing them to fall deep into the thick snow, creating a significant shockwave. Rocks and debris shattered. As soon as Minato landed, another hand with a sword appeared ready to attack him. Mana shouted in alarm, be careful. An ice monster wielding a sword attacked them like a human. Mana warned that there were strong individuals among them. A blazing fire called the Willow to Spirit appeared. The monsters were instantly burned to death. Takeru witnessed everything. He was surprised and turned around. He saw Minato. His sword glowed with flames, Kusanagi. Meanwhile, Mana seemed calm as if expecting this. Red rays like laser beams converged into a web. It originated from Makoto's sword. With one wave of his hand, he could slash through many ice monsters. After retracting the sword, their bodies turned into white ice chunks falling like hail. Darkness fell in a snow house glowing with golden light. They sat inside around a lantern. Mana asked Takeru, what's the situation? Takeru calmly replied while eating noodles, nothing, no one within 10 kilometers. Mana looked at him and said, we might have to stay here for the night. Minato sat outside by a large fire, unaware of Mana searching for him. Where are Minato and the captain? He closed his eyes. Minato remembered past battles. The fight with Bando Shijima gave me clues on combining skills. Think you got it, you're trying to test something, right? So for other skills. Minato closes his eyes and tries to combine the techniques. Focus! Definitely. His eyes widen, lighting up his face. I have to make it work. Suddenly Makoto's voice echoes from behind, startling him. One after another, he holds water and earth elements. You're working hard on this. Makoto doesn't know what he's doing. Am I bothering you? Minato quickly explains. No, sir! The real reason is that I was surprised by his sudden appearance. They sit by the crackling fire and chat. Is this your first time running like this? Minato! Yes! Makoto asks with concern. Are you tired? Minato shows no sign of weakness, still full of life. I'm fine. Hearing this, Makoto exclaims. Really? Because he's different from you. Makoto whispers. I want to go home right now. Minato is surprised. Why? Their voices overlap in unison. I want to smell it. When outside, I always remember the scent of my house. The scent of a cat. Makoto covers his face and yells, I want to send it now. Surprised by his expression, Minato wonders if he's talking about that smell. He asks hesitantly, do you have a cat? What breed is it? Makoto introduces, this one. In an instant, Makoto sits beside him when Minato smiles. Minato is taken aback by the red-haired man sitting next to him. Quick reflexes, but Makoto's face remains calm. Look at this. Minato looks at the fat cat in his phone. So cute. What's its name? Oribe Manju. Surprised by the name, It sounds like a traditional Japanese suite. He admires the photos on his phone. Look at its eyes in these pictures. It doesn't seem to like me much. Makoto quickly argues. No, it does not. He recounts, no matter how many times I use the broom, my clothes are still full of fur. It scratches everywhere. The walls and even people have wounds from it, and it even vomits hairballs, and it hates being held. Every day is chaos. But Makoto's face shows no hatred. Instead, there's a hint of adoration. He says, but the way it doesn't open up to me. Like Shinji, isn't he adorable? Minato doesn't get it. Do all cat lovers feel this way? Makoto has a secret no one understands. He wonders, one day, can I be as close to Shinji as that? Minato could see his hesitation, but couldn't do much more than stammer. I'm an only child, so I don't know. You seen how two cousins had a falling out before. Minato comforted him. Treat Shinji like you would a ripe manju. Makoto's face lit up as if he found a solution in the dark. He smiled lightly and said, that makes sense. Minato quickly scrolled through his phone and found not only photos, but also videos. Cute. The adorable voice from the video sounded so sweet. Too cute. A honey-sweet voice of a genuine lotus flower echoed in the video. Yummy. Have some cake. It's good for your hands. Minato was surprised and asked if he was talking to a child because Makoto's serious and cold demeanor had a sweet side like this. Oribe Manju is an angel. Meanwhile, Makoto was still processing what Minato said. That's the way it has to be. His face hidden in darkness, Makoto spoke slowly. Minato, can you practice with me for a bit? Minato grumbled inwardly and rejected. Not now. At this moment, Mana appeared behind them. Captain Minato, are you here too? Hurry back to bed. We have to get up early tomorrow. Makoto agreed, yeah, but that made Mana uncomfortable and she just called him Captain. That night, while Minato and the others were sleeping on a snowy ground, someone's footprints appeared. A mountain climber shouted loudly when he saw a man dressed lightly walking in the mountains at Nig. HT! Hey, going up the mountain with that outfit is suicide. The mountain climber approached him, showing his light and asked happily, are you an adventurer, here for a mission? The Mitch held a book but didn't turn around to greet him, just answered coldly. Yes, I'm here for a mission, to fulfill the prophecy in this place. It's very important. An adventurer had entered the mountain where Minato and his team were hiding. Kaminagi Minato was sleeping. It was time for tonight's last practice session of archery focusing on concentration. Minato was practicing archery with Majid over 25 hours already, not sure when the target will appear. He crossed his arms and asked him, Minato, tired? This exercise only makes sense if you are exhausted. Meanwhile, Itoriu was shouting from afar, why is there no sword training tonight? Chalenchi said calmly, we trained it yesterday. Itoriu was furious and cursed, F********ing hell. But this didn't affect Minato, who was focusing on his bow with Majid praising him. He wasn't affected by the noise around. He praised him for his improved concentration. Majid looked at him when Minato spoke. Now! He remembered his teammates because I'm on a mission with a very strong team. With my stretched bow, I want to do well. The arrow flew swiftly. It was like a wind-borne arrow straight into the red heart. Majid praised him for his accuracy. Good job. He told Minato to remember that feeling. That's all for today's lesson. After finishing the last arrow, he fell on the ground. Yes, finally done. Itoriu's keen nose detected it immediately. Is it over? He was full of energy as if ready for battle, about to draw his sword and approach him. Minato, time for your sword training now. At this moment, he woke up to see the troops lined up into rows. The group stood on a ring of ice. Makoto asked again, ready? Minato's face was very serious. Makoto coldly stated their mission for today. We must find and eliminate this prophecy cluster tonight. Eternal Gangbang Era, Day 2. Takeru's radar is working at full capacity. He reported 150 enemies. Mana ordered to disperse and attack. Because these enemies are the Greenbird Gang, estimated S3+ level. On the screen, their shadows moved with size. Ellerson sat cross-legged, applying her bright red nail polish. This mission seems too easy. Lilac agreed. Everyone is strong, so there won't be any dangerous situations like last time. Solange saw Hyoma here. What's going on, shy girl? He rubbed his daisies, looking worried. I'm not sure either. But I have a bad feeling about this. At the scene, Mana reported to the captain that all targets were eliminated. Makoto nodded. Good job. Makoto asked Takeru. How's it going? He looked at his radar display. At a distance of 2,000 meters, there's a very strong reaction. I think it's a cluster. Hold on. The sound is getting louder, causing the frozen ground to tremble. It's heading towards us. Takeru reported blankly. The enemy will arrive in 10. Because the monster appeared right in front of them, as Takeru finished speaking, no, that was the giant boss monster, Kamides from ancient times, whose level couldn't be determined. Mana's eyes turned cold as she stared at it. This aura was completely different from the other monsters. Mikoto ordered to start fighting, and instantly, the team members' figures disappeared. Yellow light flashed out. It came from a member of the Su team. The golden threads tightly wrapped around Boss's arms, holding for swords, making his veins stand out on his biceps. He began to count. 1. On the second beat, Mana's mana sliced through its heel. A person leaped up opposite Bosch, creating a golden shield that shot straight towards the monster for the third beat. Immediately after, from the circular shield, intense flames burst out and directly burned Bosch while it was held tightly by the golden threads. Mana panicked as her broken sword kept taking hits without any damage. The flames faded, but she still saw it standing there. Suddenly, someone jumped down from above. This person was Minato, recalling all the teachings of the gods. Don't hesitate, don't be afraid, just look into your opponent's life. Aiken once said that when facing a strong enemy, unleash your strongest attack immediately and never use weaker moves gradually. Minato poured his strength into his fire sword, commanding it to deliver the most powerful strike against the monster. From mid-air, he swung his sword, creating an illusion that sliced down in a straight line towards Boss. Minato's eyes widened in surprise, because what he thought was his strongest move only scratched the monster's hand. It was useless. Immediately after, Boss retaliated with a slash across his body. Its forearms continuously launched attacks, chopping through ice pillars into mere fragments that fell down. Takeru asked worriedly, Minato, are you okay? Minato fell to the snowy ground, luckily cushioned by an ice pillar. He sighed, strong indeed. Mana retreated a step and stared at Bosch. It was because of this name that this prophecy was ranked as level 1. His eyebrows furrowed as he called out, Captain. He addressed Makoto, sorry, like begging him. Makoto readied his sword to fight back and replied, no problem. Takeru threw an ice shard at Minato to run away. Minato, get out of the way. You're making things harder for us here. Minato was about to argue, but Bosch raised its hand. Both left arms simultaneously used force to chop, creating a thick snowstorm. Minato cried out wordly, Captain. Thinking Makoto was weak, he heard his cold snort. Standing there arrogantly, with his sword's tip blocking the incoming saber, even as Bosch's ice saber showed signs of breaking, Makoto coldly said, strong indeed. He wasn't injured at all and looked up at the monster. Minato was amazed. Meanwhile, Takeru seemed used to this, but not surprised. Seeing such a scene, Mana silently complained about having to listen to Team SUOU's captain. Only the captain is strong. Minato was taken aback by Mana misdirecting the conversation. Is that what worries the vice captain? BOSZ. Went berserk, preparing to deliver another slash. Makoto calmly swung his sword diagonally to block it. Then he firmly held the sword and counterattacked, severing Bosch's 2 arms. On the screen, Itoryu was surprised, impressive for a modern overlord. He was inspired again, his voice lowering in a U sound. I want to fight one-on-one with you, Minato, lend me your body. Minato immediately refused. No way, I won't lend it. Bosch had lost all 4 arms. Makoto looked at it and said he wanted team members to have a chance to gain experience by defeating such monsters themselves. his eyes sharp as knives, but never mind, I'll finish you now. The team member caught the offensive rhythm, immediately deployed a protective barrier, creating a green shield. Makoto used the Blood Dragon spell. Flames roared out like a volcanic eruption, spreading widely. Without the barrier, others would have been burned to ashes. Makoto used the Light Chain Charm. The searing flames followed the sword's path and attacked Bosch. It burned straight with a wide range of impact. Minato was stunned as he witnessed everything. The Bosch monster was cut in half and its body slowly melted like water. Minato was amazed. It's a fire sword, but stronger than my skills. Without this barrier, I would have turned to dust. This is the power of Captain Makoto. Makoto spoke, unfortunately. He took out his sword and said bravely, protecting this world is our mission. Mana panicked and called, Captain. Minato understood immediately. His face fell as he realized his brain was completely controlled by a cat. Minato knew his place. His sword style differed from Zaichiro's. Just by looking at his movements and breathing, I know I can't match him. Minato wasn't discouraged. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. His eyes gleamed as he looked at Makoto. Great! I want to learn more from you. He stared intently at Makoto. Learn more from him. Makoto finished his final move, slicing the Bosch monster in half. The team members cheered joyfully. Great! Suddenly something flashed past Makoto's hand. Makoto was surprised, because he turned around to see a hole. The hole appeared on their sturdy barrier. The barrier was pierced, directly stabbing through Takeru's chest, causing blood to flow non-stop. Others were similarly attacked. Some lost heads, while others lost chunks of flesh. Minato witnessed everything, his eyes wide in disbelief. What? Seeing Yakeru collapse with blood splattering everywhere, Minato panicked and ran to him. Shout out, Koriyama! Zakiru glanced at him, you fool. He pushed him away like a Buddha statue. Minato was terrified. Then Zakiru suffered more wounds, a hole in his stomach and his left arm cut off. Minato was horrified, scared out of his mind, eyes wide open, standing there for half a decade. Makoto held the sword in his hand, standing still at the sight. Yakeru blamed himself. Damn it. Makoto doubted and thought back. His radar didn't detect any attack. Where did it come from? With his last bit of strength, Yakeru weakly reached out towards Captain. Captain, I'm sorry. He fell to the ground, motionless, blood flowing like a river into the snow-covered ice. Struggling with his last bit of strength. But surely, Captain, now you must have realized what our enemy is like. His eyes filled with affection and a smile as he passed away. Makoto was shocked by this scene. His lips trembled, gritting his teeth, his eyes full of pain and resentment. Bang! The gunshot echoed. Another team member targeted. He screamed in pain. Oh, Mana was startled. Hisano! Captain Makoto shouted. Everyone find cover quickly. The other members fled for cover. Only one remained in grief, kneeling like a statue. The captain's shout echoed. The enemy is about to use another skill. Two ugly monsters had gone down, lying motionless in pools of blood on the cold snow. Mana turned around and called for the others to run. Hurry up, Kori, Iyama, Hisano. Iyama fell onto the snowy ground, holding his injured arm. In pain, the captain's arm. The scene shifted back to Makoto. He was kneeling, left hand holding an empty sword on the ground, right hand cut in half, blood flowing non-stop into the snow. He remembered just a moment ago something flashed past, an attack that even a shield couldn't block. The nature of this skill might be to destroy everything it touches. With a resentful look, he charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Mana was alarmed. Captain. Suddenly, the green monster rose up. It snarled, admit it. This monster seems to be a product of darkness. Raise your sword, Mana, with full force. Is this guy really going to resurrect himself? If that's the case, we still need to take him down. Can you move, Kaminagi? No response, just a glance back. Mana gone. Kaminagi. Kaminagi is still kneeling, stiff as a board. Now even Diamond would call him by phone for comparison. A voice spoke up. Wallenstein. Devastated by the loss of his comrade, he stares blankly. Someone, please save them, bring them back to life. Dr. Valentine lowers her head in sorrow. Minato, I'm sorry, but even if I were a god, looking at the desolate scene, she feels pain and can't resurrect those who have passed away. Accepting reality, Minato's shoulders sag. I understand now. He softly reads out a list of familiar names. Vechiro, Wintex, Alexander, everyone. Itoryu holds the holy sword and walks with dignity. Recalling in my battle against Bando, I still had to rely on Zechiro at the end. Minato is determined. This time, I will definitely complete the mission by myself. Back to reality, facing the painful scene before him, he pleads, please help me with this. Itoryu frowns, I know that. Kaminage still kneels, head bowed, hair fluttering, turning white like snow. Makoto moves like a cyclone in the air. Reflecting, his attack had surpassed Kurayama's detection range. His radar coverage is about 3 kilometers, meaning that attack came from over 3 kilometers away. Recalling, the enemy only needed 1 strike to pierce both my arm and Kurayama's. In summary, Makoto realizes his strength is on par with his opponent. Introducing Sumakoto, he always gauges his powers so that his team can develop. He has more than enough ability. With speed and sharp vision, he could easily pinpoint a position over 3 kilometers away, and through all the obstacles where the enemy is hiding. Thinking of Kurayama's cheerful smile, Hisano's genius mind, Kawashima's kind heart, and Muromi's strength, Makoto goes mad. I won't let their deaths be in vain. Saying that, Makoto swings his sword, sparks flying. A dark ball appears, a voice somewhere with a mocking tone. Ha! Confused, he looks down. A crack and something slowly advancing. Mocking tone. Just found you attacking me right away. No wonder the captain of the strongest team. Makoto is stunned. My fire was sucked in, huh? Dark balls fly around the dark midge. He continues with a mocking tone. Your left arm still intact. I'm dead for sure. Approaching, he despises. Well, that's just hypothetical. Changing his expression, white eyes, countless dark balls rush towards Makoto. He shouts, die! Makoto swings his sword, snowflakes flying everywhere. Darkmage, question mark, like watching a play. Swoosh, a red laser slices past his neck. Pauses, Makoto suspiciously looks at his sword. It's broken in half, the bone has a wound causing blood to spurt out. Turning away, the Darkmage glances, stuffing his mouth with a mocking smile. There you go, you'll think you've cut off my head. Makoto, depleted of mana, falls down. The Darkmage continues. But actually, you're the one who's about to get your ass handed to you. A sense of despair rises in Makoto as he grits his teeth and charges forward. The other guy is surprised. Oh! He twists his waist lightly. It seems he learned martial arts from a young age. He delivers a painful kick to Makoto's wound. Makoto gasps in horror. It's useless. He shouted out. Hey! He frowned, looking puzzled at Makoto. Boom, you seem to have gone for a private bathroom break, but no, you continued standing up to fight. He asked in confusion. Why did you hold back on me just now? Why did you stop attacking us when we threw the fabric? He answered smugly. A skill that can destroy everything it touches. Just mentioning it already sounds too powerful, so it will be hard to use continuously. He stumbled and played around. You must have consumed mana just as much as us. Standing still, he was boasting while actually looking down on Makoto. Seems like we're not in the same league after all. Looking at Makoto's miserable state, he continued, because you are now at a disadvantage. Makoto screamed, refusing to accept his disadvantage. Remember when the team was founded, he gripped the broken sword tightly, reciting the 3 rules of SUOU. His body burned in the fire he created himself. The 3rd rule. The necromancer froze, burning his wounds to stop the bleeding. His arm was burnt until the flesh was charred. He screamed, pushing through. Hatred glinted in his eyes, pain, his screams echoing a paradox. Summoning the blood dragon, crimson inflammation. He mocked, ha, did you really intend to burn your own life? With a sneer, he continued, alright, I'll play along with you. Thinking of everyone, Makoto felt his strength buffed by 1,000. Everyone, look at me. Mana's eyes were sharp. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. He was slightly disappointed. Damn it. Facing the green monster, he was terrified. It was still too strong. Alone, it would be hard to subdue it. Looking for his teammates, seeing Minato, he shouted, "Kaminagi," realizing something wasn't right. Thinking of the gruesome scene before him, his will to fight vanished completely after witnessing Kurayama's and others' deaths. But still, he was just an ordinary person, only recently joining the Great Sage Association and becoming a hunter. What is this? Mana was slightly shocked. At Minato, he stood up, escaping his sorrow, standing strong against the snow winds. Mana's helmet flew off. He shouted, "Kaminagi." Before finishing his sentence, Minato charged forward. A loud boom echoed as he kicked the monster into pieces. Minato's body seemed possessed by a force from above, a move so powerful it was hard to block. Mana was completely shocked, watching Minato walk away with beads of sweat. He walked through the snow winds, his cloak billowing, countless golden crystals flying around. The two people remained rooted in place, still processing what just happened. Behind that cloak were many others fighting alongside him. "Let us handle this for you." Minato cut to Makoto and the Necromancer, who continued their fierce battle. Makoto went wild, launching thousands of attacks, Zyphia spinning. The Necromancer barely managed to dodge, exhausted, tired, growing more strained with each move. He kept using his dark magic repeatedly, but the fire that should have been extinguished was gradually reigniting. Even if he controlled the darkness himself, it could only be for a limited time. He frowned if so. Whoosh, he launched billions of dark balls towards Makoto. Just as expected, Makoto leaped up and slashed his arm off. Makoto shouted, "The positions are reversed now." He sneered, "Then take this." Bam! He kicked hard at Makoto's wound, causing him immense pain. Makoto spat blood, his eyes turned white with pain, holding onto his injured arm. He remained arrogant. "You only cut off one of my arms, that hasn't changed anything. There's still a hole in your belly too." Makoto fell to the ground in agony. His hand was engulfed by flames. He continued, "After releasing darkness, you'll definitely rush in to start close combat with me right away." Reflecting on it, he smugly said, "You're really strong, always choosing the best option and moving efficiently without wasting time, but you're too easy to predict." He looked down with a cunning gaze, "Therefore, your defeat is certain." Makoto was exhausted, covered in blood, battered, barely alive, and on the brink of death. The Black Mage put his hand into his pocket, searching for something. "Moreover, I knew you would lose from the start." He took out the book, changing his expression to a dangerous one. "Thanks to this book." Makoto was startled and shouted in shock, "A book? Don't tell me it's that." The book instilled fear into anyone who saw it. Its name was Buck Apdun, the Book of Wine Destruction. He held up the book as if reciting a spell. In the same frame, opposing forces must confront each other. If there's an organization against prophecy, wouldn't there also be one to fulfill it? Makoto frowned, drenched in sweat, puzzled by the idea of an organization. He introduced himself even though no one asked. "I'm one of the 12 end times apostles, the 12th, belonging to darkness, and will carry out this prophecy." Holding his sword, Makoto was confused. What for? To fulfill prophecies of destruction? He closed the book and sighed, "If I say it, you'll forgive me, right?" Makoto charged with his sword. Not yet, a fireball startled him. He slashed from head to chest, losing an ear in the process. He stood still, stunned, blood spattered everywhere. Despite unknown strength, Makoto managed to stand up. He encouraged himself. "I can still win this battle." He had depleted his magic and couldn't use that skill anymore. His body was reaching its limit too. He swung his sword again, flames surging, life or death like the final battle. One for all, one for none, Bloodheart spell. The person was about to be split in half, but he remained arrogant. "This will be your end." He pulled out a glass vial from his pocket and uncapped it. Sang's dazzling light made Makoto close his eyes. Sang came from the 2-star heaven. Before he could understand, boom, an unexpected punch knocked him off balance. Makoto was sent flying to another place. Waking up, he asked in shock, "Why?" Why? The Black Hawk Mage stood before him unharmed, more terrifying than encountering a demon. He shouted at Makoto, "Ancient relics are very valuable, so I don't want to use them. But fighting you, I can't avoid it. Use it! SUOU! Makoto!" Red light flashed as Makoto continued to throw fire at him. The dark stones didn't stop either. Boom boom, he charged like a madman, continuously attacking. If Makoto had heart disease, he would have fainted from the shock. No way, he has fully recovered. Using his knowledge, he posed a question. Ancient relics are extremely powerful items controlled by countries due to their strength. They're also artifacts from ancient tower times. How can any organization freely use such things? Lost in thought, the madman used a lockout technique. Boom, even a boxer would call him on the phone. Any opening is an opportunity for a kick. 7,749 liters of blood splattered everywhere. Makoto lay unconscious on the snow. The Black Hawk Mage stood before him. You finally fell. Maybe that's why his red hair is like that, using blood to dye it. Struggling with his sword, his voice weak. Not yet, I'm still here. At the threshold of meeting his king, he thought about his parents and teammates. In a weak voice, there's still work to do. In a weak voice, I'm still here, there's still something left to do. Memories of talking to Minato flash back. As his son, I can't understand his feelings, but why doesn't he treat Shinji like he treats Arribe? A slight smile tugs at the corner of his mouth as he grips his sword tightly, his voice resolute. You're right, Kaminagi. Kanagi's face contorts in anger, tears stream down his cheeks. Master Kanagi, are you making your disciple cry? Makoto collapses with his hands cut open. His body is covered in blood. Kanagi! No! A bright green energy emanates from behind Kanagi's figure. Makoto stares blankly. It can't be him. You're looking at the Dark Mage. Even 12 has noticed the abnormality of Minato Kaminagi. He thinks the boy in front of him is not a rabbit he could hunt anytime. It's an existence he can never be careless about. Suddenly, a ball of dark energy rushes towards them. 12 should just stay put and not make any sudden moves. 12's face shows determination. One of his arms is severed. He shouts loudly, "Move and I'll take this guy's life right now." His face shows a mix of anxiety and anger. His arm is bleeding. His eyes narrow. Anger. I didn't take my eyes off it. Kanagi stands from afar, holding his sword as if he just cut someone. He wonders, but he's not sure when his arm was severed. Kanagi takes a new stance and prepares to strike something. Done. His sword bends like a scythe. In the eerie space, he thinks his master is standing behind him. This sword really is dull. Kiyu sits silently on his wheelchair in the background, surprised that it couldn't handle even one slash. He's terrifyingly calm, but fine. He raises his hand to cast a spell, Holy Trinity Judgment. A vortex of energy lights up. The weapons fly towards Kiyu behind Kanagi as both hands are raised for us to swap them with the others. Kiyu's eyes gleam with excitement. Everyone, let him taste hell on earth. The Dark Mage's arm seems reattached. He looks surprised. Itoryu with a vengeful look. His severed arm is regenerating, huh? Salenthia stands beside him with a serious expression. That's reversal, surprising indeed. Even today's super beings can still use that move. There's a glass bottle above with a porcelain angel inside. Must be an artifact. It will continuously heal all wounds until the effect wears off. So there must be a limit to how many times it can heal. An arrow pierces 12 straight through. His eyes widen in shock. This time, it's Majid. He entered Kanagi's body and shot an arrow right between 12. You were right. More arrows keep piercing him continuously. Guntek crosses his arms, turns away from Silenthia's, gazes into the distance, pondering. How do we eliminate that guy? Silenthia's is serious, her eyes sharp, kill him repeatedly. She continues, more lives means more chances to run out eventually. The Dark Mage calls for dark energy shadows. Kanagi keeps drawing his bow and shooting at 12. An arrow pierces through all the dark energy straight into his eye. Arrow after arrow hits his heart and eyes. From afar, Q releases her bow, smoke billows. Q's eyes flare with challenge. So many openings. Did you think you could escape my sight? 12 continues to regenerate. His face shows anxiety and confusion. Damn it. He retaliates against Kannagi with balls of dark energy. Wantek uses his energy to create duplicates of himself to protect Kannagi. He holds back his hand quickly. Kannagi kicks straight into his grip, sending him flying. But he still bounces back. Kannagi looked angry and grabbed his hand. He punched him right in the face with that other hand. Wantek had a serious expression. I understand now. Turns out this is a skill to destroy anything that touches it. This move isn't bad. It was effective as soon as it was released. The dark balls covered the 12 before them. But just out of sight, its effect diminishes. Wantek frowned again. I dodged that one easily. Kannagi grabbed his hand and hit him with a strong force. He knocked him back far like a bomb. Wantek had a casual expression and joked, I've died many times already. Ayler put her hand up to the small one, looking around as if counting again. The smoke was thick. Kannagi walked towards Makoto, who was covered in blood. Makoto's face was bloody and he panted heavily. He exclaimed, Are you Kaminagi? Makoto kneeled before Kannagi with his body covered in blood. Valentine had a pale expression as if entering Kannagi's body. No. Makoto was surrounded by golden energy. His face appeared healed and maintained. Kannagi stood there calmly. We are the ancestors, but inside Kaminagi Minato's body like heroic souls. Kannagi rushed away, leaving Makoto with the golden energy to heal. We're busy. Go ahead first. You look surprised. What is that? The ancestors? The 12 were kneeling at the bottom of the abyss, thinking about their dark past. Could it be avoided so easily? Impossible. Kannagi shouted in anger, You miserable monster. Think about this. A single arrow pierced his heart. This time Kansas entered Kannagi's body and shot an arrow right into his heart. He was pierced by the arrow, blood spewed everywhere. He opened his mouth wide, not having enough time to think. Kansas glanced with sharp eyes. Would he die again if he stayed still? Challenges judged seriously, no. The dark mage escaped from the arrow in his chest himself. It pierced a block of ice. Kansas said, I understand now. Next was Ayler. She entered Kannagi's body and flew out, emitting a strong golden energy like stepping on him. Quite troublesome. Behind Kannagi, if we destroy his entire body, which part would regenerate first? His body only had one hand left, but he still revived as before, haha. With an angry face, he rushed forward, but with worry and sweat. He couldn't let that kid get in the way. Must kill us, you owe you. Makoto is done running away now. He stopped, his face cold, raised his eyebrows, a mix of anxiety and surprise. Makoto's face fell. Kannagi held his sword before Makoto, his face serious. You're late. You smiled condescendingly. The dark mage stepped back. Itoryu stood behind Kannagi. Look closely here. The two moved like one swing of the sword. The 12's bodies turned into 100 pieces. His face was split in half, with surprise and shock. He thought to himself, my whole life's purpose is to fulfill the prophecies. I'm not afraid of death. But, a giant shark opened its mouth wide as if ready to swallow him. This huge anomaly made his resolve tremble. The fear I had long abandoned turned out to be so close. He reached into his pocket with his hand. Don't be afraid. He pulled out a golden glass vial. I must overcome this fear. He pulled out his hand from his pocket and Kannagi swung a slash. His hand detached from his body, spraying blood that sent the golden relic flying. Surprised, his expression turned fierce as he looked at the relic. A cage surrounded Kannagi. It was a time capsule. He was about to draw his sword with a stern face. Blood splattered everywhere. The regeneration effect had run out. His body was drenched in sweat, determined look on his face. I did it. Really did it. Itoryu looked up at the cage. Challenges looked elsewhere. That cage created by the relic. Takeo focused energy. What should we do now? Itoryu's eyes met with the 12 sharp blades. He approached his severed arm and noticed his regeneration skill had stopped. He hugged his injured arm and looked at Kannagi, saying, Don't worry, even my darkness can't harm that cage. I can't kill you, and you can't kill me. He was shocked. His face turned pale with sweat. But I can leave now. The result of this battle is, Itoryu stared at him. Hey, can you see that clearly? Makoto slowly stood up from behind. His face was grim. He spoke coldly, "Suou Makoto." Covered in blood, but his eyes were sharp. He held a broken staff and scratched his head. Strange. If it's just a sword, it can't be cursed. He chuckled, still holding the broken staff tightly. Could he also be a genius like me? Shouldn't you find a suitable master for yourself? I followed Ichihara Midori, the strongest Vietnamese sorcerer. I searched for a teacher. I became a disciple of many people. But the first teacher was strong and muscular with scars all over his back and face. He turned around holding a large wooden sword. Hey, you've surpassed me. The second teacher was an old master. Are you better than me now? He stood under a paper umbrella, turned his back and walked in the rain. Find another teacher. Next was a teacher who looked like a hermit. I realized how ordinary I am. Many teachers abandoned training me within a month. The previous teacher introduced him to a new one. From today, follow this person, the strongest swordsman I know. This is my female disciple. A girl with her hair tied loosely behind, half of her red eye covered by a fringe. That's Hinoki Ichika. The scene was terrifying. Flames engulfed everything. Swords were stuck everywhere on the land. The last teacher. I trained with Hinoki Ichika for 3 years. Makoto raised his book and asked, "This technique, did you hear your student call?" She turned around. Yes, there's a technique in this book. Seeing what Makoto was asking about, she exclaimed and explained it had been lost. Even I can't do it. A woman covered one eye with her hand, holding a sword in a defensive stance. Line 39 repeated, "Are you better than me now?" Line 40 repeated, "He stood under a paper umbrella, turned his back and walked in the rain." Line 41 repeated, "Find another teacher." Line 42 repeated, "Next was a teacher who looked like a hermit." This is Hinoki Zaikiru's technique alone. He carefully studied the book while repeating what his master and the founder had said. Every joy must come to an end eventually. Ichika stood outside the battlefield, facing Makoto and saying goodbye. I have nothing left to teach you anymore. You've already mastered all of Hidori's first sword school techniques. Facing another farewell, he was at a loss for words. Master, how can I become stronger from now on? Ichika sighed in response to the question from his old disciple. Who knows? An image of a flower appeared as Ichika thought about his answer. My ears are too large for their own good. Even after so much training, I'm still just like a flower. You could learn from other schools if you wish, or focus on fighting more intensely, but blooming while I'm alive will be very difficult. Seeing myself as I was in the past and remembering what my master taught me one day. Returning to the current battlefield, it's like being awakened by his words. Perhaps you'll meet a stronger swordsman when he appears right before your eyes. Makoto stared at his teammate, who was still fighting. His thoughts continued as he saw Minato fight with all his might and not run away, because every encounter is unique. The past teachings seemed to awaken his mind. He thanked his master despite the severed hands. He still raised his amputated arm. Now I understand. With a body full of injuries, an energy surge rises at this moment. Everyone noticed Hinoki. What's he doing? Itoryu also looked on as everyone stood on the ice. Without words, Minato frantically called out to the captain, "Suou." Red energy shot up from Makoto, reaching high into the sky, while green energy came from the person trapped in the iron cage. Midori began her training at Taiyo headquarters. Everyone turned to see what was happening. This power, Shinji couldn't understand it either. The spot where Midori stood exploded. Space seemed torn apart. Not understanding what was going on, Shinji grimaced from the shockwave of the explosion. Pieces of debris flew past his face, leaving a few scratches. Everyone in the room jumped and shouted at the sudden event. Then an explosion. Shinji couldn't figure out what was happening. He stood still before the scene before him. A large hole appeared after the explosion. He called Ichihara-san, returning to the battle scene from just now. In the distant void, The illusionist stood in shock looking at Makoto. His severed arm continued to bleed. Chaos was rising. Seeing Makoto still performing techniques, he wondered he shouldn't be able to do anything as a swordsman now. Whether from the heat of battle or fear, his sweat dripped down. It made him think deeply. Why? I feel like I'm about to be cut. Itoryu called out. Minato, you're right next to me, worried. The cherry blossom petals floated gently in the wind. He told Minato, but for everyone to hear. If humans are flowers, then truly blooming can only happen in an instant. Wontek listened quietly as Itoryu spoke. These were the golden ages of one's body. Hyuma's body was like this too, or when mastering a super technique. Challenges listened intently, or when understanding a truth. Makoto is in his moment, waiting for his final explosion, but to him, that moment is now. Itoryu continued, engrave the image before you deeply into your mind. His eyes widened, his voice hesitant. Could it be? He used all his strength and took a deep breath. Piece by piece, happy memories and sad ones from when he was a child to adulthood surfaced. Now, the flower of his life is about to change. He raised his two amputated arms high, searching for himself throughout his life. He trained under a master just for this moment. His life's flower finally bloomed. Minato and the illusionist watched Makoto closely. From Makoto's hands came a dazzling light, his cold eyes focusing all the light into his final technique. The flower truly opened up, catching the sunlight. Makoto shouted out the name of his technique, Hinoki School's unique and lost art, the unyielding blade technique. His unsheathed blade split the illusionist in two, leaving no time for him to react. Using what little consciousness he had left, he thought that his dark skin must be activated now. After Makoto's move, time seemed to stand still. More accurately, he sliced through his own body without using a sword or hand. Blood trickled down his nose. Now, was this the end for him? Makoto maintained his slicing stance and cut the illusionist in half with a long slash. Itoryu praised, well done, Makoto. He stood there with a determined look. But what did he think? Suddenly, it was as if only his sword existed. The one I had only imagined appeared before me. In my mind, I looked up at the sky even though I was under dark clouds. At this moment, his body was whole again, holding a sword firmly in hand. I could still see it far across the sky. He smiled contentedly, Sang's light shining on his handsome face. Finally, I have become a master at that level. And Koto closed her eyes and enjoyed the moment. Her family appeared. Father, mother, Shinji, and even her cat. Midori, a friend, and teammates who stood side by side with her. All these experiences made her stronger. Makoto thought of Shinji, this little brother with a sad face holding his cat. Behind Shinji was Sang's light, while Makoto sank into darkness. I'm sorry, Shinji, please forgive your older brother. I am satisfied now. With steps that felt lighter, the sky brightened again. He turned around and saw Minato approaching. Minato smiled and reached out to Makoto. Makoto was surprised, but quickly regained his smile. Yes, he extended his hand towards Minato too. This death is not the end. Their hands clutched tightly together. I can still leave a legacy for future generations. Thank you. In reality, that cage was slowly disappearing. Minato hurriedly ran forward. His face showed fear and sadness. He rushed to Makoto, who lay unconscious in the pool of blood. At this moment, I could feel it through the void, connecting with SUOU team leader. Minato frantically called out as he ran, team leader, SUOU. His frantic steps caused him to fall, and a light appeared in the sky. Mana noticed the green light. The battlefield was still chaotic with broken bodies. In that light, someone was flying towards them. It was Midori, who had just been sucked away from the training grounds of the Great Sage Association. He flew over and shouted Makoto, his eyes wide open in shock, his face drenched in sweat. He gently helped Makoto up as he landed beside him. Midori carefully checked on his friend, his expression stunned. In the end, Makoto kept a smile on his lips. He went peacefully without any regrets. SUOU. Makoto, at 23, next to his closest friend, Minato lay helpless and weeping after their battle with the 12. A beautiful image of the two Suu brothers, playing with their cat, a warm scene full of laughter. The trail of blood stretched out. Midori helped Makoto up. He kept calling out to him in pain. Makoto! Damn it! Why? He gritted his teeth, cursing nonstop. Legacy. Everyone was a bit surprised, but could guess why he made that decision from their expressions. Minato gripped his chest tightly, speaking hesitantly. My heart feels like it's being torn apart. He recalled what had happened. Each person, like Majid, Valentine, Kansas, or other ancestors, took turns fighting in the battle. If I let the ancestors fight from the start, no one would have died. Everyone followed Itoryu and stood behind him. Minato continued to struggle to become a strength for everyone. As the container, I just need to train myself more. After a moment of silence, Itoryu explained. Minato, that is, you interrupted, I know. Emotion surged within him, making him blame himself even more. He remembered when Captain Makoto raised his hand in front of him, the handshake with Captain Suou's hand, and how he would cherish this last handshake for life. Raising his hand in front, it now glows like a burning flame. Standing up to face Itoryu, who was slightly taken aback, as he had entrusted me, Minato screamed in pain. Tears rolled down one cheek, and I don't want to waste the legacy of him. Everyone heard what he said. They were first surprised, then moved, and finally proud. Lilac and Rowan looked a bit surprised, while Valentine's nose was red from crying. Now, Carol, Kansas, Majid, Hyoma, QY, or everyone else smiled with pride. I'm not just thinking about surpassing the ancestors anymore. Everyone's noses were red and puffy from crying. I want to overcome everything I encounter. Ellison, Challenges, Wantak, and Itoryu are all proud of him. He looked up and saw a light appearing in the sky. That light was getting closer, expanding, shining over an area, directly illuminating Minato and where everyone stood. Everyone stopped to look as the darkness was pushed back on both sides. Guantagma Challenges looked surprised at him, while Elo still looked around. Only Itoryu smiled at him with determination, his glowing hand clenching tighter. His eyes became resolute and clear as he declared, I won't let anyone else die. When Midori arrived, everything ended in sorrow. 5 people stood with the rescue helicopter arriving. Mana carried Minato while Midori carried their friend on his back, his heart aching deeply. He could do nothing but gather his friends and Makoto's teammates. Midori placed Makoto into the bag and gently pulled up the zipper. The rescue helicopter had arrived. On board were the bags of sacks and those who survived. It was preparing to take everyone away. A red-clad rescuer reported to Midori, we successfully rescued everyone. Let's go! Mr. Ichihara. Midori was using his phone now. He was about to call someone and tell the red-clad rescuer, I'll go alone later. Mana silently watched their conversation. The rescuer replied, oh, be careful then. Putting his phone to his ear, he looked up at the departing helicopter, wondering who was on the other end. He reported what had happened on the other line. Makoto is dead. The other side was still surprised and unsure if it was real, but Midori continued, our enemy is holding this. That book is left by our enemy, the 12th seal of the apocalypse. Aikido said something, but he dismissed it, saying they would deal with the formalities later. Hunt them down for me. His blue eyes shone with determination. Behind those burning eyes was a vow to pursue revenge until their enemy is completely destroyed. And thus, Ichihara Midori disappeared. Everyone, time slowly passed. A month later, in some forest, far away from an active volcano, in Nagano province, Mount Maitek, by a clear stream, two people were exchanging techniques. Shinji and Minato still had to continue upgrading their strength after losing family members. They turned their grief into motivation to keep moving forward on this treacherous path. Turning sorrow into power, Both Shinji and Minato trained intensely with each other. Shinji made the move first, shouting loudly, then Minato dodged it. Then it was Minato's turn to make a powerful move, but Shinji blocked it. The force was quite strong that it made him gasp for air. By sparring with each other, everyone is getting stronger. But it seems they need to blend into nature to focus on training. Minato attacks while analyzing his opponent. He's disrupting their flow. Shinji's hand moved towards him, instinctively raising his own to grab it. The best defense is offense. He pushes Shinji back. Surprised by the move of his opponent, Shinji was taken aback, but not defeated. Who knew? With my hands locked, I still have my legs. He kicks hard at Minato's head with a loud thud. Shinji has every move in his palm. The victor's smile blocks Shinji's attack, causing him to sweat slightly. Now, Minato is in the upper hand. He leaps up to end the battle with a sky-high kick. Shinji can only watch. Someone shouts loudly, "Stop!" A figure of a girl appears. "Stop!" That's all, and Shinji and Minato immediately stop, standing solemnly. The red-haired girl is Ichika. She sternly looks at the two boys. About that time, during Makoto's funeral with his teammates, the destruction of SUOU left a deep wound in the Great Precinct. Naturally, those who stayed behind suffered the most. Minato stands there fighting at the memorial service for those fallen. For Makoto's brother, this is an immense loss. Standing solemnly before his brother's portrait, Shinji remains still in front of the captain's spirit. Minato walks away somewhere and suddenly notices someone approaching. He recognizes who it is and calls out, "SUOU." Turns out, Shinji was packing his brother's belongings, just a few books and their cat. His face is haggard with dark circles under his eyes. Smiling or talking now seems too much for him. Tiredly acknowledging the person who called him, Kanagi, he hears a meow. Minato only realizes there's a cat. Could it be Uribe? The cat meows again as if introducing itself. It's me. Shinji is surprised to know his brother had a cat. He feels guilty for not knowing more about him. Shinji never knew his brother lived like this before moving into the room. He only saw red eyes and books. He observes every corner of the room, stopping at where their cat lies on the bookshelf. I had no idea there was such a cute kitten here, or what kind of books he read or clothes he bought. Please transfer these to his wardrobe, fridge, and what food he ate, then to his desk with sticky notes. Before seeing anything belonging to him, I knew nothing. Suddenly, Minato sees something in Shinji's hand. It's a diary. 5 thick diaries are tightly held by Shinji. He confirms, "Yes, I'm taking them with me." He always left messages because he feared death at any moment during missions. I'll give these diaries to Shinji. He opens one and looks inside. All his training and daily missions are recorded here, and every note is dated January 12th. Shinji slowly reads the morning and evening temperatures getting colder. Flipping to the next page, I wonder if Shinji can handle this weather. He stands there reading until March 7th. Shinji passed his hunter's exam. Great. May 17th, it seems the Great Precinct is teasing Shinji. Worrying. July 19th, Cassie brought a very good watermelon. The memories of that day come back when everyone was still full. Reading this line, he couldn't hold back his tears. I also want to share some with Shinji, but he continues reading. October 1st, Shinji is sent on a mission to investigate an unknown disaster. He'll surely return safely though. The cat senses his emotional instability and runs over to comfort him. Reading this, he can't bear it anymore. Every line is about me. He hugs the diary tightly, crying like a child who lost a toy, overwhelmed with grief. Minato stands there, unsure what to do. SUOU. Makoto always tells me and my brother. He remembers past times when he talked about his younger brother. I really care a lot about my little brother. Whenever he mentions it, he always has a kind smile. Shinji couldn't hold back his emotions and started crying again. Thinking of what my older brother did for me, his eyes became more determined. I want to be stronger. Somewhere among the stars, Makoto and his teammates look down, so that my older brother no longer has to worry about me from heaven. And they went to a place together, Mount Maitek. Ichika placed his sword on his shoulder. using his other hand to gesture. Who are these two? Shinji answered, my older brother. He informed Ichika about SUOU. Makoto had fallen in battle. When she heard news of her former student, she was surprised, but she still replied coldly, I understand. Both said together, can you help us become stronger? And their journey to strengthen themselves began. Back in the present, the teacher commented, both of you are getting stronger. Although Minato was dominant a month ago, Shinji's development speed is truly impressive. Grateful for the praise, he replied clearly, thank you very much. Minato smiled and said to Ichika, what about me? She sighed and asked back with some dissatisfaction in her voice, do I have anything left to teach you? It would make more sense if you taught me. Then Ichika kicked his sticks towards the two young students. Alright, they immediately grabbed the wooden swords. No longer gentle, Ichika charged forward with a fierce spirit. He raised his sword. Her eyes now seemed possessed by a demon, her voice ready to devour and consume the opponent. But then, this was their chance to increase their combat strength together. Yes! So they charged at each other again, training harder, growing stronger. I must be stronger. Minato thought, once he becomes the strongest superhuman in the world, surely. Somewhere in London, night covered the city. A figure was walking towards a street corner. He turned and entered an alleyway, then stopped. A voice asked, are you one of the 12 end times apostles? Are you waiting for me? This waiting figure is number 4. His face and lips were painted white and dark like a scary clown. He remained silent before answering. Finally, he's here. He turned to face someone. It was Ichihara Midori. He continued hunting the enemy who had killed his friend. With a cold expression and voice, he said, tell me where your base is, if not, I'll kill you. Although dangerous, this waiting figure showed no fear. He hadn't seen a coffin yet, hadn't shed tears. He still joked, don't get so worked up, have some fun with me. Then he pulled out an unusual weapon, shaped like a heart. Midori found this figure boring. She had given him a chance to live, but he didn't know how to keep it. In that quiet alley, just before, green light suddenly appeared and blood splattered everywhere. Walking out of the alley was Midori. Kon could have easily finished off this clown in seconds. Midori met her own people. His face still had some blood on it. I warned him he would be killed. Then she handed Saichi the notebook she just picked up. After receiving the notebook, he reported back. 7 more left. So Midori has already killed 5 out of 12 enemies, holding 5 notebooks in her hands. This isn't over yet. Only when we have all 12 notebooks will everything end. Inside the Great Oracle, the EO director leisurely stirred his green tea with precision and gentleness. A simple house nestled within a vast garden covered in trees. The sky was clear blue, golden sunlight shining everywhere. This is a secret location, a hideout for eternal visionaries. 5 notebooks lay on the ground, 1 yellow, 1 stained with blood. The top seer, CEO Du, placed 5 books in a row, 300 visions sent by Midori. Assistant Director Shinonomi Tengen held a plate of meatballs, looking exhausted. Yes, these look like prophetic books from the very first circle of the apocalypse. Assistant Director Kitamori Shiki sat upright. They seem more like parts of a book. Ms. Eel flipped through the blue book and stared intently at it. I understand now. Destroy them and retrieve these books is not an issue for us. Then she folded the book back. She thought about Midori. Like this time, he did everything by himself again. It seems Makoto's death left a deep wound in Midori's heart. Shiki wondered, what should we do now? Meanwhile, Tengen looked at her curiously with the same expression. Miss Io smiled brightly. Forget it. He won't listen anyway. We'll prepare a response for him when Midori gets back. The fish in the swimming pool swam leisurely, looking peaceful. Tengen spoke up, Director, regarding the aftermath of SUOU's incident. Makoto! This is a photo of a red-haired guy. Around him are white flowers. Tengen continued, SUOU team was eliminated, so we must fill that gap. 8 names on the board. SUOU's name crossed out with a long bloodstain. Tengen and Shiki had determined looks. They spoke in unison, Both of us. They knelt down, bowed their heads, clasped their hands, seeking permission to form a new team named after them. Miss Io's face darkened. Her expression seemed sad yet resolute. Somewhere in Tokyo, a level to seer, uprising, the army of the unnamed morning gods Quasimodo leaders. The masked men were tightly packed. Those on top held long banners, waving in the breeze. A man wearing a dark purple hoodie struggled against one from their faction. He gritted his teeth. Just one guy and he's this strong already. Can't you attack them from afar? The girl in the same hoodie tried to defeat another masked man with her magic power. Their weaknesses are different. Someone shouted at the girl with a hearing aid. Team leader Hibiki. She's very strong. She could burn that masked guy and make him vanish into smoke using magic. Team leader Hibiki. Setsuna turned around, really tired of them. She looked back at the girl with two ponytails. How do you find it? Can you handle this? The girl's hidden book glowed. She lowered her head. Setsuna asked Aiken. Aiken raised her head. Immediately, a bright light surrounded her. She waved her hand and cast the Holy Trinity Judgment. Yes, she summoned a liquid metal block. It was quite large. Aiken reminded those in hoodies fighting masked groups. Senior members, please step back. Aiken waved her hand. The metal block split into small pieces and flew towards the masked group. They were stunned. She continued casting magic, making the hidden book glow again. Gas! Immediately, that group began sinking into a gas cloud. They covered their faces, whimpering. Aiken stood still, liquefying. The gas suddenly turned back into metal and covered the masked men's faces. They were bewildered. They couldn't react in time. Aiken continued attacking with her magic. Red heat. Now, the masked men are engulfed by flames. The metal marks on their faces start to harden as they touch fire. They begin to freeze over. They scream in agony. Ah! She raises her hands, shouting die, and then her palms curl up, turning into solid metal. The faces of the others are covered by solid metal with strange patterns resembling thorns. These thorns gradually grow longer, piercing through their faces. They stab each other. The team in hoodies stare wide-eyed. Aiken looks up at the result of her actions. It's a mass of people stabbing each other, intertwined, spiky. One of them wearing a hoodie asks, "Hey!" She snaps her fingers. Aiken turns to look at them. The masked figures are submerged in the sea of flames. I'm done. Setsuna praises. She claps slowly and appreciatively. Right. She walks towards Aiken slowly. While walking, she says, "Poison. When the poison. High toxicity. Physical attack. One strike that uses for types of flags." Aiken is quite impressive. Setsuna strokes Aiken's chin gently, trying to make her feel special. She says, "I'm happy you can join our team temporarily. Once you finish training, you can officially join my squad." Aiken takes Setsuna's hand and smiles sweetly, saying thank you. I'll consider it. Two of them are with Setsuna. The green-haired one is curious. The captain really recruited her. The blonde carefully observes Aiken, strong yet cute, easygoing personality, wondering if she will join our team. Setsuna feels happy. With her joining, we'll have it easier. The green-haired one looks helpless. Captain, the blonde isn't bad either. Turns out you only planned that far? Aiken walks quickly down the path. She calls someone on her phone. Hello, Kaminagi. Shinomiya here. She stops and says, announcing, I've completed lesson 7 on controlling the 3 states of alchemy. Please send me the next lesson as soon as possible. The recent volcanic eruption. Black smoke billows over the mountains. Minato answers his phone with one hand, responding immediately. Okay. His other hand holds a cookie to prevent the orange cat from reaching it. He looks surprised and quickly grabs it. Shinji sits nearby, munching on a sandwich, resting his elbow on his knee. It's Shinomiya. The gray-haired man with glasses appears in the air, smiling wickedly. 2 thumbs up. Finally, that girl passed lesson 7. Minato looks up and writes in a calendar. Can you prepare about 3 more lessons for her? The fire swirls around as he picks up his book from the stand. Leave it there for me. Minato speaks cheerfully on the phone. I'll try to send them early. Aiken replies, thank you. Seems like Heiko is practicing lesson 8 now. In this barren land where no trees can grow, just rocks and soil, we're in Saitama Province, Tokorozawa City. A clay monster, resembling an Egyptian pharaoh statue, a level-to-profit, earth elemental beast. It's a spins cluster, a voracious eater, with bright yellow eyes tightly locked, wide mouth showing sharp teeth. A loud noise erupted, the statue shattered into hundreds of pieces, fragments flying everywhere from its body. Heiko panted heavily, sweat pouring like a bath, fists clenched tight. Technique 8, light step, strength, completed. Todoroki team captain Koichiru praised, gripping his hand tightly. Well done. Hikaroto, he invited, join my team. Heiko was elated as over 10 people cheered him up high. He chuckled, aha, let me think for a moment. Heiko hesitated, unsure which team to join. Kenna. Meanwhile, Aiken confidently said on the phone, I won't be left behind and will be you all to watch. The yellow cat climbed onto Minato's back, playing with Shinji's green hairbrush. Minato answered the call, yeah, Shinji is getting stronger too. How can I just sit here? Minato smiled, I'm still having fun. Aiken blushed, Shinji remained uninterested as the yellow cat didn't pay attention to him. It stared intently at Minato. Shinji's eyes bulged in frustration. He sighed, why are you always clinging to Kaminagi, Oribe? Why do you keep following Kaminagi around? Minato explained because he was doing things that scared the little guy. Aiken asked on the phone, what's up? Is there any disaster news? Shinji got angry, trying to pull Oribe away from Minato as it scratched him with its sharp claws. On the other end of the line, Aiken asked, hey, have you heard anything about the new team yet? He was surprised, a new team? Aiken explained, apparently a new team is being formed to fill the gap left by SUOU. Shinji replied, I think Kaminagi would be suitable for that position. Minato looked like a withered flower, gloomy all day long. Ichika looked at him questioningly. Silencious raised her head to look at Minato through the screen. Do any of you have advice for him? Gontek, Hyoma, Ellerson, Kansas, and Itoryu responded in unison. Nothing really, Silencious was speechless. Ellerson explained, I don't know what to say, Kansas continued. Everyone has spent their whole lives as a real master already. Gontek objected. But if the leadership skills are concerned, Itoryu covered his mouth. Who knows anything about that? Silencious was speechless again. These old masters are really useless. Itoryu got angry. He was cursing himself. Itoryu turned to Rin and asked, hey, what about you? The founder of military tactics, Rin, raised his head calmly and slowly wrote on the scroll, replying that it wasn't time for him to reveal himself yet. Silencious was surprised. HMM. Ichika looked up intently at Itoryu. Moreover, there is already someone here. He continued, we can help him now. Itoryu was curious again. Yeah, huh? The sound of a wooden cane tapping into the stone where Minato was sitting echoed. Ichika looked up at the cane. Long was full of curiosity. Ichika called out, hey, Minato, you're walking on water, so fast like a gust of wind. Practice more, or else you'll waste your time again. Minato stood up and held the wooden cane. Ichika was enthusiastic. Hurry up and show us your shield skills. Minato responded, okay? He jumped into the water and performed the illusion technique, followed by the confusion technique. Now Minato was standing on the water. Ichika praised him. Good job, you didn't hesitate at all. She approached Minato while walking on water. I'm starting to wonder about your true identity now, your current level. If it's just a newly awakened superhuman who has only been awake for less than 6 months, he definitely couldn't have reached this level. Minato remembered Itoryu demonstrating standing on water and teaching him how to do it when he was still falling into the water. I had to practice breathing control even while sleeping. He smiled weakly. Haha. Suddenly, Minato was startled. Ichika activated her magical power. A bright purple aura surrounded her. She swung the wooden cane. Minato immediately braced himself for defense. The wooden cane had already caused a strong disturbance behind Minato, creating white bubbles high up. He had to lower his stance to defend. Shinji caught the fierce water flow, and arrived the cat used her body too. Ichika was playful. Are you paying attention? I don't care. She was serious but would force him to focus on the spot. Minato quickly stood up and firmly held the wooden cane in a ready stance. Itoryu looked at Ichika through the screen above. Someone who can do that must be her, isn't she? Challenges was impressed. Compared to today's superhumans, she is also very strong. No wonder she's the defender of the team. Itoryu explained, not mine. It's my brother's. I have nothing to do with that. Challenges agreed. Right, he did teach SUOU. Makoto! Itoryu kept looking at the image in the air. Hinoki Ichika. Is this her successor? Ichika performed a beautiful jump into the air and swung her sword with the Hinoki school style. The next move, Heaven's Strength, appeared with a bright light source. Minato quickly dodged skillfully. Itoryu was surprised. What did you do just now? Minato gradually weakened, unable to dodge as fast anymore, but the Heaven's Strength attack controlled by Ichika grew stronger over time. Line 60 completed. Ichika suddenly panics. He put in all his strength, huh? Minato is startled, unable to react in time. He pauses for a moment, his face showing shock. Ichika is surrounded by a violet light. She creates an enormous glowing sphere with immense destructive power. Itoryu observes everything. He's proud. This is unusual. The girl has created a new technique from what we pass down to future generations. Interesting. Challenges turns to look at Itoryu, talking non-stop without showing any emotion. Ichika sheathes her sword behind her back. Ha! She stands on a high rock and looks down at Minato still standing in the water. This move was really unexpected. You should be unfamiliar with it, right? Your Hinoki school's secret technique is very similar to our ancestors' style. Minato's eyes widen in surprise. Ichika continues, let me guess what you're thinking now. Are you wondering? She seriously wonders if she can be as strong as Makoto, right? A sense of inferiority rises in Minato. He worries, remembering SUOU's back. Then he wonders if he can become a leader like that. Shinji is sad. Kaminagi, it turns out you've always had to worry like this. Minato tightly grips the log, right? Because I saw all of this firsthand. He remembers the guidance and protection from SUOU's members. Reflecting, Makoto is an excellent leader. He tightens his lips, like furrowing his brow. And me? Can I really be like him? Ichika speaks up. You don't need to be like him. Minato looks up. Huh? Ichika approaches. Focus on this. Suddenly, a whirlpool of water appears. It's enormous, making Minato look small. Hinoki's school secret technique. Dance. Ichika swings her wooden staff. This is the one I'm using now. Minato narrowly dodges while trying to listen to Ichika's explanation, passed down by previous masters and from their own knowledge. She remembers the image of an ancestor who defeated countless soldiers alone. She won't be as strong as that ancestor. There's a huge difference in power between them. Ichika encourages him, but they always try, gradually advancing with the guidance of martial arts schools. Itoryu listens intently to her words. Minato's mind is enlightened. He keeps trying and advancing. The whirlpool subsides and disappears in the water. She says, we don't know. She continues, Makoto is an excellent leader, but it must be said, he's definitely a great leader. Shinji looks sad upon hearing this. Ichika teaches again, as if you keep honing your skills, there will come a day when you reach that level. Minato still looks at her. Ichika expands, right? Kaminagi Minato. She points the wooden staff towards him. So what you need to think about isn't how to become like Makoto. Ichika asks, but what is your responsibility? Minato feels conflicted. He remembers SUOU and the time he was led by them. Minato clearly answers, it's the future. Ichika is enthusiastic. Good job. She takes the wooden staff again. If so, train yourself for that future. Come on, Minato. Minato holds the wooden staff confidently looking at her. The training session begins. Ichika and Minato charge at each other, continuously fighting. A large sphere filled with violet rays appears, very mystical. 2 weeks later, on a clear day, at Daisenshi headquarters, Koichiro holds his tablet, checking information while talking on the phone. This is the list of candidates for the new team, Shinonomi. Setsuna stands beside him, curiously browsing Koichiro's tablet. Tengen is smoking a cigarette while holding a phone in one hand and flipping through a notebook with the other. Yes, this is the list personally assigned by the director. Tengen flips to the page with Minato and Ichika, announcing that we have some rather unusual candidates. Kanagi Minato, 17 years old, linked male, 1.69 meters tall, 62 kilograms, intern, 0 years and 2 months of activity time, mission history, level 3 crystal path, level 2 fiery heart scroll. Level 1 earth defense ice room. Hinoki Ichika was nominated by the special forces. There's a mysterious figure, a tall man standing under the trees where Koichiro and Setsuna are discussing. He also has his phone in hand. He successfully infiltrated. The new team leader test will be held in 3 days. The 12 apostles of the end times. Eva is confident. Rest assured, I'll be the new team leader at the Great Prophecy. Eva, one of the 12 apostles of the end times, possesses a demon skill that allows her to replace the existence of someone she has killed with hers. Their goal is to become the leader of the newly formed Great Prophecy and sabotage the organization from within. His presence envelops his entire body. Ichihara Midori is currently in critical condition, 12th apostle level. The watch is drenched with red blood. Midori still wants to destroy everything related to them. Eva assesses herself and more than half have fallen down already. Alone, I can't defeat that monster. All we can do is sabotage the Great Prophecy. He's tired of it all. He thinks to himself to fulfill the prophecy. 3 days later, everyone at the Great Prophecy training ground, Tengen orders them to line up. Immediately, they form for straight lines. Tengen announces that from now on, the selection test for the new team leader will begin. Tengen reads out the rules. There are a total of 4 tests. Only 4 people can advance to the final round. The test is based on scores. First place gets 3 points. Second place gets 2 points, and third place gets 1 point. Finally, the candidate with the highest score will be elected as the new team leader. Ao and Shiki attentively listen. During the test, the director will be here to observe everyone. Mr. Ho too, everyone, try your best for this test. 15 candidates respond in unison. Yes. Minato thinks to himself, are all of us here candidates for the new team leader? Moreover, a chill runs down his spine. It feels like countless eyes are watching him. It's as if someone is staring at him intently. There are a total of 8 candidates. Team Miyagurama, Kohi, Haruhi, that oddball Ichihara Midori brought here? What do you think? Team Urozaga, Akihina Sishru joined only 2 months ago and wants to be the team leader already. That's ridiculous. Team Iwo-Shimer, Sonofu Kuromo smiles brightly. So that kid is still a student? Amazing. HM. Team Makabe, Hisagi frowns. Stop talking nonsense. She wonders again. That guy only joined about 2 months ago and is here already? Who is that person? Team Suruzaki, Sahizaki raises his glasses, using a computer to look up information. He's one of the 5 survivors from the level 1 prophecy. And he was personally nominated by Hinoki Ichika, right? Interesting. Team Todoroki, Shikami frowns. We heard that you teach your classmates as well. That's interesting. Team Heibiki, Iryu Kanamori's. So he's a Kana's teacher. The questions aren't as cute to answer, right? Special nomination for Keminagi Minato, you're feeling down. Everyone has their team captain following them. Yet Sensei Ichika isn't here with us. Plus, Ichika told you to be ready. If you slip before I get there, prepare to sleep in the volcano. You remember being tied up and thrown down from a waterfall or when Ichika dragged you down a cliff? Afraid, Sensei said he would definitely do it. It's not just about watching, it's also about enjoying. I don't know what this test will be like, but at least we won't get eliminated before Sensei arrives. The announcement rang out. The test has started. Are you surprised? Meanwhile, Shinji is running as fast as he can through the forest. Ichika stands on his back, carrying the cattle ribe. You ask Sensei Ichika, is this real training too? Ichika urges, hurry up. Shinji is startled. Ichika explains, if you don't speed up, it will end for you, Shinji. Shinji continues running. Ichika cheers, go watch Minato win. Tengen announces to measure magical power. Shishiru and Kanem are surprised too. Minato's magic flares up, covering the measuring device with magical energy. He throws his hand out, first place, Kaminagi Minato. Minato panics, I lied. Oh no, my apologies. Team Irozuka, Akihina, 5th in magic power, surprised, the measuring device was destroyed. Team Tsuruzaki Sahizaki, 3rd in magic power, warning signs appear. A weirdo, Team Iosima, Sonobu, 2nd in magic power, turns to ask, did I hear wrong? Isuke explains, this happens occasionally when someone is a genius with physical or magical strength. He glances at Shikami, same type as you. Shikami sits casually, hears Isuke mention his name and turns to look. Shikami's face full of confidence, he grits his teeth. I understand. The scoreboard appears, 1st place Kaminagi Minato, 3 points, 2nd place Sonobu Komuro from Yushima squad, 2 points, 3rd place Sakizaki Isuke from Tsuruzaki squad, 1 point. A voice announces round to begins. Tengen explains the rules, one-on-one combat, opponents will be other contestants, to win you need 2 points, first contestant is. Before he finishes, Shikami raises his hand confidently. Kanagi Minato nearby also looks surprised and turns to look. He looks straight at Minato with an arrogant tone, let's have a match. Since Shikami might be the strongest regular member in one-on-one combat, Shikami in, and also an anomaly. His past, when he was 2 years old, on a baby stroller being pushed by his mother, suddenly a pack of black lions, bizarre creatures unlike normal lions, charged towards them. He witnessed the appearance of a creature from another world. Shikami's mother fell to her knees trying to shield him from the approaching monster's claws. Shikami opens his eyes, his youthful face looking at the creatures. A mark glows brightly in his hand, emitting golden light. Blood splatters everywhere, dark red. Shikami's mother falls to the ground. She gasps, why died at the scene before her? She is covered in blood, her clothes stained red. Before her lies a large pool of blood. The baby's stroller is drenched with blood, drops falling one by one. Corpses of the creatures pile up, a horrifying sight. Shikami sits on top of the pile of corpses in the stroller, calm and unafraid. And while sitting in the baby stroller, he killed all the monsters to protect his mother and became a legend. Setsuna asks Koichiro Todoroki, did you cheat when nominating Shikami? Koichiro angrily replies, sending my strongest fighter is not wrong. He throws off his cloak, explaining, I didn't give him any magical talent, but his physical abilities are nothing like a superhuman's. I've trained him since he joined the team until today. Koichiro crosses his arms. No one can defeat him in one-on-one combat. Setsuna is helpless. It's too hot. Don't pose anymore. She evaluates. Shikami's fighting ability truly surpasses most here. Setsuna watches Minato facing off against Shikami. This battle will end quickly. Shikami asks Minato, let me tell you, you're actually teaching Hikoha. You're confused. Minato remembers the group. He explains, I only passed on some advice as a messenger. Shikami slowly approaches Minato. In fact, there's someone claiming to be a genius giving advice but saying I trained you. He recalls Heiko from training. Heiko is also like me. Even without him, he could still climb higher on his own. Minato replied, you're right. Shikami asked back, what? He smiled sarcastically, that's exactly what I thought. Shikami frowned, really a strange guy? Forget it. Shikami's fingernails suddenly elongated. He engaged in battle magic. The destructive crackle filled the air as his body muscles bulged, flames bursting around him. Shikami activated combat mode. Let's go! His ground-pounding kick caused the ground beneath his feet to crack. Shikami charged at Minato with the speed of a missile. leaving behind a trail of burning fire and thick smoke. Seeing Shikami's long hand approaching, Minato assessed. He's too fast. He crouched down to dodge Shikami's powerful attack. The sky behind him seemed to shift. A loud explosion echoed. Bright light blinded everything, followed by shattered rocks and debris flying everywhere. Haruki squinted, covering his face as he coughed. Koichiro flexed his muscular arms, looking excited. Great, you're taking it seriously now. Go all out. Pleased by his master's praise, Shikami became even more enthusiastic and unleashed another powerful spell aimed at Minato. Shikami charged forward, but Minato didn't attack proactively. He only dodged all of Shikami's attacks. The blows kept landing continuously. He opened his eyes, and Otto's defensive stance caught Minato off guard as he grabbed Shikami's hand, following with a spinning kick that knocked Shikami down onto the ground. He was stunned, unable to believe what was happening. Bang! A loud sound echoed as Shikami landed, creating a large crater on the ground. Rocks and debris scattered everywhere in the air, turning the area into chaos. Haruki and Kanem stood nearby, witnessing everything. They were shocked. What's going on? Someone commented. He redirected his attack with such power already. Meanwhile, Minato and Shikami remained in their fighting stances. Haruki and Kanem watched them intently. Sweat dripped down Minato's face. He praised, "You're really strong." Shikami, he still had his body planted on the ground. His face was bulging with veins. Swearing like a sailor, "This bastard dared to mock me?" In the midst of large and small rocks floating in the sky, Minato's eyes widened in surprise. He wiped his sweat as he praised, "You're really strong." Shikamiku. For some reason, he was in a position like planting a banana tree with his head down. Despite being praised, he wore a bitter smile. His face bulged with veins in an alarming manner. Grinning and cursing back, "You're messing with me." As soon as the words left his mouth, he pushed Minato's hand away with a loud slap. He leaped down, landing on the ground. Ignoring Minato, who was still floating among the rocks, a mysterious golden light emitted from his palm. Haruki in his suit sat hunched like sitting on a large rock, shocked by what he saw, exclaimed in amazement. He quickly regained control. The courtier below him, with a greenish-yellow head like a banana phone, also reacted the same as Haruki, shouting loudly to ensure everyone heard him out of fear. So powerful that it even caused the ground to explode. Aizuke knelt on a rock, one leg raised supporting his computer. His hands typed furiously, making a mess while still having time to gossip about others. He smiled proudly and flexed his muscles. Of course, Shikami's physical ability is off the charts. Later on, En's eyes bugged out like he was foaming at the mouth. The small face clenched tightly as it lunged forward with a mad strength, leaving a damp trail behind. Aizuke's boastful tone continued to echo softly. His body's stamina had surpassed normal human levels now, and ran like crazy, his legs pumping furiously as if he'd never run before. He charged straight towards Minato, who was hovering in the air. As En neared, Minato tried to keep a calm demeanor while formulating a plan to defeat Shikami. Just countering wasn't enough. Let's try this. Thinking quickly, he suddenly shot down, Ellerson appearing out of nowhere behind him with a smile. Ellerson joined in the attack, their combined light magic skills put into action. Minato dived towards En, a massive blue energy surge following. He landed a powerful kick to En's chest, causing his eyes to widen and his mouth to clamp shut without uttering a sound. Then he stomped hard on the ground, cracking it open. Minato assumed a serious stance for his next move. One hand clenched tightly while the other hung loosely. A mysterious magic circle appeared in his palm. Behind Minato, people kept appearing from nowhere. Now it was the allies' turn to support Minato. Using one leg to brace against the ground as he pushed down with all his might, his other leg raised high. Kwang Ji Kwang Kai. Hai Tem Kao Quok Hai TMCCC. Minato gave you that kick before, now he's doing it again. But this time, the force was off the charts. Minato's legs shot out with immense power. They crackled like lightning bolts. The ground where Minato landed cracked open from his impact. It seemed Minato wanted to finish and off. He continued to stomp repeatedly, and was knocked back and forth, unconscious after receiving no hits. His eyes and mouth emitted blue energy from Minato. The spectators outside were left in shock, mouths agape with sweat dripping down their faces. After falling from the sky like a piece of excrement, and landed motionless while Minato stood firm, his legs still raised as if ready to stomp again. En's eyes bulged out like a ghost, blood trickling from his mouth. His entire body was blackened and smoking, resembling a roasted pig. Someone's voice echoed in the battlefield. Match over. Winner Kannagi Minato, +2 points. Minato remained unperturbed by his victory, maintaining his fighting stance. Wantek and Ellerson cheered loudly, high-fiving each other with joy. After patting the two of them on the head, Isuke approached Minato with a satisfied smile. Sakazaki, his physical ability far surpassed Shikami's. No wonder you said Kannagi's magic was off the charts. Isuke now focused solely on typing furiously. He grunted and muttered to himself, Kannagi Minato with such high combat skills. With each keystroke, he seemed to be trying to break his keyboard. His mind was still racing. Suddenly, a dark expression crossed his face as he pondered something sinister. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw the silhouette of a young man in a hoodie sitting with his back turned, and gradually came to En's-side in relief. It wasn't time for him to be sacrificed yet. His eyes slowly opened, still dazed from the fight. A glowing energy field surrounded him. Minato treated En's injuries while he lay on the grass, his face contorted as he gasped. What? But before he could finish, pain made his eyes widen and his mouth gape in agony. All that came out was pain. Minato advised him to be still while treating the injuries. Valentine stood nearby like a lost puppy. As he treated En, Minato stared at him with a serious expression. I'm healing you now. Despite treatment, En's face remained contorted in pain. He opened and closed his eyes, still staring at Minato. Don't joke around. Both magic and physical abilities are off the charts. And now, he has healing powers too. This is V-Pro level. The main character's aura should be like this. En jumped in, so you can do anything? Minato remained silent, recalling Valentine's guilty expression and the scene of bodies lying dead around him. The thought echoed, no matter what skill it is, reviving a damaged body is. No matter how, bringing back a wounded body like this is. Minato smiled, 3 parts sorrow and 7 parts helplessness. I can't do everything. After treatment, your skin will be clean and white like a human's, not a pig's. Minato said, I think you're ready to stand up now. You're still dazed with a scrunched face looking off to one side. Monk kept questioning. What the hell? But Dek let En finish his sentence. Before he could get up, there was an enormous explosion in front of him. Minato didn't seem too surprised. He just stood there staring at the explosion. And Dek asked, confused, sitting on the grass with a frown. Hearing this, Minato beside him still calmly put his hand in his coat pocket and said, it's the last match of the one-on-one round. Upon hearing those 2 words, En changed his attitude quickly. He was shocked, exclaiming, the last match? How long have I been asleep? Minato seemed used to En's attitude and wasn't bothered. He replied coldly, about 5 minutes. 5 minutes felt like 5 hours. After our match, Minato suddenly said that the others had similar times. The Iryu team from Hibiki was strangled by Koki's Yaogaruma team until their face was bloodless and sweaty, foaming at the mouth. Koki just laughed happily. Sonobu's Aishima team was defeated by Asahina's Yorazuya team, sitting on the ground sobbing. Minato's expression suddenly lost its calmness. He straightened his face and continued telling En. The other teams finished quickly, but turning to Soa and Isuke's match, Soa was already in a good position with a determined look. Minato spoke again. Those 2 fought for quite some time. Sakazaki from Surusaki had a dull expression, his hands tightly clenched as if ready to break someone's face. Hisagi from Makabe was the opposite. She struggled fiercely like a mad dog. Her eyebrows were furrowed. Monk kept shouting, Sakazaki! Soa rushed Isuke, hitting him with forceful punches, Despite fighting, her body still worked tirelessly. You must think you're strong, right? Your ability is always high and stable. So it finally hit Aisuke hard enough to send him flying 30 meters. Her body was still working at full speed like a machine. Of course, you think you're very strong, but with your abilities always being high and steady. After that, Soa sent Aisuke flying with a powerful punch, her body not changing size. But Soku's hands shot out with golden power. As she rushed Aisuke, she gave him a mocking smile. Soku kept lecturing non-stop. If you don't have an outstanding ability, you're just replaceable. A jack of all trades but master of none is not suitable as a team leader. Aisuke was sent flying 30 meters at least. He had to use his legs to maintain balance until the ground was worn out. Aisuke kept a calm expression, adjusting his glasses and replied calmly. Unfortunately, our goals as team members are different. Old Aisuke lectured, our targets are different. Special team members with unique talents are irreplaceable geniuses. When an ordinary person is given authority over such a person, they can't keep up and their fate will be death. Minato stood still behind the whole time. He listened to Aisuke's endless lectures. High-level abilities mean quick reactions in any situation, increasing the team's survival rate by even 1%. That's the kind of captain I want to be. Images of many people in black standing before funeral photos in a sad and somber manner appeared. Aisuke suddenly turned his head with disdainful eyes, mocking Minato. I won't let our team's fate end here. Hearing this, Minato was shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief. His eyes were wide in shock. He didn't understand why the one being mocked was him, and seemed even more angry than he did. His face scrunched up as if biting something hard, and raised his hand, cracking it loudly, ready to attack Aisuke. With red eyes and open mouth, he cursed. I heard it all. They're staring with their eyes wide open. You like to poke at a wound, don't you? Don't listen to what he says. That's quite intense. He seems serious, but also has a touch of emotion. Minato still stood with his back to En without saying anything. His silhouette faintly showed signs of loneliness and clear suffering. Suddenly, Minato thanked En, thank you, Shikamiku. Suddenly, Soa appeared from nowhere, shooting down like a bolt of lightning with an enormous power surge swirling round him like a tornado. Combat technique, she was enveloped by that power vortex and dived towards Aisuke. Soa used her offensive technique to attack Aisuke while wriggling in the air. They were fighting fiercely, but for some reason, Aisuke seemed lost in thought. He barely defended himself. Several forceful energy beams exploded before his eyes like fireworks. Suddenly, Oda added another explosion with a loud boom. So it knocked Aisuke back and he fell onto the ground. So it stood still in her fighting stance. She continued to rush towards Aisuke at incredible speed. Her face was set in determination. I won't stop until I defeat you, Meng shouted loudly, boosting his strength. Suddenly, Aisuke raised his hand. A coward like you can't even fight a girl properly. Aisuke sat down on the grass, rubbing his face and adjusting his glasses with one hand while raising the other to surrender. The referee announced the end of the match. Aisuke was defeated. Hisashi celebrated. Soa felt angry that she hadn't even fought properly when he surrendered. She shouted loudly, her face red with anger. She was angrier after winning than during the fight. Her eyes bulged out in rage as Meng growled and cursed. You bastard Sakazaki, did you intentionally jump behind? So crazy that Romo had to rush over to hug her, afraid she might turn into a beast and attack someone. Calm down, okay? As for Aisuke, he just stood up calmly, brushed off his pants, and started lecturing with his usual eloquence. IRE, I don't like violent girls at all. Isn't the boss too domineering? After adjusting his glasses, Aisuke took them off to wipe them clean. He closed his eyes and jumped again, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Realizing the match would go on for longer, I decided to conserve my energy. The selection process is still long. Hearing those ridiculous words made Dex sink in. She continued to shout loudly. Hold on a moment. Aisuke left. Minato still stood there, expressionless as usual. In Aisuke's mind, he was still calmly thinking, if I wanted, I could have defeated her right now. Suddenly, while thinking, Aisuke glanced at Minato behind him with his creepy red eyes and thought, "But I don't want Kanagi to know about my cards yet. Acting like it's a big deal by hiding them is silly." Meanwhile, Minato stood behind, expressionless, unaware of Aisuke's plot. The second round was one-on-one combat. Kanagi Manitou led with 3 magic points and 2 resistance points, totaling 5 points. Next were Shono Fukuromo from Yushima with 2 magic points, Kori Haruki from Yaguruma with 2 resistance points. Asanasi Siru from Yorizuya had 2 resistance points. Kisagi Soi from Makabe also had 2 resistance points. All 4 were tied for second place with a total of 2 points each. The last 3 were Sakazaki Aisuke from Surusaki with 1 magic point and 0 total points. Shikami and Todoroki, along with Iryukanin from Heibiki, tied for last place with a total of 0 points. Tengen suddenly announced, "Well done, after the 30-minute break, we will start the 3rd round. Those not in the top 4 will be eliminated, so try your best." Hearing this, Minato looked around like a deer caught in headlights, searching for someone. Shinji's face was contorted with worry and sweat dripped down his forehead as if he had just run a marathon. He kept opening his mouth to breathe heavily like a cow while Minato's thoughts continued to race. Ichika noticed his disciple was exhausted but showed no concern. "We've arrived, sir. Master, report." Ichika saw his disciple so tired he could barely catch his breath, yet showed no care. She only smiled smugly and praised him. "Oh, well done. Being tired doesn't mean we can avoid our doubts." Shinji felt something was off, so he glanced around and frowned, asking curiously, "But why?" The disciple walking behind his master on this deserted path with no one around kept questioning everything. "Why are we here at the training ground instead of the competition venue?" Ichika replied slowly as they walked. Recently, she suddenly stopped in front of a large tree. Staring at the tree trunk, she said something confusing. "Was anyone killed here?" Shinji was shocked by this. Holding a Ride Manju's cat bag, he exclaimed loudly. Suddenly, Ichika looked determined as she glanced at the tree and leaped, examining the aura traces. Despite her subtle presence, she stood like a statue in front of the trees, reasoning with a mix of amusement and fear. The scene suddenly went dark. There were countless glowing green marks on the ground and around the tree trunks that only those with special abilities could see. Standing still before the 2 trees, Ichika was puzzled. A powerful person was killed by a monster. Shinji was even more shocked by this. He was bewildered and incredulous, trying to argue but couldn't find his words. "But it's hidden so well." Ichika's voice rang out like a bucket of ice water splashed in Shinji's face. Maybe not, a country bumpkin with 10 pairs of pants might still be lacking. Recalling the scene where the illusion master stood under the pit surrounded by magic balls, Shinji couldn't make sense of it and agreed that he was indeed the strongest team leader. Sumakoto explained, "The self-proclaimed 12 Tuta disciples seem to know a lot about us, so if this place is discovered, it's not surprising." Shinji still didn't understand what his master meant and asked again, "Why? What was the purpose of all this?" But he found the disciple useless, only asking irrelevant questions. Ichika didn't let Shinji finish by turning around and calling him as they walked away. "Let's go, Shinji. Where are we going?" Damn it, Shinji still looked confused about what his master was talking about. Ichika thought to herself that the person killed must be a team leader, but I didn't receive any notification of someone's death. As she pondered, she spoke out loud. "Things are getting interesting now." Ichika lost her composure. She wore an expression of both joy and terror. Mune's words made Shinji worry so much he broke a sweat. Not just Ichihara, but others wanted Makoto too. Minato's stern face appeared naturally. The ground was torn open by the fight, looking terrifying. It's the new team leader selection. During lunch break, Kuromo bandaged Soa's face. Soa was happy but pouted. But Kuromo didn't mind at all. Instead, he laughed happily. Haruki and Sishuru were eating lunch with Kanem. Meanwhile, Aizuke sat alone, smoking and typing on his computer. From afar, Ichika and Shinji approached Minato and En. Seeing them, Minato was overjoyed as if his mother had returned. His face brightened, shouting for his master Ichika and Shinji too. Ichika appeared with a cheerful demeanor. Realizing Minato was still alive, she felt relieved, saying, "I'm fine now. We don't need to throw our disciples into the volcano anymore." Shinji looked nervous as he glanced around after seeing Ichika. Ichika appeared like an international supermodel. Everyone stared at her curiously. Haruki nervously glanced at Ichika, mumbling to himself, "Look." Turning to Shishiru, he looked scared of Ichika's approach. Following Haruki, his mouth kept jumping. This is one of the special team members, including Ichiharu Midori from Taiju. I have no idea what these guys are up to. After those two were babbling about Ichika's background, it was Isuke who started acting suspiciously, putting on a threatening pose and adjusting his glasses before shouting loudly, "Inoki Ichika." Only Minato seems to be keeping his cool right now. She saw the three of them going crazy and immediately made a face, then blurted out a sentence that shattered the tense atmosphere. It was clear she meant it. "Why are you explaining other people's identities?" Senji has been acting worried all this time, but now he's sweating profusely, making the air around him seem like an impending apocalypse. He frowns and hesitates before jumping towards Ichika. "Sensei, something feels off. Didn't you say that one of the class leaders was killed?" Ichika still remains coldly silent, listening but not responding. But when he turned around, he saw Makabe, Kuichiroi, Setsuma, Yorizuya, and the three team captains standing there. Senji then jumped again in confusion. But now all 7 team captains are present. Hearing this, Ichika just smirked and looked at them if reading a book. She stood still by the far-off cliff where she was before, calling out to Minato. "Minato, what the hell was that sudden shock?" Seeing his disciple just staring without saying anything, Ichika had to continue speaking. "I have something to say. Come here." The three of them gathered in a quiet corner beside the big hole to talk. No one knows what those two were talking to Minato about, but he suddenly became shocked and shouted loudly as if no one could hear him. "Hey! Are these 12 apostles disguising themselves as someone here?" Seeing this demon just blabbering like a radio, Senji stood up tall with his face wide open, shouting at him, "You're drunk! Why are you yelling so loud?" Ichika is the leader. She still kept her calm as she leaned against a big tree and looked into the distance. Her expression was high in intelligence, relying on what remained of the garden. Minato sat down beside him with Manju lying calmly inside the cage, staring at Ichika as she told her story. "Remember when we stood between 2 trees? The area around us was dark and filled with glowing traces left on the tree trunks. There were countless footprints on the ground." Ichika confirmed that the person killed for sure belonged to the class leaders. Suddenly, she looked down as if considering something. Unconsciously looking down, she muttered under her breath, "Even though they were dead, they had gathered together, meaning a little deduction would be enough." The image of Aver's apostles appeared with the masks gradually breaking open, revealing a terrifying smile that burned through their skin. With Ichika's logical reasoning, we will know if he can transform. Just hearing this made Minato break out in cold sweat. His eyebrows were furrowed and his eyes wide as he asked a question clearly out of place. "So, does that mean the situation is very dangerous?" Of course, it's serious. In the center of an organization preventing the prophecy of humanity's extinction, someone killed a team captain and replaced them. A bunch of tall towers designed by George Ford in a spiral shape with a bright gem on top stood out against the blood-red sky. Behind that, thunder rumbled loudly. Shinji continued explaining, "If not handled properly, there might be more victims. Ultimately, the prophecy of humanity's extinction will come true as desired by them." Suddenly, Ichika opened her mouth to speak again. "Of course it is dangerous. In the heart of an organization preventing the prophecy of humanity's extinction, with a killer replacing a team captain." All of a sudden, Shinji jumped up and explained further, "If we kill everyone here, wouldn't that be faster?" The 2 disciples were so scared they almost wet themselves. Both of them shouted in unison, "No way!" Minato still sat on the grass. Suddenly he looked serious as Ichika and Shinji had to listen to him during this new team captain selection process. As he was speaking, Minato suddenly glanced at something off-screen, but continued his sentence, "We need to find out which apostle is among us and eliminate him." Hearing that, Ichika smiled satisfiedly and replied, "Exactly, 12 apostles means the team of the one who killed Makoto." Shinji stood there feeling uncomfortable since he started, like someone was scratching his eyes. With a devilish face ready to tear each one apart, her eyebrows furrowed, her mouth curved into a sinister smile, her whole body radiated with battle energy. Holding the sword and ready to kill them all, raising an eyebrow, she asked sarcastically, "Wouldn't it be faster if we just killed everyone here?" The two disciples were so scared they almost wet themselves. Both of them shouted in unison, "No way!" Minato sat on the grass again. Suddenly he looked serious as Ichika and Shinji had to listen to him during this new team captain selection process. As he was speaking, Minato glanced at something off-screen, but continued his sentence, "We need to find out which apostle is among us and eliminate him." Shinji stood there feeling uncomfortable since he started, like someone was scratching his eyes. With a devilish face ready to tear each one apart, her eyebrows furrowed, her mouth curved into a sinister smile, she asked sarcastically, "Isn't that right? Isn't it intense?" Minato remained silent for a moment. In his mind, he recalled Makoto pushing him away to take the hit and save him. After that, he was just a bloody little figure lying on the ground with one arm missing. Minato just knew he had to kneel and helplessly watch his team lying dead on the grass without being able to do anything. He stopped and firmly said a single word. "Yes." Shinji was silent until now, but inside he was boiling with anger. His face scrunched up as he clenched his fists, ready for revenge, but before Minato could even get a minute to plan, he sat down again, propping his chin on one hand while deep in thought and struggling to find words. Still, what was Minato thinking about right now? For some reason, Ajin suddenly glanced over and wondered, "What do you think?" Ajin stood below, smoking a cigarette, exhaling thick smoke as he looked at Minato's tense face on the screen. He pondered aloud. He kept puffing on his cigarette while staring at Minato on the screen, mumbling to himself, "If I could, I would go to the crime scene first, but it's too late now, right?" The detective Aziz. Minato was thinking shallowly, Ajin thought. They wanted to decline politely, but still didn't understand what he meant. He just kept his face blank and answered straightforwardly, "We still have a little time before the break, if we hurry." Ajin closed his eyes tightly, holding up the cigarette for another puff. He explained straight-faced, this would make the suspect suspicious. Recalling the face of the midge and the severed arm of Makoto, with Minato and Yakeru behind the magical wall. The mage's stern face and mocking smile were really annoying. Ajin continued to explain softly, "If the murderer was as strong as the disciple we met on Mount Meiji, he could have killed everyone there. We should be here to maintain our role in emergencies." Minato sat there acting like an old man. He closed his eyes tightly again, one hand supporting him, while nodding and mumbling under his breath. Shinji stared at him dumbfounded. What the hell is wrong with this guy? But Ajin didn't know what Minato was thinking about seriously. That's right. Anyway, it's almost the final round now. We can go after that too. Minato closed his eyes again and continued to communicate using empathic communication. But what if a battle strong enough to kill an entire team happened in Taisho headquarters and no one noticed any traces? The founder of the Hinoki school, Itoru, didn't seem surprised by this question. He answered straight-faced, "Maybe, after all, we've been with you for a month on the mountain. What's that got to do with it?" Recalling the grayish mountain constantly spewing huge clouds of smoke, which could pollute the entire earth, Itoru continued his long speech calmly and confidently without any resentment. Besides, it was a sacred mountain. There's a power that disrupts the flow of energy there. That's where the Hinoki school was founded. Just being there is training enough. Minato was shocked to his core. His eyes widened in surprise. He silently screamed inside. "Is that so?" Challenger appeared beside Azul at some point, looking up and continuing Itoru's explanation. "Besides, The ability to hide is so good that you need to get close to notice any traces. This proves the enemy is a 12th level mage. Azul, who is smoking while moving like a candle, continued to exhale smoke, showing no tact at all. For some reason, everyone talked for so long without saying much until Silencia spoke up and Azul's face turned into a dog. He sighed and complained, "Hey guys, are you going to explain everything? Don't take the detective's job away from him." Seeing Azul doing nothing useful all this time, but suddenly complaining now, Itoryu was furious and shouted back, "Shut up and figure out who the murderer is." Azul took another puff on his cigarette, grunted loudly, then turned to Minato. While Minato sat there, he heard Azul's pleading tone. So, Minato asked Mr. Hinoki for help. Just that, and Minato immediately called out, "Sensei," startling Ichika who was nearby. Minato suddenly wore a serious face, furrowing his brows as he glared at Ichika with an aura of redness and asked, "Not the team leader, but is there any possibility that the enemy has infiltrated the candidates?" Minato's statement shocked both Ichika and Shinji to their core. It seemed like something clicked in Ichika's eyes as she muttered to herself, "Alright, if they are the successors of the next captain's team." Just talking, Ichika suddenly remembered Aisuke's match against Soa and Haruki's against Kanem. Even Shizuru and Kuromo, with Soa being caught in a whirlwind of power attacking Aisuke like crazy, Ichika mutters that it could be possible too. Ichika stares at Minato while continuing his non-stop recitation, but the captain can't be ruled out as a suspect either. Minato seems to find this reasonable too. Probably sitting for so long made his butt numb. It's only now that he slowly stands up by supporting his knees with his hands. While standing up, he mumbles, "If the next round is still a combat test." Before he could finish speaking, Minato bursts into an overwhelming smile. He firmly looks at Ichika and replies, "I'll try to stir things up a bit." In the clear blue sky with white clouds under golden sunlight, the best weather in the world, trees cover everywhere, grass grows lush green, the referee's voice announces that the break is over. Ending the third round of competition. Oh my, oh my, oh my. It seems Minato hasn't listened to his presentation because the next round will be a theory test, and he's still in big trouble even after 10 rounds. Sitting on the table with a pen in hand, Minato's face turns pale as sweat flows down like someone holding back tears about to spill out. 8 contestants are taking their exams, each sitting alone in separate rooms. Isolated and focused, they squirm and fidget. The examiner forbids any private conversations and confiscates all phones while inside the room. Those who work hard take the exam seriously. One contestant is sound asleep while Aisuke writes nonstop like a machine next to him. Beside Minato, he's doing his paper while muttering to himself, "This isn't something we can start up." All questions are about Tijo's rules, and he has no idea what they're talking about. Sweat trickles down as Minato rubs his head while reading the difficult questions of the exam, feeling helpless. What if? Answer all questions regarding the super source eruption in Kyushu, the disappearance of Wakayama's mansion. Fill in appropriate words in the blanks. If a level 3 source occurs in a city with over 1 million people, name all public agencies that need to be informed. Even to use Teisho headquarters training room, what documents are needed, and they ask. But after reading these, Minato sighs inwardly, recognizing it's part of the captain selection process anyway. Instead of giving up, Minato activates his inner strength. He opens his eyes wide, recharges himself, think until the end. Manju has been lying quietly in his arms all this while. The referee announces the results. Rankings have changed slightly. Kanagi Minato still stands first with the same score. Second place is Sanizaki Aisuke with a total of 4 points. Next are Sanofu Kuromo and Kuromo tied with Aisuke at 3 points each. Asahina Sishiro has 3 points in total. The last 4 positions are Koki Haruki and Kasaji Soi, both with 2 points each. Shikami En and Iryu Kanem share the same non-rounded score. Kanagi Minato ranked last in theory with 0 points. He sits dejectedly, feeling disappointed. Completely wrong. Suddenly, someone approaches from behind, walking and jumping for no one in particular. We only have 4 people, so we stop here. Why? Hearing footsteps approaching, Minato, who was feeling down, glances back. Seeing her, he grins and greets Shikamiku. She stands at the bottom of the list but still has a bright smile, no sign of happiness or disappointment. He looks at Minato then smiles, even praising him. You've worked hard. Just a few minutes and you've changed so much already. Suddenly remembering something, Minato closes his eyes tightly in despair again. It seems only the 2 of us got no points. Suddenly, Sanizaki's perfect score as the top theorist with a perfect score appears, smiling disdainfully, making N feel uncomfortable and sighing loudly. That guy with glasses got a perfect score. It looks terrible. After cursing his luck, N lowers her head and pouts, pretending to be upset while complaining to Minato. But at least you surpassed the top position. Impressive. I thought I could pass with 2 combat points and 1 magic point. Seeing the guy crawl out next to him and start his life story, Minato's face turns blank. He doesn't know how to react. He stays silent, glancing at her while listening to his gloomy life story. I'll cheer for you in the second half of the competition too. No matter who becomes captain, we need to decide if we will serve under them or not. N is alone practicing, while Makoto stands at the front with a large sword behind him. Behind him are 6 people standing into straight rows like frogs. But N's bed doesn't stop, it keeps shooting like a machine gun. A team needs at least 7 members to be recognized, meaning we need to gather at least 6 more people. As the captain now, remember to consider recruiting candidates. Suddenly, N, who is speaking softly and politely, has an epileptic fit, slaps Minato's shoulder, and shouts loudly, and quickly returns to his cheerful state. He turns to Minato with a smile, points at himself, and starts talking non-stop. I want to propose myself as the first choice for the strong position in Onagi's team. After discussing important matters, N gets up and leaves immediately. As he walks away, he still waves goodbye to Minato and encourages him kindly. So keep it up, Minato. Until now, Minato has been listening to N but hasn't said a word. Even when N leaves, he stands there motionless. But at least he knows to thank the person who offered him the bed. Thank you, Shikamiku. Suddenly, Arjun's voice is heard. Alright. Arjun, who has been smoking a cigarette and appearing like a ghostly figure behind Minato, starts giving orders. Let's go to the garden. Minato looks confused. He frowns and asks Arjun curiously, didn't you already know who the culprit is? Hearing the shocking news about Wantex, Ailer, Itoriu, and challenges, they all react with surprise and shout loudly. Really? Itoriu seems to be most excited by this news. He grins and exclaims, let's go for it. Oh my god, don't be too violent. But Arjun calmly smiles with a hint of danger and says seriously, Minato-kun, I'm a detective, we need evidence to make a judgment. Suddenly, Arjun shines like the main character on stage, with bright lights focused on him. Haruki, Shishiru, Kuromo, Isuke, and Kanem are all around him. Under the bright lights, Arjun stands confidently, holding a cigarette and making a threatening gesture. He confidently declares, now it's time to hunt you down. The disciple. Game on, baby. Game on. Minato is shocked as he hears this on the phone. His face looks like he just got a bad grade. I will become the captain. A new captain election began after the collapse of SUOU. Minato joined after being encouraged by everyone and was nominated by Hinoki Ichika. Among those present at the scene, he was informed that someone had been killed by 12 disciples who were disguised as competitors. The image of the 12 disciples appears one by one, all talented individuals. One of Minato's ancestors, a man in a purple checkered suit, with a cigarette and mysterious eyes covered by a brimmed hat, looks quite dangerous. He is Azul. Challenges points to something and asks what Azul, the detective ancestor, was thinking about. She jumps around, but Itoriu still doesn't understand her explanation. Itoriu asks, what have you been saying all this time? Challenges explains, I'm just setting the mood. Minato's silhouette appears in front of a brightly lit building as he kneels down on the ground. It seems like he just landed from somewhere high up. The sky is dark, and the area is covered by leaves, making it mysterious. This is where the murder took place. A cricket opens its wings to fly away among the leaves. A hand gently touches the ground to check for strange green footprints. Minato curiously asks, "What did you find?" Azul! Azul appears, although he looks like Minato. His actions are different. His left hand is near his mouth as if thinking, quite similar to my deduction. Under the brim of his hat, Azul's eyes become determined and serious. I have identified both the victim and the culprit. Minato sadly looks down but says nothing more. Line 60 is intentionally left blank as per the instruction. Behind him is Itoryu, who's analyzing the 12 Apostles case, meaning the other side must be the 12 Apostles too, just like that book the Mountain Man was holding. A mysterious book appeared in his thoughts, followed by a worried look. We can clearly feel the aura of that prophecy book. Minato is still at the crime scene when Challenge's voice rings out. So what now? He hesitates slightly, not finishing his sentence about it yet. Suddenly, the trees around make strange rustling sounds. Minato's eyes seem to recognize something. Leaves fall from the high branches and flutter past him. Minato's hair suddenly changes from white to brown. His expression is quite surprised. A voice calls out, "Huh? Azul?" It feels like he's in another dimension, a place filled with colorful clouds resembling fairyland. A woman's legs float on these clouds as she approaches. Minato recognizes the person and turns to look at her. The golden light of the new dimension shines on him, brightening his back, and his hair turns gold too. His eyes suddenly go wide with the reflection of that strange woman. Minato seems very surprised by her appearance. He's also hanging in the clouds now, surrounded by a colorful glow that shrouds the space like a veil. In front of him stands an elderly lady in a pink dress. Round this woman, a bright light emanates, illuminating the area as if she were a walking sun. The pure and clear light is like the celestial immortals from above. She clasps her hands before her chest and speaks gently. "Young man over there, what are you investigating?" The old lady's face shows kindness and virtue with a mole under one of her eyes. She smiles warmly at Minato. On this side, Minato looks bewildered, not knowing where he is or who the elderly woman in front of him is. He stammers nervously. Who is she? Still standing before her, but a distance separates them. Minato's robe flutters in the breeze. Straightening up, Minato stands before the old lady, who understands he's quite unfamiliar with his own image. But he didn't reveal his true identity right away, just emphasizing the question she asked him earlier. It's just an old lady like her appearance. Can you answer my question? Minato started looking around, softly recounting that someone seemed to have been killed here. The old lady still stood there watching as he turned to explore his surroundings and spoke. After hearing him finish speaking, the old lady no longer smiled like before. She seemed quite surprised too. An image of Minato's powerful kick appeared. His hand then glowed with a bright green seal. The kick emitted a green light indicating the terrible damage it carried. The old lady deduced from Minato's actions. Can you recognize based on these traces? It seems he was one of those who participated in the captain selection test. The old lady still stood there. Behind her was that bright light again, so we need to find the culprit now, right? Minato spoke up from in front of the old lady. I already know who it is, even if not because of my guess. Minato's face showed seriousness, but for now, they couldn't rush to arrest the suspect. The old lady looked at him with confusion. She wondered, I don't understand what you're saying. Well, the sooner he does it, the better, right? The footprints led Minato to doubt. That enemy was incredibly strong, and maybe two mysterious figures standing back to back. Round them was a green light that seemed to glow like a blazing fire. There are two of them. The old lady asked again. Minato's hand still bore the seal mark from his battle with N2 people. Minato continued speaking, so it would be better to catch them all together. Tomorrow, I'll handle everything. Minato's eyes became resolute. He looked directly at the old lady in front of him. Could she observe without interfering? The old lady's face showed a mysterious smile as she turned away. Whether or not to intervene, her smile remained enigmatic. The old lady turned around. The bright light had faded but was now enveloped by a gust of wind and clouds. Minato still stared at the old lady standing in that wind. The old lady continued speaking. Then this is something a wise old lady like me can do. I hope your plan will succeed, little boy. The old lady's back stood before Minato, firm. He looked resolutely towards the old lady preparing to leave. Kanagi Minato, that's my name. The old lady turned her kind eyes and said, I'll remember it, Minato. As she spoke, a strong gust pushed Minato back. His body flew backward so fast his face contorted, hands raised in front of him to block the force. The cricket was still there, its wings still up as they were before, as if time in the real world had only passed a moment or perhaps not at all. In that other dimension, Minato and the old lady had solved 1001 cases related to his investigation. Minato suddenly returned to reality, looking surprised with wide eyes and an open mouth. He couldn't believe what just happened as he looked at the familiar scene before him, still bearing a green seal on his palm. He stood facing away from the brightly lit building, surrounded by trees casting shadows over the dark night. Returning to this simple but not dilapidated house. Above was the clear sky. Below were the green grasses lining the small path leading to the house. This seems to be the old lady's place. She walked with a platinum blonde girl talking. Manager, anything interesting? Nothing. Sigi stood by watching the old lady calmly talk about Minato. He might be the closest to the truth now. It seems it has plans to. I'm looking forward to how it will perform. Tengen was sipping something, not sure if it was coffee, staring at the stars in the night sky. Suddenly, a thought flashed by like a passing star. For some reason, he felt annoyed. The old lady still gave Siki instructions at home. Tell Tengen that if there's any blame, support that boy. Siki quickly replied, yes. Siki paused when she heard the old lady. Sensing something strange, she looked back and found it was worth checking out. Noticing her unease, the old lady turned around and asked, what's wrong? She answered seriously, nothing. The old lady listened to her explanation and said, it's rare for people to have such high expectations of the next generation. She recalled Minato's determined eyes. Her eyes lowered, it was because of those eyes. The next morning, Minato strolled through a forest path. Above was a clear blue sky, and in the distance, mountains stretched endlessly. Suddenly, En ran up from behind with excitement, leaping onto his back. Osu! Minato! Are you lost? Minato slightly jumped but greeted back. Shikamiken! The green of the sky and leaves blended together, making everything vibrant with life. Their conversation echoed on. Today's match seems more about being a captain than an individual. While asking if Minato wanted to go along, En crossed her arms behind his neck, smiling broadly, while Minato looked gloomy behind her. I bet Sakazaki will say something like needing to strategize as a team, but I'll still support you with both hands and feet. His face was dark, but now he was beaming. Thanks for that. By the way, and still crossed her arms behind his back. Minato asked from behind, why did you deliberately fail the exam? Suddenly, En stopped. The aura began to radiate. It looked extremely dangerous. This guy is crazy, with such an aura but still a calm face. I slowly lowered my hand. Oh, he looks so cute now and he's smiling brightly too. Anyway, the plan changed in the middle. And turned around and smiled at Minato. Now I know who that Denshi is, the lazy painter. Instead of becoming captain, it seems doing a subordinate to the new captain might allow me to do whatever I want. Minato asked back, to be able to kill all promising members at once? Meanwhile, the swordsman behind a large tree listened silently to their conversation. Far away, En and Minato were unaware of the third party's presence and continued walking. Hearing Minato speak, En became excited, her hands intertwined, her face showing joy and anticipation. If necessary, I'll kill someone and replace them too. The exam scene appeared as En spoke. The theory test yesterday was beyond description. My skill only copies information from a host's brain. Even if the real ones took the test, they wouldn't score well. Two cops walked to a lush green field. Above them, the sky stretched high and vast. Minato confirmed that the plan had failed and scratched her head and replied, I really am crazy. I should have killed Sakazaki and taken his place. Sighing, she suddenly stopped walking. 2. Round Minato and him were four extremely powerful people surrounding them, each exuded power in their own attire. There was also a man with orange hair, chained by numerous thick chains, kneeling behind the other three. Todoroki Koichiru, the captain, bowed his head, his face covered by a cloth, looking lifeless as he looked down. Setsuna stood before them, arms crossed. Koichiru still had a grim expression and asked Minato to introduce the 12 disciples if possible. A friendly smile. Still with that bright and cheerful smile, she introduced herself. My name is Eva. My number is 9. You've seen my abilities. She could impersonate someone she had killed and take over all the remaining information in their brain. The other disciples looked worried and suspicious at him with caution. Kuromo and Sishiro were among them, previously Irazuya, with a neutral expression. They were listening to N or Eva introduce her abilities. Among the other candidates besides Kanagi Minato, this body is the strongest, so I killed it and submerged it. The situation isn't just Minato and N with 5 others. There are many more involved. Todoroki's captain is powerless as he's bound by 10 stakes, unable to move. Setsuna questions again, suspecting that the enemy intends to sabotage us from within, Taiyo. And Eva responds straight-faced, with a hint of mockery, that's right. Since we failed, can everyone just die for me? Looking at Setsuna seriously, but before that, I want to ask something who recognized me as an enemy? Setsuna looks down his nose, eyes filled with boredom. It was the person standing beside you all along. Minato's face darkens behind N and he glances back, still unchanged, Kanagi Minatoken, and gradually realizes everything and is the one who set up these situations, and grins wickedly as a green light begins to glow from below. That's Ava's magic. He's casting some extremely mysterious technique. Standing in front of Minato, she unleashes an immense power, the green magic enveloping the space like a dense fog, looking incredibly powerful and concerning for Minato at that moment. Still that wicked grin, her eyes are even more fierce as he laughs and grits his teeth. Bro, who is it? Minato sends a cold glance towards and standing in front of him. Just before Shikami's body was taken over by Eva, he screamed at Todoroki's captain, knowing he had been promoted to a new position. You're going to promote me as the new captain? The joy is clearly visible in En's laughing eyes. It looks like he's shocked. Really, Captain Todoroki? It seems they have similar vibes because of their matching hair color. The captain, with a happy and confident face, flexes his muscles, speaking confidently and laughing loudly. Yes, this information will be announced tomorrow morning, so let's keep it secret for now. Gah ha ha ha. Then the two brothers just laughed together in a corner. I'm so happy. I understand now. That's why you called me here, right? But I'm fine. Watch out for that. The captain replied. Ah, right. Then the two laughed loudly again. Gah ha 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 ha. Now N and Koichiru are standing in front of each other at the crime scene. It's still a quiet night. The building behind the large trees is brightly lit. Koichiru stands with his arms crossed, acknowledging his subordinate's talent. And according to my observation, you are the next strongest after the current captains. Koichiru looks extremely confident in his choice. He raises his fist in front of him, showing trust in his junior N. His smile is still wide. He's sure it will be a good captain. I'm very looking forward to this, and is deeply moved by the captain's encouraging words. Eyebrows almost touching, mouth full of saliva. Captain! He raises his own fist in unison with the senior, meaning trust yourself completely. Despite the darkness, their determination and resolve shine through. Her smile is still wide on her face, like the sun. She continues to speak. No, sensei, keep an eye on me. I will. Not even finishing his sentence, and suddenly gets cut into 3 parts from head to body. Blood spurts out like a water fountain from the wounds. Ichiru witnessed everything that happened in horror. Too fast, too brutal, worse yet, her face still held that painful, wicked smile even as she died. Try your best. Everything happened so quickly, so fast that when En's blood touches the captain's skin, the captain hasn't fully comprehended what just happened. His hands are still crossed in front of his chest, and he's still smiling, but his eyes are filled with horror. Koichiru's face darkens as he realizes the situation. He shouts in panic. En's head falls to the ground, but more painful than the smile filled with countless joys and innocence is still there, and it seems like it will remain forever. A mysterious voice echoes, disdainful and weak. Koichiru dodged when he heard it. There were footsteps from the darkness, emerging in front of En's still warm blood pool. The voice kept going, taunting Koichiru. Is this really the power of a captain candidate in the Great Prophecy? No, that's because we've become too strong. A mysterious hand reached out from nowhere, surrounded by strange green light and full of mystery. The voice continued, all thanks to the artifact and the leader who gave them. That's Eva, impersonating with a face so evil you can't help hating it. His wicked smile tore through every bright moment between the two teachers just now. He raised his hand and cast some strange magic. Green light began to radiate strongly, surrounding himself and the space around him. My name is Eva, one of the 12 apostles you're hunting. I look forward to our upcoming days together. Eva stood before En's corpse, his hand extended as he loudly recited a spell, seemingly trying to cast it on the body in front of him and steal it. Skill, divine craftsmanship. Suddenly something fiery came from behind him, aiming to harm him. It was Todoroki's powerful arm, more accurately, an arm heavily reinforced with muscles that seemed to tear through the outer skin. Inside it was as hard as diamond, emitting a deep red light like sacred fire. He shouted, "Skill, diamond." Ichiru's punch rushed in, smashing the green-haired boy who had cruelly taken En's life. The punch radiated terrifying power when the space turned red upon impact. Explosion. Koichiru was as hard as diamond, the red aura still surrounding him. His captain face contained all worldly anger. Yen clenched his teeth, perhaps due to great sorrow over a huge loss. Tears rolled down his cheeks. He shouted, "Oh God, why would someone dare?" A familiar voice echoed, "Amazing." Koichiru froze, still shedding tears. Behind him stood En, healthy and smiling, clapping in praise. Just one hit to the 12 apostles. Indeed, your master is different. Koichiru recognized it was En. He turned back in surprise. Eh? His eyes suddenly stopped at the boy before him. He's still alive. Suddenly, En waved his hand, more accurately Eva, possessing and controlling En's body, made Koichiru's strong body split into two. Blood spewed out terribly. Wretched Eva laughed at the sight of the bloody rain in front of him. Wrong, master. I'm Eva, who took over this boy's body. In Eva's hand was a vial with a skull-shaped lid, green pills inside. Just like the light from his power, he seemed to have different plans for these pills. Artifact Soul Summoning Dance. He sprinkled crushed pills on Koichiru's head. The captain's body was suddenly reconnected with neat stitches, his eyes wide open, staring up. Behind him lay an undried blood pool. Suddenly the lifeless corpse stood straight in front of Eva, while he, in En's form, proudly admired his own work. Great job! Eva placed her hand on Koichiru's chest as a habit. Now he would be her execution slave. Master, understand then answer. Koichiru obediently like a well-trained puppy. Yes, just leave it to me. Eva. Wretched boy Eva hit Koichiru's neck so hard his head turned like a bird. His face was distorted, but his eyes showed no pain. He was completely soulless. Eva still smiled, reminding him, "Oh my God, master." Eva pointed at herself, programming a default information about her in Koichiru's eyes. "My name is Sakami Enma, not Eva." Immediately Koichiru turned back, his nose still bleeding but obeying very well. "Oh right." They laughed loudly again as En and Koichiru did, but with sinister intentions. Ha ha ha! The video playback button appeared on the screen. The progress bar had run out. A voice echoed, "The only thing that could rewind." Minato observed the entire story unfold through a screen. The image of the fake master and student still clearly showed in front of him. Agent mysteriously spoke, his hand holding a pipe. "That's it, skill detective stage." Detective stage, skill to rewind an event that happened at the scene. The trigger condition is that Arjun holds evidence and identifies the culprit, not just looking at past events, but predicting future crimes through his reasoning. However, it has a fatal flaw. Skills vanish if reasoning or conclusions are wrong. The team leaders stand behind Minato, meaning Arjun never made a mistake in conclusion throughout his life. Silenthia speaks with sad eyes, mentioning a skill to replace the killer and an artifact for lethal control. Itoriu beside him also speaks, seeing Minato emitting mysterious blue light. How can there be two culprits? This is still disgusting. Suddenly, Minato releases a powerful blue light that erupts like a giant flame before everyone's surprise dies. Silenthia calls out in shock, "Minato." Feeling his anger peak, Minato tightens his resolve for revenge. "I won't forgive him." The hidden mark on his hand glows. Minato's hand makes Eva pale. He seems to have realized something, reflecting light. Minato strikes Eva with a super fast punch, the blue energy enveloping his body. His foot sinks into the ground, causing it to crack under immense pressure. Caught off guard, Eva receives Minato's full-force punch in her face, stunned. The punch is so powerful that Eva is sent flying for miles. Minato's energy creates a massive push. Eva's foot touches the ground, trying to stop herself from falling. Seen from another angle, the impact of the punch is 10,000 times more terrifying. The ground beneath Eva splits like farmland as the strong blue light hits her directly. The collision creates a massive explosion. It's like a bomb going off. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoes, "Ha ha." Minato looks up in surprise. From the smoke of the previous blast, Eva stops. He laughs maniacally, "Her, I was patient enough, Minato." The impact from his punch still affects his avatar's image, but he still reaches into his pocket. His horse is so far back that its back is parallel to the ground. He says loudly, "Isn't it over after we fight? We become friends now. Are you treating your friend like this?" Minato's face is grim as he thinks, "Just as I thought, with my current strength, it's not enough." Eva counters, emitting green light to block the powerful punch. He smirks, "You haven't won anything yet, Minato, if you're just playing with me." Standing up straight, his face darkens, but the green light still shines strongly behind him, making him mysterious and dangerous. Eva's face is no longer handsome, it's bruised all over. Through the smoke, he smirks at Minato. "This kind of attack won't work on me." Minato still holds the upper hand after his strike. He responds calmly, "That's right. It's worth noting. His hair is gradually turning white, showing the strength that's overflowing. He continues, "The one who will defeat you isn't me." A figure appears with a voice, "Well done, Minato. You've bought enough time for us to take over your body. Hand over your anger and regret to us." Silenthius and Minato appear white-haired, their faces stern as they look ahead. From afar, another blue light envelops Minato again. Eva recognizes something. This is the reported intelligence. Eva looks up at the sky when he transforms into a completely different person. He's exactly like someone who gets too happy and goes crazy. Eva stretches his arms wide, laughing maniacally as if possessed. "Great! Kanage Minato!" Bang! The sky turns green with dark, ominous clouds. A bright green lightning bolt strikes where Eva is standing. Everyone around them is shocked by the phenomenon. It seems Eva has received another source of power. The space grows dark. From above, a hole or more accurately, a portal from another dimension opens, filled with countless white corpses. Like Egyptian mummies, they cover the sky. Eva still laughs maniacally, clearly very pleased and satisfied. The green light enveloped his body, making him look even more dangerous than ever. Life is suffering, and surviving that suffering is like passing through death. Truly disturbing. After saying a silly line as Joker, his face returned to normal with bruises completely gone. He's now like a bloodthirsty mad beast, Let's play this game thoroughly. Challenges looked at him with intense and calculating eyes. She showed no fear towards the demon in front of her despite it being just one. In the sky are countless deaths that Eva controls. They emerge from a gigantic portal in the sky. The green light made the space seem extremely eerie and ghostly. Eva was elated, raising her head to the sky as she spoke some philosophical words. Life is suffering. Surviving that suffering is like passing through death. Let's play this game thoroughly. Silenthius had a very serious expression. Despite seeing thousands of soldiers from the underworld and a screaming ghost, she remained calm. On the screen, everything happening where Minato stood was seen as countless deaths covering the sky. A voice asked, "What is that?" Ajin still held his pipe. Anton said, someone else was also watching this scene with him. It seems Eva is just an empty shell. Thanks to the artifact's help, he controls all these bodies now. Eva's mind screamed loudly. The playful and energetic boy's face turned terrifying. Those corpses have physical strength equivalent to this body. Let's start the game then. Setsuna observed for a moment and said nonchalantly, it seems there are about 100 bodies with Shikami level power. The one behind was extremely startled by that massive number. Oh dear, what should we do, Captain Hibiki? Our main character started giving philosophical advice. Minato angrily looked up and cursed the Eva in front of him. They've already killed people. Why are they still trampling on their dignity? What a disgusting nature this has. A voice echoed Minato. Challenges said with satisfaction. Minato's face is still up but his eyes look down at her. He's changed. Suddenly he asked dumbly, have I really changed? She continued, her expression slightly sad. Maybe our ancestors were like this too. Minato, with white hair, was in a fierce battle rage. He suddenly spoke but the space became eerily calm. Dark clouds filled the sky, and between them, many undead spirits summoned by Eva. Minato stood quite far from him, continuing, you've overpraised me. A thin thread of golden light flickered. The hanging corpses in the sky suddenly straightened up as if electrocuted. Golden light from the threads made the space glow brightly, creating thunderous explosions above Minato and Eva, blinding a wide area. Eva couldn't believe her eyes. She stopped to examine the situation, her face showing disbelief at what was happening. It's Challenges. She looked cool with sharp eyes, the threads of light circling around her body. She is the one who will cut down all the undead before they touch the ground. Challenges said disdainfully, did you just summon them and let them fall in front of me? Just chop them down before they hit the ground. The corpses fell slowly like rain. Eva's eyes turned to angry. This damn guy. He looked up at his remaining sky, which was now falling apart. What did he do? Eva thought, there are people who have practiced tirelessly to achieve such perfect accuracy with their shots. But the corpses continued to be hit by the threads, creating thunderous explosions. Minato, with white hair and a blank expression, saw bodies falling from above. The hits were warm, but he remained cold as ever. Eva's thoughts couldn't understand why he could perform such a perfect unison. In an instant, he had launched perfectly accurate threads. None missed their target. Meanwhile, Challenges in her mysterious black dress gently told Minato to stand beside her and watch how she fought. He rushed from Itoryu's side to where she was standing. Yes, he was stunned. Amazing. He is using his body, so hasn't reached full potential yet. The screen still showed Challenges' bodies being hit by threads. Minato thought silently, it seems he can do this too. All these techniques are very effective. Challenges softly said, you only want to seek power for yourself. Meanwhile, everyone was eagerly seizing every opportunity to use their strength with his body. The image of Itoryu shouting appeared. Let's go! The screen showed the same scene again. Go, everyone! Eva's body was split into 5 pieces by Minato's lightning. The boy stood straight, having just completed a powerful move. Tengen and Kanem couldn't believe what they were seeing. The coconut-haired boy exclaimed, "Ah, that really is Kaminagi Minato?" Tengen's eyes widened in shock, very similar to young Midori. Minato slowly approached Ava's body. The sky had returned to its original blue. Eva sighed, a monster indeed. His face was still in shock despite being on the ground. He thought he had destroyed over 100 decoys already. Minato approached and gently prodded at the incomplete body on the ground. "Now you know how different our powers are, right? I have many questions for you to answer. Don't worry, we have plenty of people skilled in interrogations." Minato's expressionless eyes looked down. "You'll confess everything now." The corpse of Eva lay motionless on the green grass. Suddenly, a memory of Eva resurfaced. A man with platinum blonde hair called 12th was followed by two children vertically. 12th is dead. Eva still said, in the present, "I can't possibly win against you." The flesh before Minato continued moving, but he had listened to his boss's advice and began to doubt. Suddenly, Eva smiled again. Green light flared once more. He confidently said, "This is my trump card." A huge coffin emerged from the ground, surrounded by airy light from Ava's power. The sky turned black once more. Minato raised an eyebrow at the coffin and asked, "What's that?" Eva continued, "Do you know anything about it?" The lid of the coffin slowly opened. 1,000 years ago, the one who destroyed the tower. Minato was stunned by Ava's revelation. He was one of the ancestors. Eva continued, "1 against 10,000 soldiers." The coffin opened, revealing a red-haired swordsman, Hinoki Raichiru. Itoryu and other ancestors were shocked. "What is this?" Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the bright coffin, causing Minato to activate his magic again. "Thunder," Itoryu warned. "Maz, stop!" Solenthius hesitated. "It seems real." Raichiru seemed slightly surprised by this. "How?" Raichiru stood firm after the terrifying lightning strike. His sword still bore marks of the lightning. Solenthius realized he had hit a lightning strike. The green light flared once more, surrounding Itoryu in battle. Eva took over this powerful and strong body. Itoryu's eyes glowed like those of a demon. With an evil grin, "This is going to be fun. Too amazing." Minato sensed the immense power as well. His eyes widened with worry and shock. He thought it was similar to Ichiharu's aura he felt during training. No, even stronger this time. Eva and Itoryu's body taunted, "Go on." From the ground, countless hands of different corpses rose up terribly. Again, thousands of zombies emerged. Instead of appearing from above, they rose from the ground. The second half begins now. Minato seemed quite worried, his face pale, if he was about to wet himself. Solenthius stood before Minato. "It's okay." Suddenly, a loud explosion behind Eva occurred, surprising him too. Eva turned her head and saw Minato lowering his head for some reason. Minato said, Challenge's voice still echoed, "Don't forget, your talented friends are here. Hikotaru, Aiken, Ichika, and Shinji. They were all present in the battle. Very cool, you're not alone." Hikotaru made a pose to kick into the air, looking really cool. Aiken and Ichika appeared, standing in front of the zombies. Shinji stood opposite Itoryu, pointing his sword at him. Round everyone was a dark sky with unusual green clouds, an indescribable shade of gloom. Itoryu carried his sword on his shoulder, his voice clearly irritated. "Hey, what's going on here? Is that a friend of his?" Minato looks very surprised. He thinks to himself, "It sounds just like Ichiru, and the way he talks too." Behind Minato, dust is flying everywhere, facing Itoryu. He's in trouble, poor guy. He furrows his brow because our fake children are pretty strong. As soon as Itoryu finishes talking, a huge roasted monster attacks Hikotaru. He uses his own magical power, fire, to burn it. But he seems to have failed. Not only is it unharmed, but it's attacking him too. Hikotaru jumps up and dodges the attack. It punches hard into the ground, sending dust flying. Hikotaru grits his teeth. His hand is bleeding. He thinks to himself, physical enhancement skills. I've already used all my law chains, but they're still not doing anything, let alone these fake ones. The roasted monsters move in formation. each one emitting a dark magical light. Taru wonders, individual skill, does each one have it? Seishiro is surrounded by several roasted monsters. It approaches and attacks him. Seishiro seems to be on the back foot, his clothes covered in mud. He swings his sword at a fake child. In his heart, he thinks they're too strong. Kanem speeds up as she runs, dust flying everywhere, crying but no tears. Behind her is a horde of zombies trying to chase her down. She's so scared, screaming loudly. Why are there so many? Setsuna stands from afar and sees Kanem being chased by the zombies. She starts using her magical power. She touches her earpiece and thinks, sound visualization, materialization. Then she combines Phoenix. Instantly a fiery bird appears behind her. The illusory bird flaps its wings and flies away. Immediately, the fake children are repelled, unable to chase Kanem anymore. After they're gone, Kanem is moved. Captain, Setsuna calmly asks, things aren't looking good? She calculates in her head, just killing them but still can use skills while alive. The huge chain breaks as Setsuna steps over it and then splits into two pieces. Kanem sees this and is surprised too. Koichiro with bulging muscles jumps up, breaking the chains. He shouts loudly, fire sword skill. Kanem looks up. Ichiro grits his teeth, a furious expression on his face. His fist hits the ground. A fiery area appears, red flames sprouting everywhere. Setsuna thinks, things aren't looking good. Kanem kneels down and cries without making any sound. He's trying to cling to the ground so he doesn't fall into the deep pit. Setsuna jumps down from above, of course she would. Itoryu laughs madly. Ha! Great job! Chaos everywhere. He looks at Minato, who is desperate. Minato buries his face in the ground. He says, in this situation, only a captain can survive. Minato turns to look at Kyui, Ellerson, Wantek. That's what he said. He asks, what do you think? The three of them sigh simultaneously. Minato smiles. He turns and looks at Challenges, saying, Mellows, give me a little more. Challenges is surprised. Minato asks Itoryu, who said no one would survive. Itoryu is surprised. Minato looks steadily at him and smiles. Don't look down on my friends, the 12 apostles. Haiko is surrounded by more fake children. In front of him is a horde of rotted skeletons. Behind him, another one appears in the thick fog. Haiko looks at the fake children and says, one against many, like lesson number 7. His phone shows a message, advice to become stronger for Hanada Hikurato. He unleashed his magical power. A golden dragon appeared around him. Haiko opened his bright yellow eyes and stared at the preserved warriors as he performed a long technique. The dragon flew over, wrapping itself around several preserved warriors and binding them. Haiko leaped onto the dragon's back, kicking each of the doppelgangers one by one. He flipped in midair, riding the dragon up, then attacked the doppelgangers. Wantek watched as Haiko did this, folding his arms and observing with a comment, Taru has an interesting physique. He noted that his body was well muscled. In the training room, as Haiko bent himself, Aiken couldn't find words to describe him. She said, impressive. Wantek continued, adding that he was also very flexible. His combat strategy always involved this. Ellerson Chen entered and quickly delivered a focused strike. She assessed, not bad, but it's not the optimal way. If you want to fully unleash your talent, then. As Haiko performed the technique that wrapped around one of the doppelgangers, she continued her water-like movements, suggesting this had to be an unstoppable blow. Haiko used the bird beak move to choke one of the preserved warriors. Ellerson suggested chopping, sweeping, and overpowering everything in his path. Haiko kicked, sending a doppelganger flying to the ground. That was a swift strike. He smiled contentedly. Good job. Next, Aiken suddenly appeared from nowhere, landing on the barren land where the preserved warriors also looked on. She thought, I can't lose to Haiko. At the same time, the doppelgangers had identified their target and charged madly. A text message popped up on her phone, a tip for Shinomiya Aiken to become stronger. Kyui explained that alchemy was the technique of transforming unfinished materials into perfection. He noted that she was so engrossed in combat that she had created cheap and low-quality weapons, but these were just trivial matters in alchemy. Aiken held out her sigil. It glowed purple as she performed the Holy Trinity Judgment. Her arm grew enormous, with doppelgangers rushing to her hand. Alchemists were creatures who grasped and overcame taboos. A Venmanes was summoned, standing on its shoulders looking at the 7 doppelgangers. Aiken disdainfully looked down. This was the result of Lesson 8, enough for now. As commanded, it moved step by step, like a doppelganger. She confidently said, "Let's destroy their hard bodies and awaken them." Minato turned to Itoryu and called out, "Itoryu." He responded, Then he announced, "Don't worry about SUOU. Where is Shinji?" Shinji was using all his strength to cut down the doppelgangers as they kept advancing. Shinji flew into the sky, severing the necks of 2 doppelgangers with 2 strikes. Itoryu said, "I'm not as outstanding as him, but I have my own talents." Shinji used the Hinoki sword technique, slicing down on the doppelgangers with all his might. Instantly, a red light emitted, decapitating over 10 doppelgangers. His eyes widened as he combined the flower of metal defense skill and severed many half-headed doppelgangers. Ichika watched from afar, impressed. That's well combined." Sitting on a pile of doppelganger corpses, she thought, combining techniques and skills, swordsmanship has its limits. But Minato's feats could also be applied to Shinji, though Minato's results were far superior. The intense light made Ichika look up. A red flame leapt as if it wanted to burn everything, erupting in a terrifying manner, threatening to engulf everything. Ichika swung her sword and cut the doppelganger in half when it tried to sneak attack from behind. She thought, "It's starting." The battle between Minato and the 12 apostles began. But she stood up, looking up. Itoryu held his sword as if he wanted to stab Minato through. His face was full of malice. She was surprised. That is, she remembered the founder of our sword technique, Hinoki Raichiru. She narrowed her eyes and shouted, "What's going on?" Itoryu stared intently at Challenges with a sinister face. She also looked up, widened her eyes in discomfort, facing him. Line 60 is intentionally left blank as per the task requirements. He unsheathed his sword, a green light radiating round him. He looked furious. Everything seemed incredibly magical. He swung his sword down, a powerful beam of light emitting with a deafening boom, sparks flying everywhere. Minato quickly dodged to the side. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere, scattering in all directions. Minato opened his mouth wide, his face filled with surprise. He thought silently, "This is..." Challenges stood beside Minato. Both of their faces looked serious. Looking at Sang, who kept glowing continuously from Itoryu's sword swings in front of him. Challenges showed obvious discomfort on her face. Sang's probing attacks were flickering around her. She thought silently, "Just as I suspected. The headband isn't enough." A bright net appeared in front of Itoryu, blocking him. He continued swinging his sword continuously, his face full of a strange smile. He performed the sword technique, chopping into pieces. Immediately after that area of attack, the ground around them trembled. Large chunks of earth flew everywhere, splattering and scattering. Minato jumped onto a chunk of land, observing severed heads rolling off the bodies, limbs broken. He thought, "I know this skill because I've used it before." He straightened up and stared ahead. He recalled what had happened, thinking about Itoryu and Haiku, sighing deeply. This is a real battle. He looked up, but in front of his eyes was chaos. Haruki was trying to cling onto the intact ground beneath him to avoid falling into the deep pit. Seizuru was desperately holding on, panicking and shouting loudly. A sword technique aimed at Ciceru's hand, who was trying to hold it. Both were unprepared. Cicero screamed in pain, sweat pouring down her face like a bath. She clung to the severed hand of Cicero with fear in her eyes. She couldn't believe what she saw. She was truly about to receive death. Minato glanced around him. A golden aura surrounding his body appeared. Immediately, everyone who was panicking got enveloped by the golden bubbles, lifted up high. Everyone was surprised and stunned. Some were still in shock. Minato moved swiftly on the chunks of land. leaving behind those who were shocked at the situation. Challenges saw this. She asked Hinoki worriedly, "What should we do now?" Itoryu grimaced. He quickly stepped past Minato and Challenges. At a safe distance from them, he lay down, showing indifference, suggesting to Valentine, "Let him do whatever he wants." Valentine stood with folded hands, looking gloomy. Minato nodded silently, understanding now. He stood on a chunk of land, looking down at Itoryu, who was pointing his sword at him. He is using the unique technique of the Hinoki school's sword technique. When the flowery text technique is executed, a bright blue light erupts fiercely, accompanied by a massive explosion of light. Kanemaru hugged her head and cried in fear from the earthquake-like boom. Suzuna remained expressionless, waved her hand, sighing for show. Terrifying indeed. Itoryu pointed his sword at Minato, who was standing opposite him. He laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha! Wonderful! Too wonderful!" The ground was in disarray. Large chunks of earth fell suddenly. The long-haired man dodged quickly, but the brown-haired girl with glasses didn't seem as lucky. A magical square appeared around her, causing the area she stood on to collapse. She looked bewildered. Itoryu laughed in satisfaction. "Is this a descendant's body? A great vessel for combat." He swung his sword again, releasing a green aura of awakening energy. Itoryu commanded, "Stronger, we need a more powerful skill." Minato stared intently. Itoryu unleashed the technique, unique technique of the Hinoki school, mystic, indomitable. He then swung his sword and chopped Minato on the head. "You quickly caught it with your hand." Itoryu widened his eyes in surprise. "Hey!" Another Itoryu was propping himself up on his hands. "Huh, this is so boring." Challenges sighed. "You're right, even though it's your body." Minato waved his hand. He still felt weak like a lotus. Itoryu retreated slowly, scared. He got closer. "Who is talking nonsense? How can this body be weak? This is the legacy ancestor's power." He gritted his teeth and muttered, "We need a stronger skill. We have to take the black brain." That consciousness flows with the dark aura into the brain. Itoryu cried, tears streaming from his red eyes. He was confused. "Hey, why did Ava's tears fall?" In the dark space, Eva held her head and panted heavily. Because Hinoki Raichiru's memories when he was alive are still deeply engraved in his brain. Just by looking at those memories, the madness is waiting to invade Eva immediately. Itoryu swung his sword fiercely, severing countless tentacles. The tower was split in half with just one swing of the sword. After achieving great feats, he gradually became colder and more disheartened. Eva fell into the dark space. He was in pain, thinking, "What is this body? It's too powerful for me. Why be jealous?" He panted continuously. Can human intelligence reach this level? Within Inoki's memories, there are dark recollections of chopping humans, monsters, oceans, planets, and more. The overloaded memories triggered emotional tears. He fell to his knees and vomited a large mess. His mind kept asking, "Where should I go to become stronger?" He was terrified, screaming, tears streaming like rain, sweat dripping. "No, this can't be used. My soul is breaking apart." Itoryu lay down calmly and said, "Well, let it break." Ellerson sighed and asked Itoryu, "If his soul breaks and loses control, everyone here will die." A mournful scream echoed. "Oh," Minato curiously looked on in surprise. Suddenly, Ava's body was pushed up by a force, surrounded by a dark aura. Ellerson gasped and shouted, "His soul is breaking apart. Everyone will die." Itoryu held his sword wide open to release the suffocating darkness in his soul. The killing intent kept emanating, terrifyingly awful. Tagasaki City, Gunma Prefecture. Everyone was panicking. A subordinate asked, "Mr. Kirasagi, what's going on?" Kirasagi was frustrated and ordered to evacuate the residents quickly. He just looked at his phone worriedly. What is this massive aura? It originated from Nagano Prefecture, 100 kilometers away from the epicenter. What's happening? Kirasagi was angry and surprised. Are there any monsters in this era? Itoryu was in immense pain. He looked disheveled, far different from his arrogant appearance earlier. The demons received the dark aura from Itoryu and sensed life. Aiken and Heiko were surprised without resting. What? This is… Shinji stabbed the ground with his sword, trying to stand up. He growled, "The aura is too strong." Kuromo fell to the ground as the dark aura drained her strength. Genji rubbed her painful spot and gritted her teeth in pain. Minato panicked and shouted loudly, "Raichiru!" He maintained his slanted position. Rin responded calmly. "What?" Minato turned to look. He continued speaking. "I've already said it. The rest is up to the mouse." Challenges calmly reached out and held her cloak. "Respond." "Got it." Itoryu was possessed by Ava's body, rising into the air. He gripped his sword. The dark purple aura around him overshadowed everything else. Minato looked up. "You said." With Minato's current body, Challenges twisted her wrist, 3 red rings emitting red magical power. As she pushed the round sleeve up, the rings extended, grounding the truth. She said, "Just one strike is enough." As Itoryu's rage threatened to consume everything, Minato was given a long ring by Challenges. The magic power around him emitted green light, countering the dark purple aura of Itoryu. Aiken observed all this. She was worried, thinking, could it be? QY sat on a chair and called Minato. He turned to her. She said, "I know, but you and Shinomiya Aiken must carefully observe this scene." He focused as QY explained, "Whether magic or alchemy, because we are seekers of the truth in this world." Seeing Minato's arm covered with red rings, QY continued, "This is where you will achieve one of those truths." QY looked at Itoryu writhing in pain. His face contorted. "Then what about the ultimate body?" Then she looked at Minato and Challenges exerting their power. Could they endure a fragment of this truth? The dark aura consumed Itoryu. His eyes changed. He was near death. Die, die. Ava's soul had been torn into pieces. All that kept Hinoki Raichuru moving now were remnants of Eva. The sword on the ground was affected by a force, but Itoryu ran away. Its body still moved like an untamed beast seeking destruction. Young Hinoki had long abandoned this body and used a phrase as a reminder to himself. Itoryu opened one red eye, green veins prominent, his face contorted, ignorant of the truth. He flew through a dark space. Minato stood on the ground. Challenges appeared behind him. She opened her bright eyes and looked at Itoryu. Itoryu was surrounded by a dark vortex. The ground around him began to shift, rocks flying everywhere. He wanted to rage, the vortex intensifying. In his memory, after the aura and fury consumed everything, were scenes of Minato's head being cut off, blood flowing from his body, ears, and feet. Shinji had his sword broken, losing his ears, feet, and head. Heiko was in pain from his neck being severed. Everything now related to death and blood. Haruki, Seishiro, Kenem were all defeated and killed, even the false ones. Images of erupting volcanoes, Kisaragi and Garp spitting blood, severe injuries. Minato's mother broke her chopsticks while cooking, and a part of the ancient city was severely damaged by the dark aura. His screams echoed across Japan. The vortex and fury showed no signs of subsiding. Itoryu Zenzi now were only his pants, dragging his grotesque body, moving heavily. Suddenly he erupted in rage, looking up to the sky like a wild beast. Instantly, the aura surged, darkening everything around him. The world dimmed. Minato understood something. "I get it. That's how it is." His eyes focused on the changes. Then he looked at Challenges, observing Itoryu, recalling information about her. The truth midge. Melchia's Challenges skill was grounding truth, Mega HMH. It was sealed because the world couldn't handle that power. One of its effects was Minato using inherited magic from Challenges, red light suddenly appearing and enveloping his hand. He applied it to a target skill, then grabbed Itoryu's wrist as he approached. Itoryu resisted. After holding onto Itoryu's hand, the mark on Minato's hand glowed. Dark magic from Itoryu dissipated. Minato looked at him solemnly. "See, this is the answer." Itoryu groaned, then slowly fell back, looking drained of all strength. Minato still held his hand tightly as a holy light shone from it. Challenges recited the spell with no expression on her face. Celestial light LNS. Melim. Itoryu's eyes widened in pain, mouth opened wide as he screamed in agony. Round him, dark aura was enveloped by holy light. Where Itoryu and Minato stood, a huge burst of light emitted, casting their shadows on the ground. Minato remained still, but Itoryu's body gradually dissipated into smoke. The sky regained its original green color. Itoryu's corpse turned black, features fading away. Minato tightly held onto the corpse. The corpse suddenly crumbled and slowly broke apart. He whispered to the corpse his final words. Goodbye. Salentheus extended her hand, bidding farewell to her dear friend at the end of this cycle. The sun rose high as the dark aura dissipated into nothingness. Hyoma, Kiwi, Wantek, and Ayler looked up at the unfolding story with sad faces. Their expressions showed a mix of sorrow and unease. Itoryu sat up, visibly irritated. No, it's still here. Salentheus explained that body and soul are completely different. Minato stood behind her, looking very surprised. She asked, now? Salentheus turned around, raised a finger, and smiled. Did it help him in any way during training? Some force made Minato enter an entirely different space. The green sky and fresh grass created a very peaceful scene. Someone shouted, ah, great job, he defeated that monster. Everyone cheered enthusiastically. Minato, stay there, the person said. The inscription on his hand still glowed. Ichika exclaimed. She was both happy and unsatisfied. At least you should have used a sword, Minato. Otherwise, why did the trainer win just now? Did you think you were going to die? Minato, how strong has he become? Shinji frowned, holding his sword behind him. Really? Such a powerful enemy was reduced to ashes in an instant. Aiken argued, no, what's scary is the one standing there. Aiken remembered their battle and thought maybe he fully understood the opponent's skill and rendered it useless. She clenched her hand so hard it trembled. Could a human reach that level? With a determined smile, she said, I will too. Tengen held his smoking pipe in his hand, sighed, ha! He looked at the chaotic aftermath of the battle, large unorganized blocks of earth scattered around, and before him was a huge pit. He wondered what to do with this big hole now. It was just supposed to be a test for the new team leader, but it turned into a battlefield. Tengen thought about Todoroki being killed too. Should he organize another test for the new team leader? Then he took a drag on his pipe and cursed. This is really complicated. Someone's voice echoed, well done. Kuromo looked up in surprise. Kenem felt strange as well, saying ant. Kuromo saw something and said it was. Kenem also raised her head to look where she was looking at. A huge green circle appeared like a gateway leading somewhere. Kuromo said, there must be someone on the other side. He gasped in fear. Ah, still some scent left. The man nearby was shocked, crushed his cigarette, and stared wide-eyed. Hey, what's going on? The shadow of Yoyu gradually appeared behind the mystical gate. The gate slowly fades away behind. Io stands formally with Shiki. Tengen gasps loudly. Why is the director here? Minato searches his memory. That day you met her. Io stood facing him explaining. I'm just an old lady by chance passing through. You're surprised. It's the person we saw yesterday. Io walks slowly. Shiki can only watch her go, full of confusion in his heart. Io approaches where Minato stands. Tengen, puzzled, asks the director, why are you here? Tengen's eyes widen as if he could swallow a fly. Shiki looks equally shocked with wide eyes, both surprised. Io kneels respectfully in front of Minato, saying she is one who has returned. She bows her head respectfully. I have waited for this return. Then lifting her face, her voice steady after centuries, addressing the ancestors. Minato stands still, bewildered by what's happening. The same goes for those behind him. Everyone around looks on with confusion at the scene. The vast land is in ruins. A hole appears. Round it are scattered square-shaped earth blocks. People standing around look amazed by this sight. Shinji stammers, Master Ichika, both he and Handa and Aiken are surprised. She shouts loudly, the director fainted. Ichika turns to continue, Auntie, we should have known already. But never mind, it's probably their first meeting. She is one of the founders of the Great Prophecy at the highest level in this Japanese region. He becomes angry. We knew that much. But that's not the issue. Aiken shows similar confusion. She loudly asks, why is the director kneeling before Kanage? Seeing Ayo on her knees in front of Minato, Ichika can only reply, I don't know. At this moment, Minato is in turmoil, thinking it's the person he met behind the school. Why is she kneeling? Then hesitantly, he says, well, I like her. Minato sends a signal to the ancestors accompanying him. Perhaps she knows them. Do you know each other? The six of them look deep in thought, hands on their chins, faces pondering. After a moment's silence, they all conclude no one knows each other. This only makes Minato more flustered. What now? Then Itoryu speaks up, but the aura of this person, I think I recognize it. Ayo, with a kind smile, looks at him. She says, do you not remember me? Haha, that's right, I've become an old lady now. Then she touches her face, moving her body. So what? Her hands cross and raise to the brow level. Minato looks at her. Ayo suddenly raises her hand high, swaying from side to side with a cheerful laugh. Look at me, Raichiru. This is the shake dance. They remain still staring. The image of the dancing old lady reminds them of a smiling black-haired girl. Seeing her joy eyes, they recognize Ayo. Challenges is surprised and asks, is that Ayo? Itoryu happily says, Minato changed to my verse. He's still confused, huh? Then Minato transforms into green hair, excitedly patting Ayo on the shoulder. Oh, it's been a long time. Ayo! This action makes Shinji, Handa, and Aiken even more surprised. Tengen roared, Kaminagi and Shiki behind him ready to pounce at any moment. How dare you speak those disrespectful words to the CEO? Meanwhile, Ayo and Kanagi are joyfully dancing together. He warns, you're in big trouble, Kanagi. Both of them are furious. Tengen gritted his teeth. Let's reschedule the captain election. This top spot must know my strength. Shiki wasn't going to take it either. He deserves a straight punch out of space. Ayo stepped in to stop the two advancing figures. Calm down, everything's fine. Then Minato as Itoryu patted her head a few times, chatting warmly. Haven't seen each other for so long. The three old silver-haired men have aged. She seems very happy about it. A slight smile on her lips, she reminisces. Their way of talking is just like back then, when they all traveled together. The others show no interest. The only side after the competition. The two of them are lifting a large chunk of earth, rearranging it here. Their strength makes me gasp in awe. Hinata is soothing Shinji after annoying him, while Aiken gently strokes and adores their cat. In Tengen's and Shiki's secret chamber of the Great Prophet, they stand there with images of Ayo dancing in their minds. Minato looks surprised at the view before him. Turns out there really is a garden inside the headquarters. Ayo smiles as she responds. Sadly, I can't show myself often, so I mostly stay here, and this place already has its own barriers. Then he expresses his curiosity. It seems you know about the ancestors. She begins to tell her story. I was an orphan, lost all my family in the Towers era, then saved and raised by the ancestors. In the past, she was a lucky girl who escaped from the Sea of Fire, walking while wiping away tears that wouldn't stop because there was nothing left. He nods, so it's the tower. Then Minato exclaims loudly, did you come into existence in the era of the tower? Ayo still thinks this is normal. She scratches her chin and muses, probably about 300 years ago. This information makes him curious. So she must be over 300 years old then? She explains that we used an ancient artifact to stop the flow of time. As long as I stay in this headquarters, age can't affect me. Hearing the familiar name of the artifact, he remembers items like a vial with a sealed angel, a jar filled with green seeds with skull symbols, or a golden cage that could imprison someone. He exclaims, amazing! In another space, Itoryu thinks about his companion's abilities. He turns and speaks, similar to Valentine's maintenance skill. She replies, yes, if we were at our peak, we could do that too. Then she asks, but where did Ayo get such a powerful artifact? Meanwhile, Ayo continues her story. In the Great Prophet, there's a department tasked with collecting artifacts. No one knows about these characters and no country can control them. But recently, their storage place was attacked and many artifacts were lost. It lies isolated from the outside world in a snowy mountain base. Minato feels like he's going from surprise to surprise. She continues, starting with Midori, the special forces aimed at retrieving those artifacts. They are tasked with reclaiming stolen artifacts. Hearing this, Rin says, "Got it, so the 12 apostles must be behind this attack." Azul agrees. So everything is clear now. There might be superiors among the 12 apostles who are the strongest in today's world. Their reasoning impresses Minato. "Just a few sentences and you two figured it out?" Arjun responds, "You've seen the crime scene through my skill too." Eva says, "Because we're too strong now. All thanks to the artifacts and their leader providing them." Ryan suggests, instead of recruiting 12 stronger superiors than SUOU, Makoto using artifacts to enhance ordinary superiors' power would be faster and more convenient. Exactly. Itoriu sighs in agreement with Ryan's point. The two recent enemies aren't as strong as Makoto. Io agrees. "We think the same. Before the artifact theft, no one knew about these 12 apostles. They have power equivalent to the Great Prophet's leader, an organization aiming to make prophetic words come true. We can't let such a dangerous group act freely. They work secretly. There isn't much information about who they really are." She shares her thoughts. "We've put all our efforts and resources into finding their leader, but Midori will probably get to him faster." Minato feels more shocked than ever. In Michigan, Detroit, a city in ruins with many buildings collapsed into rubble. On the other side, buildings still stand intact. Streets are quiet at night. Suddenly, a bright green light appears at the end of the street. Midori's loud cry disrupts the silence. The green beam descends from the sky, shattering into pieces. Amidst the chaos, Ichiharu Midori emerges. He found out that there were 12 ranks, but in reality, there are 13 people. Looking up, a blonde-haired man in Western attire was sitting on a chair, crossed his legs, and held a glass of water. He and the chair he was sitting on, along with the table next to it, were floating in midair. "You got here faster than I thought." His face turned sinister. "What do you want, coffee or tea?" Midori's face was filled with anger as she shouted, "Die, rank 0. Midori's face showed hatred as he yelled, "Die, rank 0. The man was still floating in midair, looking down at where Midori stood. Suddenly, a powerful magical vortex appeared, carrying green light and destroying nearby buildings. Two people were witnessing this scene. One of them spoke up, "It's starting." He is a Nishinaku Special Forces member. The other continued, "This city has been abandoned, so it shouldn't be a problem." This person is also a Mikado Saichi Special Forces member. Then he raised his voice. "That fool wanted to dig a tunnel all the way to the other side of the earth. Did he?" Suddenly, they felt danger approaching. Their bodies moved sideways as a cut appeared between the buildings, splitting them in half. More cuts appeared, and the building quickly turned into rubble. Thanks to their abilities, Kyu and Saichi dodged the attacks and landed on the ground. Saichi said coldly, "Let Midori handle it." Then he twisted his hand, looking at the person who had attacked them. "We'll take care of this side." A man with white hair, beautiful and carrying a sword with intricate designs on its scabbard. This is Kamuroji Jim Ichiharu Midori, rank 1, a member of the 12 End Times Apostles. When Midori's attack stopped, he stood in the middle, deep in thought. This is the most powerful slash technique of the Wind Blade. The rank 0 apostle leisurely sipped his coffee and looked at him without a scratch on him. Midori silently wondered if it was some kind of skill effect or an artifact. He set down his cup, stood up, stepped out of the purple circle he had created, and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Are we done?" Midori raised his hand towards him and continued launching attacks. Magical balls flew towards him, colliding to form an explosion. This is the Jade Wall slash technique. Midori's face remained serious without any hint of playfulness. When he thought he had attacked that man, he said, "You've never been to the aquarium park before, have you? That's where we are." Humans are invincible against a giant predator, even in water, and can safely observe fish. Right. Thanks to their reverence, visitors could easily admire the fish swimming freely under the water, regardless of size. He then widened his stance, arrogantly, "You and I are the same." Midori narrowed his eyes, calculating in his head, so he still has another card up his sleeve for defense. The rank 0 apostle continued speaking, "It's clear now. Usually, you're very strong and terrifying. You don't consider me an enemy, but you are grieving over the death of your friend that Kodo sacrificed in his arms." His voice added a mocking tone. What a pitiful creature. Midori's face fell further. The man laughed mockingly. From the moment he was born, you were just a fighting monster, a creature that exists only for combat, yet couldn't protect your precious friend. Midori clenched his lips and stared at him. He also told himself, that's right. 23 years ago, in the crevice between the mountains, a beam of light appeared, as if someone's presence. This aura left people amazed. The old man exclaimed, That was the Special Forces team at that time, Shino no Mitengen. The green magical light continued glowing but condensed into a point. He nearly stood on the steps and shouted in surprise, "This is all that's left of the Ichihara family mansion." With him was an old woman, the CEO of the Great Prophet, Io. He gritted his teeth, realizing something at the center. A child, perhaps? At the center where the aura converged, a baby was crying, still attached to its umbilical cord. He continued thinking, was this massive aura just because of this baby's birth? He opened his eyes wider in shock. In the next moment, Yo jumped into the center of the aura. The air is thick with tension. It's a dangerous situation. Director, please step back. She continues walking towards them, and as she gets closer, that aura feels like a sharp blade, leaving cuts on her. She reaches out to the child. Then the child calms down, gently soothing itself. It's okay, right? It was scary, wasn't it? But now everything is fine, nothing to worry about anymore. The child stops crying, only a few tears remain at its corners. When the child stops crying, the wind calms down, that ominous aura disappears. Tengen speaks up, the wind has stopped. Ao continues soothing the child and calls out to Tengen, this child will be raised by our great seer. The child extends its tiny hand and to grasp one of Ao's bloody fingers. It is then named Midori. 9 years later, in a hallway, Midori and two others appear. An old man says, "You're the turtle's child, right?" He is Kijiro Hinobi, an Ichika senior from the Special Forces. Beside him stands Ichika, a 12-year-old girl. Midori coldly looks at them without replying. The old man warns again, don't cause trouble for us. If you lose control, we, the Great Seers, will hunt you down. His face darkens as he says, no head. With a snap, Kijiro turns to leave. Behind him, Midori continues, that's why I let you live. He looks at her seriously. Beside them, Ichika giggles. Then he laughs and asks her, Ichika, what's so funny? They leave, leaving only Midori behind. His shadow is lonely, he whispers, weak. Scene change. During training, two boys are emitting their auras. A voice announces the start of strength training. Midori stands in the center of an open space, while others stand around her. He thinks everyone is defeated. If I push harder, they'll just be weak creatures. Everyone seems afraid and doesn't approach him. Suddenly, a voice calls from behind Midori, hey! A sword flies towards him, but his aura dispels it instantly. Midori asks, what are you doing? A red-haired boy laughs and answers, no, not like that. He hands another sword to him. This one, let's be training partners. His expression changes in surprise. Slowly, he repeats, sword? The red-haired boy smiles and asks again, okay, that's SUOU. Makoto is 9 years old. He thinks to himself, I won't lose anyone else. In the mansion, a loud voice calls out, SUOU. Hearing his name called by Ichihara, Makoto, who was sweating from weightlifting, turns around in surprise and asks, what's going on? Midori stands behind him, angry and frustrated with 2 large sticks. Han shouts loudly, I'll prove it again, I won't lose to you. Makoto looks disappointed. You still haven't learned anything. Suddenly, Ichihara's wooden swords break into pieces in midair. Han grits his teeth. Damn it. Midori sits on the ground, frustrated, and cries out, "Why can't I beat you? Why?" The voices of disbelief echo, "You're too strong. You are." Not from either of them, but a third person suddenly appears beside him with long hair covering his face and two bags in front. Midori looks at him. Makoto panics and stops lifting the weights. No, don't tell him that, okay? The boy with long hair is Nishina Kyo, 9 years old. Midori repeats what Kyo said but denies it. Too strong, I always lose. Another figure appears at the door. Actually, that's a compliment. It's Mikado Saichi, 14 years old. He continues explaining, "Your aura is very strong, but wooden swords are too weak. Even if you can defeat Makoto with broken wooden swords, the result remains the same. Right, the floor is still scattered with broken pieces from Midori's wooden sword." Kyu continued, "Like these eggs. When his strength was at its peak, just lifting them would shatter them all. It's the same in a battle." Midori didn't understand. He was puzzled. Saichi chuckled and picked up an egg from Kyu's hand. He raised it, his hands glowing with a bright blue light before throwing the egg away. The egg flew straight into the wall, then bounced back to the ground without breaking. Midori looked surprised as a hole was formed on the wall and it landed safely on the floor. He wondered, why didn't the shell break? Saichi bent down to pick up the egg. Curious, he juggled the egg in his hand while slowly saying, "Controlling your aura is the basic skill of a super warrior. You just need to balance them. It's not some special technique. Controlling your own aura is the fundamental secret of a super warrior." To prove his point, Q also waved his hands and threw all the eggs. The eggs hit the wall but didn't break. Midori widened his eyes. No eggshell broke at all. "This is..." Saichi placed an egg in his hand. "If you want Mikoto's sword skills, you need to carefully adjust your aura." Pause a moment, he said with a smile. "After doing that, even if the aura pressure is overwhelming, you won't harm anyone around you." He stared at the egg on himself as if pondering something. After saying this, he turned and left, announcing to everyone, "I'm going. If you need anything, Mikado." Suddenly, from behind him, a shout echoed, "SUOU Makoto." A full egg hit his head with a thud. It was a raw one. The yolk and white stuck to his hair like a life-saving mop, making his face sticky. He exclaimed, "What?" Midori tried to defend himself. "That wasn't intentional. Let's train together on adjusting your aura, then I'll defeat you in swordsmanship." Before he could finish, Makoto threw an egg at him, leaving a red mark. Then quietly said, "Sorry, I'm going." He kicked the eggs on the ground with his foot. Without hesitation, he used his strength to keep them floating in midair. He smiled and started their training. Midori also emitted his aura, looking serious. His first attempt was too strong. The egg broke when he just picked it up. No one knows how many times he tried, dozens or hundreds, but countless eggs were broken. Makoto kept buying more eggs to support him. Then Midori threw an egg at the wall, creating a large hole in front of Kyu and Saichi's eyes. This time, his aura successfully protected the egg. Even if it was a big crack, Makoto raised his thumb to praise him. He sighed but smiled contentedly at his efforts. Clang, their swords clashed, forming an X shape. Both Makoto and Midori's auras enveloped their swords. The bystanders exclaimed, "Oh, they've been training for half a day." Their movements were graceful, the aura colors, and the scene was truly impressive. Perhaps even they felt happy and excited by the smiles on their faces. Kyu and Saichi sitting nearby couldn't hide their smiles either. They shouted, "Midori, next time, let's compete with us too." For years passed quickly. Someone called his name, Midori. The 13-year-old blonde-haired Ichihara Midori was now a Special Forces member. He turned and smiled. Makoto. Sumakoto, also 13, with the backpack on his back, looked at him smiling. He asked, "Are you joining the Great Prophet?" Midori replied, "Yes, we'll support the European branch. They say this is a special prophecy called Chaos. Imagine a white castle dripping with blood, Maybe it's the White Wolves. He asked, "Are you still looking for a sword master to learn from?" Makoto answered, "Yes, that's what you told me to do." Recalling, Midori had said to him then, "So finding your own teacher would be better." Then he grabbed his hand and pointed at him. "If I really have such a partner, I want to stand by your side." Midori widened his eyes in surprise. After that, he grinned and grabbed his hand, pointing back. "Okay, I'll wait for you, Makoto." They bumped fists with determination and resolve in their eyes. Midori thought to himself, "I won't lose any more loved ones. Only then can we stand side by side. As long as they live, this world is worth protecting." Midori vowed, "I will not lose any more dear ones. Only then can we stand together." Flashbacks of training with Makoto and those jumping eggs, with Kyo and Soichi's help, play in their minds. He asserts that he only needs those friends. "So you've destroyed everything I ever wanted." Midori emits a thick aura, staring at the person standing above. She is determined, repeating in her mind over and over, "I will kill you, I will kill you, I will kill you." Suddenly, a golden object appears in his hand, resembling an egg. He frowns, then decisively breaks it, revealing ancient relics, chaotic life, and primordial blood. The golden light expands, covering the sky. People around look towards the light, wondering what's happening. Soichi thinks to himself, "Not even Midori." Q shouts Makoto. Amidst the golden light, a green hue emerges brighter than before, causing Makoto to frown slightly. A person with a gentle green aura lands near them. Soichi is relieved and calls out, "Midori, did you defeat him?" They are puzzled by his silence. Shinji calls out, "Hey!" Then the green aura in his presence gradually turns a purple-green hue. He asks, "Who are you?" in astonishment. "Who are you?" Realizing something, Q shouts, "Mikado! Danger!" Before they can react, Midori's hand moves towards Soichi. The hidden mark on his hand also turns purple-green. He grins and a swirling purple light emerges from his hand, causing chaos. In November of that month in Detroit, Michigan, 3 members of the Japanese branch of the Anti-Precognition Special Team had gone missing. 2 men walking together hear clanking sounds. One is from the American branch of the Anti-Precognition Special Team, Marquis Warren's squad. He holds a remaining apple core and asks, "How's it going?" As the full name is Aston Taylor, also from the American branch of the Anti-Precognition Special Team. He looks intense, kneels down, examines carefully, then speaks slowly. "As you can see, there's a lot of excess here. This seems to be the epicenter of the explosion. Where they stand is like the edge of a cliff, below which lies an entire town." Warren throws the apple core he holds. "Midori Ichihara must be strong indeed. This guy is the strongest in the world. Then let's go," and drops the apple core. He glances at his companion still observing, asks Han, "Why did the strongest person in the world suddenly disappear with his team?" Taylor's face hardens, showing helplessness. "I can't either." The news of Midori Ichihara's disappearance reached the Japanese branch and caused quite a commotion. At the Eternal Vision lookout of the Japanese Anti-Precognition Branch organization, it looks peaceful and romantic with greenery surrounding it. A loud shout is heard. "Impossible! Greenish face punches the floor." Even though I've heard them say it, but I can't believe that report. Io also asks Han, "We really don't know where Midori is right now." Lin, Midori's special team assistant, Kitamori Jin. She stands in a demonic posture, raising her hands to her thighs, with a sorrowful expression on her face. Then she touches the necklace around her neck and speaks, "The relic that connected me to Ichihara-san has been destroyed. I can't find him anymore." Hearing this, Io sighs, indeed not good. Suddenly, Shiki's voice cuts in, "Director, he's here." Through the open door, a teenager's figure appears. Io looks at him and smiles. "It suits you well, Captain Kanagi Minato." He steps into the room with a cool demeanor. Then he scratches his nose and blushes slightly, saying he feels a bit embarrassed, not sure if he's fit to be the team leader anymore. Hearing this, Tengen speaks up. "I know there were some issues with the test in between, but all other team leaders and the director have nominated you. Recalling Minato's powerful battles, Tengen continues, even engaging Eva at 12th degree, and he's the only one capable of filling Suou's void. Makoto! He sits down, pondering what was just said. Deep in his heart, he remembers seriously saying he wants to surpass the ancestors as soon as possible. He doesn't want anyone else to die. After thinking it through, he replies, "Thank you all. I'll try my best not to disappoint everyone." Tengen seems still processing what Makoto said, nodding thoughtfully. Io smiles and says even without relying on their strength, she thinks Makoto is the most suitable for this team leader position. Then her face turns serious, her voice becoming solemn. "Now, straight to the point, we need your opinion." In another mansion, a loud shout echoes throughout the area. Iryakin, who is called out, is running for his life with heavy breathing. Heavy breaths can be heard. Kanem's face is covered in sweat from both mother and child, dripping down, showing fear. Behind him, Minato chases quickly, laughing and shouting at Kanem, "Wait for me. Hey, I'm Minato Kanagi." On the contrary, Kanem tries to escape from him, running towards the boundary. He still laughs, asking if he signs a contract with him and joins the Kanagi team, okay? Rewinding time, after hearing Io's words, Makoto repeats his curious and questioning opinion. Suddenly, behind her, a door appears with an image of a fierce tiger roaring, emitting golden light. A door suddenly appeared? Just as he finishes thinking, the door opens. Minato's eyes widen in surprise. Io says, "You must know Midori has gone missing now, right?" Both Nishimaki and Mikado went with her as special team members. Behind that door are their figures wrapped in multiple layers of bandages like mummies, but can't hide the blood seeping through. They're hooked up to feeding tubes. They look extremely weak. Suuki speaks. Midori's body is now controlled by the 12th degree leader. This information shocks him. In a corner of the room, Jin turns his face away, unable to hide the sadness on his face. Minato shouts in disbelief. "What?" He continues explaining, "It's like the skill used by the attacker who once attacked the Transcendent Kai. At that time, he said with a smile, 'My skill is just as you see, I can replace anyone I've killed.'" Shuichi speaks again. This possession might be due to an artifact, but now it's not important. Ichihara Midori has become humanity's enemy now. Due to the soul of the 12th degree leader being possessed, Midori can do anything unimaginable. Then he frowns. This is the reality we have to face. Q's expression is equally serious. Minato seems holding back. He's almost breaking down. "Ichihara-san." Etoryu thinks about Ichihara and Makoto's battle. He silently thinks, "That brat." Tsuji calls out, "Kanagi Minato." Midori resisted until the very last moment to allow us to escape, and his final words were, when he attacked Suuki, Midori gritted her teeth and said, "I'm sorry." Then with her other hand, she tried to control herself. "Minato-kun, please defeat the Zeroth degree." That was his last message before completely losing control. Minato tries to open his eyes wide as he processes this information. Tengen places a hand on his shoulder. "Now I understand why Midori had such high expectations for you. But still, you haven't fulfilled the smallest requirement of a team leader. Your team must have 7 members." He continues, "Listen, Sue, Shinomiya, Hanada, you need to find 3 more people. Gather those who can face Ichihara Midori. This is Kanagi's mission. The 3 named are currently in Minato's team. So Minato is chasing Kanem right now. Don't run anymore." He shouted back, "I'll stay in Heibiki's team until I die." He turned and continued, "My captain won't let me go anywhere." Suddenly someone appeared, holding a piece of paper that blocked his path. "That's Aiken," she said. "I got permission from Captain Heibiki already." He cut his hair, leaving a trail of fire on the floor. He shouted loudly, "Aiken-chan!" then stuttered. "This can't be happening. Why would the captain?" The paper in Aiken's hand contained a letter from his own captain. It was a message for her to take care of the con, signed by the captain herself. That made him pause. So they cornered one person. Minato laughed and explained while Aiken sneered. They tried to persuade him. Give up now. Now you're ours. Everything is settled. I just yelled at Kanage for playing dirty. Outside the courtyard, Isuke pushed open the gate and said, as far as I know, Kanage was treated the same way when he first joined the prophecy divination team. But does that mean you have to greet everyone with your feet all the time, Hanada Haikotaru? The yellow-haired boy replied, his foot creating a water puddle on the ground as he turned and smiled. Looks like I don't need to introduce myself anymore. Good afternoon, Isuke Sakazaki. He continued, this is an order from my captain. She wants you in her team. Without hesitation, Isuke replied, I decline. Explain. There's still a position open because Captain Todoroki has died. I'll join the next captain election. I don't want to be associated with Kanage. Saying this, Hana sighed loudly and kicked towards him. As he landed his kick, he was already sitting on a bench, typing away. He interrupted, don't say that. His kick broke several trees by the path, but didn't affect Isuke in the slightest. When Hana's foot hit the ground, Isuke had already sat down and continued typing. Looking at him, he wondered if he couldn't hit him. What is his skill? With a thud, he paused typing and offered his hand to shake. Fine, because you really want me on your team, and that's not bad, so how about this? Time is 60 seconds. Location is the garden courtyard. If you can touch me within that time, I'll accept your offer. Hanada smiled, meaning if I use any means necessary, right? In other words, he got into a fighting stance with a dragon-like figure flickering behind him. Hanada was confident. Not bad, because they want you very much. I'll make you give up on joining the next captain election. Isuke turned his computer screen towards him. The countdown started at 59 seconds. In a distant dark cave, Isuke said, so you're here. Captain Tsurusaki. Inside the stalactite cave of the organization, the 17th subspace water boiler room, a strange purple-lit pool in the middle with someone casting a fishing line. The person called Captain Tsurusaki replied, I often catch big fish here sometimes. Continuing to chat, Isuke, it seems you've registered for the test to fill the position of Team Todoroki's captain. He said, I always wanted to be a captain who doesn't let anyone die. As if warning and reminding him, Tsurusaki said, ambition is good, but do you think that goal can still be achieved even without becoming a captain? His words made Isuke stare. Tsurusaki's fishing rod moved slightly as if a fish had taken the bait. Isuke asked, isn't it odd that I'm not suitable for captain? As he pulled the line, he replied, I didn't say that. Just my thoughts. Then Tsurusaki decisively pulled up a huge hammerhead shark weighing 10 meters, shaking the entire lake. With a calm expression, he explained, you're still lacking, that's just my opinion. Hearing this, Isuke didn't respond, his face deep in thought. Back at the school grounds, Hanada was running quickly, taking 3 steps for every 1 step. He tried to catch up with Isuke. While running, he prepared a kick, hoping to save Tsuruki and Sakazaki, Isuke's team. Despite his fast kick, Isuke still dodged nimbly while holding onto his computer. Just as Hanada's foot was about to hit Isuke, he shouted excitedly, got it! Then he reached out and touched Isuke. But in front of him, there was no one. Isuke had moved back a surprising distance. He chuckled, pushed his glasses up, revealing a bandage on his arm, his face serious but cunning. He said, I really don't want anyone outside my team to see it. It's because Sakazaki Isuke's 100-meter teleportation skill allows him to move to any designated spot within that range. A few meters away on the ground was a pen with black and yellow stripes, just like the one on Isuke's arm bandage. However, there are limitations. He must reach the destination before using it. Once set, he can teleport extremely fast with near-perfect accuracy. That's why his kicks, though powerful, were easily dodged. He continued to teleport, making it hard for Hanada to touch him. Hanada thought, despite trying my best, I still couldn't hit him. The whole time, he held the computer and typed as if playing a simple game, emitting a purple aura around him. Hanada smirked, thinking, good job, if I really have to fight Ichihara-san, I need to overcome this first. Aizuke was deep in thought, frowning as he moved behind Hanada and asked, I have a question. As Hanada turned and kicked towards where Aizuke appeared, he replied, what? He stepped back. It seems I'm now under Kanagi's control. He paused and continued, I don't know. This puzzled him. He asked, why? Hanada explained, I know what your ideal leader looks like. Before facing Minato, he said, I'll use everything to become a captain who can increase the survival rate by at least 1%. He continued, that's already an achievement, even though nothing is more important than survival. But I won't trust my life to a captain who only prioritizes survival chances. Aizuke was surprised and asked, why? Hanada replied, if you always think of yourself, when will you achieve your goal? He remembered the past when he saw his friends being massacred, lying everywhere, a scene drenched in blood. Even at my most painful moments, I had to stop all those prophecies from coming true. That's why I understand. If it were Minato, he would do the same. His voice firm, he acted decisively and shouted. That's why I decided to become Kanagi Minato's subordinate. Aizuke seemed to realize something. I get it now. What we're lacking is trust in others. As he continued moving, he said, so, looks like I won. I'll think about this later. Hanada looked unsatisfied and said, only 5 seconds left. He must have appeared just in time. This surprised Aizuke. Message. To whom? Above them, a young man with a sword appeared, the red-haired boy launching his attack on their field, now bare and empty. Aizuke leaped to avoid the shockwave of that move. He was surprised. What? Thinking in his head. S-U-O-U Shinji. From above, he saw. The entire field was destroyed. I have nowhere to run. Hanada, who had climbed the railing unnoticed, used the wall as a springboard and launched himself towards Aizuke's position. That kick seemed full of determination. Hanada kicked at Aizuke. Teleportation no longer worked with the destroyed field. And just when the timer hit 0, he got the bandage off Aizuke's arm. Then he looked at Aizuke and said, just touching your clothes would do too, right? He landed where Shinji was talking to him. Heiko, did you say I destroyed the entire garden in less than a minute? Is that okay? Hanada just smiled and replied, sure thing, Shinji's always different. Behind them, Aizuke had landed with his computer still in hand. He felt annoyed, as if he'd been tricked. That doesn't count. Shinji innocently asked, so I shouldn't have helped you? Hanada replied, I didn't know the flag. Aizuke typed while saying, that's right. I said, I don't care how you do it. Fine then. Finally, he folded his computer and spoke reluctantly, I lost, so I'll join Team Kanagi. Saying this, Hanada and Shinji clapped in celebration, one smiling while the other seemed indifferent. Behind him, a voice suddenly said, they're done now. Turning around, he saw Aiken gleefully holding a chain attached to a steel ring on Kanam's neck. Minato stood behind her, looking shy. She boasted about their catch. We got Iryu Kanam. The poor guy was shackled and cuffed, walking like a prisoner, thinking to himself. Aiken-chan took care of everything during the Heibakia team period. It should be fine. Looking around, Minato exclaimed, why did the garden turn into flat ground? Shinji pointed directly and said, look at your apology letter. You just complain about it. My first task was to write an apology letter? Hanada chuckled and suggested, don't worry, Jinsen can revert it back. Aiken still held the chain in her hand. Kanio asked, we have one more person, but I don't know if there are any other candidates besides these two. Have you found anyone else? Minato calmly pointed to a direction. I've already accepted them. More importantly, it's not just 3 people. There are 5 in total. The 3 he mentioned were Shuichi, Kyu, and Ichika. Despite their injuries, their appearance surprised the rest of the team. Shuichi removed a bandage from his face and introduced himself as Mikado Shuichi from Team Kanagi. Next was Kyu, who briefly said Nishina Kyu. Ichika carried his sword and said with a smile, Hinoki Ichika. From today on, these will be temporary subordinates of Kanagi Minato. Their words shocked the others except for Minato, who already knew. They all exclaimed in unison. Yeah! Cut to a scene. The sky was slightly tinted with purple. A clock tower stood silently. In the middle of the clock, instead of moving hands, there was a table surrounded by chairs. The person sitting in the center was the one everyone was looking for. Midori, a perfect disguise. He spoke up. Is this all? All the disciples. Just 5 of us left. Huh? It seems we lost some members. One white-haired man with a sword, one bald man wrapped in bandages, and a petite girl with heart-shaped hair crying. These are all the disciples, excluding the one controlling Midori's body. He continued speaking, but didn't mind because now that we have Ichihara Midori's body, we're closer to wiping out the anti-divine organization. The wind blew through his hair as he said, "Let's go." The faces of the disciples became more sinister due to the prophecy in this world. In the anti-prophetic organization's research room, Tengen asked, "Have you found them?" Kurihara replied, "Yes, as expected. The 12 disciples' prophetic books were originally 1. They are based on the 8 books Ichihara brought back. After analyzing the missing parts, this incident was confirmed to be part of a prophecy, a special prophecy called Chitase. These books looked similar but had different colors." Kurihara stood on a platform and continued explaining. "To destroy the world, Ichihara Midori's power is necessary." "That's enough!" Tengen held his hands, looking very serious as he thought about what he said. In the vast ocean, only one yacht was anchored. 2 figures were using their spirit senses or hogs in the air. The disciple number 0 in Midori's form said with a smile, "Hajime, have you ever heard of the Dharmakaya?" The other one replied coldly, "No." Midori chuckled and explained that it was one of the classic works of Hinduism. It says people should fulfill their duties and responsibilities with an unselfish heart. Hajime listened intently as he continued, "Naming a prophet could end the world like this. The person who wrote the prophecy must hate humanity deeply." In New York's Times Square in America, a boy pointed up at the sky and shouted excitedly, "Look, it's amazing." His father asked curiously, "Amazing? What's so special about flying Vietnamese?" The boy got even more excited as he said, "That guy is Ichihara Midori, the strongest superhuman in the world. He's cool." Midori was hovering in the air, smiling down at where everyone stood. Everyone below looked disapprovingly at him. They took out their phones to capture this moment. "It's Ichihara, it really is him. Ichihara is here." The crowd became even more lively. "There's another samurai too. Why are they here? He's looking at me." Suddenly, he spoke up. "Now, let's begin." Then he raised his hand as if to do something. The boy turned to his father and asked, "Dad, take a picture with Ichihara for me." His father knelt down and held up the phone. "Okay, son." In the frame, the boy stood below, raising both hands towards the sky, smiling happily. Above him was Ichihara Midori. Suddenly, where Midori was hovering, a purple vortex began to spread slowly. As the vortex covered the entire sky, the boy realized something strange and his face grew worried. When he turned around, the wind from the vortex had taken away his hat. Midori's deep violet eyes flashed with an ominous light. Inside, Midori was being held captive by the purple magic of disciple number 0. As the green aura tried to resist, recognizing what was about to happen, he could only stand helplessly and stop. Outside, the other one laughed heavily and said, "Transformation." In the cafeteria of the anti-omniscient organization, there was a loud shout, "Kana." The person called Kana stopped eating and asked, "What's going on? What do you need?" He panted heavily as he handed his phone to him. "Read this news quickly." His face was serious, not joking around. The situation doesn't look good. On the phone was a headline, "Ichihara, a superhuman has attacked New York City, causing severe damage." Accompanying it were images of the city in ruins, engulfed by flames and smoke. In their hideout, there was a loud shout. "What is she doing, yo?" On the computer screen, Richard Weiss, the head of the anti-omniscient organization's branch, was furious. "Ichihara Midori has swept through New York City." Yo replied calmly, "Stay calm, Richard." He continued to shout, "How can I stay calm? Countless lives and the heart of the world economy have been wiped out in an instant. Helicopters arrived for rescue, but could only see raging fires and thick black smoke. She explained, "That's not Midori. Inside that body is the leader of the 12 disciples, number 0. EO continued, "We have identified his real identity. His name is Warren Hastings, an Englishman. It's likely he has collaborated with invaders from another dimension. These beings are a force not of this earth, an unknown and mysterious power they haven't fully understood yet. They are like invisible forces, unfixed, trying to take over the world." Richard was shocked by the information he received. "What did you just say?" She continued explaining, "The artifact we're using is not under our organization's management. It's a glass bottle with a skull-shaped lid containing green round seeds from Midori's missing battle." Finally, she concluded, "Someone or something must have helped them." Another man interjected, "That's why this isn't your responsibility, right? But even though the person inside is different, the one who destroyed New York and Detroit is still him. You can't cover for him anymore. Even if it's a different person inside, but the one who destroyed New York and Detroit is still him, you can't cover for him anymore." On Richard's end, matters are getting more serious. The White House is considering using nuclear weapons against Ichihara Midori. EO replied with obvious certainty, "Do you think he can be easily defeated just by using nuclear weapons?" Richard slammed his fist in anger. "Of course, we know that. So what are your plans for this situation now?" At the Minato location, after finishing his meal, Shinji placed the empty bowl on the table. Then he said seriously to Shinji, "Shinji, you and the others have completed your lessons, right?" "Of course," he replied. Suddenly, Shinji closed his eyes as if in deep thought, then opened them and said, "Suou Shinji, I appoint you as the of Team Kanagi." Shinji felt this was a surprising and unbelievable decision. Minato continued, "Even with any situation, we must continue to train until we are ordered into battle. This is an advanced version of simple advice to help you grow stronger." He further stated, "Irioken and Sakazaki can need to practice their teamwork skills to perfection." At this moment, they were continuously practicing, breathing heavily, sweat pouring down their faces. Shinji turned to ask, "What will I do during this time?" Minato replied casually, "I'm going to sleep." Shinji was stunned by the answer. "Huh?" He gripped his hand on the table and said, "During this period, I want to sleep deeply. Don't wake me up for anything." "You're asking me to sleep deeply," he repeated slowly. Then he turned around, about to leave, saying, "Since you said so, there must be a deeper meaning behind it." Finally, he entrusted Minato with the words, "Follow the captain's orders and rely on yourself, Minato." Hearing his words, Iyo smiled softly. On the other side, she said, "How will I handle this? Of course, I'll confront them head-on with our elite team Team Kanagi." Minato returned to his room and locked the door. Outside, a note hung on the doorknob, "Do not wake me up for any reason." Signed by Kanagi Minato. After closing the door, the hallway was silent. Then suddenly, a bright green light illuminated the room. As Minato fell asleep, he entered another space, or rather his subconscious. He woke up to find himself facing a group of people. The first one was a Turyu, holding a sword in readiness. Minato drew his sword as well, exuding an aura. In an instant, Minato's body was sliced into pieces, blood splattering everywhere before he could react. Itoryu remained unharmed, still intact with no injuries, while Minato's limbs were detached without his knowledge. Then another slash from Itoryu sent more crimson blood flying. Itoryu said, "You just lost focus, didn't you? You are the one who asked us to push you to your limits during training." His words seemed to awaken Minato. Itoryu became even angrier, his face contorted. "I'll tear you apart, you little brat." The power in his voice made Minato realize what he was doing. It also frightened those nearby. Alo noticed the tension and ran towards them. "Hinoki, that's too much." Wantak and Challenges tried to stop her actions. She was annoyed. "Why? Are you telling me not to stop Hinoki?" The two of them just looked at each other without replying. Majid also turned to the others nearby, probing. "Ryan Dono, Although we know that high-intensity training in such a short time is necessary. Kansas continued, he's pushed too hard. If Chuki's life and death continues, Minato's soul will vanish. Ryan replied, we'll have to accept it. Ichihara Midori is the strongest overlord in modern times. Minato now has no chance of defeating him. He explained further, although we might not succeed, this is the only way to increase his chances. Ayler interrupted, even so, we should have limits. Azul said, don't worry, Hinoki-san may not be very smart. Kyoichi chimed in, but at that level, it's fine. Line 60 is repeated for the exact count. Minato failed again, his body shattered by Itoryu's sword attacks. Silenthius was confident and reassured everyone that Minato-kun would get through this. Not willing to fail, he resolved to pick up his sword once more. As his body recovered, he said, I'm sorry, Raichiro. In his heart, he thought it was terrifying to face such immense pressure from the man. It was so cold, feeling like being thrown into a snowy mountain, but still. Watching Itoryu remain calm and unharmed, Minato wiped sweat from his brow. After some thought, he made up his mind to try again. In an instant, Itoryu cut him into 3 pieces with one swing of the sword. They passed each other. Minato still stood firm on the ground while his head, body, and legs were separated. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment. He turned around to look at him. The power of this space restored his body once more. In his heart, he thought it wasn't enough. He couldn't even touch the man's hair yet. Itoryu's face showed a grin with 2 dimples, like someone who had just drunk tea. He continued to encourage himself. Despite being killed countless times, he must become stronger and return to everyone. After his body returned to normal, he firmly assumed the ready stance, holding his sword, and said, all right, one more time. In Mumbai, India, the entrance of Mumbai, India. Bandhuji stood at the highest point of the entrance, waving hello after a long time. Midori. He belonged to the India branch of the anti-phantasm organization, Radha Bandhuji's special team. He tried to remind Midori of their shared memories. We once worked together on a special prophecy. Do you remember? That was a special prophecy. Flame Boss. Lord Agni. They had fought against the fire demon before. Bandhuji continued, Mumbai would have been reduced to ashes without our help last time. Regardless of whether he heard or not, his smile remained as he recounted their story. But today, you're going to destroy it, right? The zeroth number's false appearance still hovered above him, staring intently at Midori. He spoke with a sinister and cruel smile. Stop this nonsense. Even if the anti-phantasm is as rotten as that. But as a protector of humanity, you should have recognized him inside, right? Then he waved his hand. No matter how many times you tried to access his subconscious, do you think he can regain control of his body? Midori smirked when he realized his plan. Pointing at one side of his face, let me transfer the contents inside my head for you. Sorry, please run. Hearing this, Bandhuji replied, of course I can't run now. Midori. He released his aura to confront his opponents. This is the city where I was born and raised. In the tent, a voice said, the battle between humans and creatures from other dimensions has been going on for hundreds of years. Ao was recounting true stories about the world in Tengen and Shiki. Back in the primordial times, it was called the Tower, then writing watermarks and prophecies. Her face showed a slight frown. Throughout the long history of this war, some humans had collaborated with these creatures to destroy their world. The village's atmosphere was suffocating with purple aura, everything controlled by another power. Tengen clenched his jaw. It seemed India was collapsing, and our enemies are advancing towards Europe now. Ao knew this, as I predicted if they came straight to Japan, that would have been better. Shiki wondered, why? Ao explained, he just took over Midori's body. He hasn't fully controlled it yet. On the other hand, if he had more fighting opportunities now, he would become stronger. At that moment, the man was flying above the sea, feeling proud of possessing Midori's body. Suddenly, Ao called her, Shiki. She responded with a single word. Then she ordered, quickly gather all team leaders. Turning to Tengen, I will also send you into this battle. He sighed helplessly. You've always treated me like this in peace or war. I should have complained about this to the labor department now. She only smiled. Ha, don't say that. Her face turned serious. This time, ITA would also join the battle. The news left Tengen and Shiki in shock. Their eyes widened as if they couldn't believe it. In another corner, Io announced, Team Kanagi must be in their final preparation phase now. They are our only chance to fight against Ichihara Midori. Until they complete their preparations, we want everyone to keep Ichihara Midori here. In front of her are 16 leaders from different teams. A blonde-haired guy spoke up, saying it would be easy if things went like that. The girl next to him nodded in agreement. That's right, but how long will it take for them to get ready? She replied that Captain Kanagi said he needs 2 days. No one knew that Minato was continuously emitting his presence and training frantically in his room. As she spoke, a whirlwind appeared. Our destination is the Pacific Ocean. We will gather all the power of the Japanese counter-prophecy branch to attack him there. A purple light shot up into the sky, moving continuously. Midori has arrived at the Pacific Ocean. He suddenly sensed something waiting for them there. It was a ball covered by wind. The ball of wind gradually dissipated to reveal members of the Japanese counter-prophecy branch. He smirked and waved his hand, sending a wave across the sea. A purple beam shot towards them, but it was stopped by an attack, a powerful barrier. The air of blue energy clashed, with the team leaders leaving. The rookies ran to their side anxiously. Captain Makabe, hearing his name called, Makabe turned around curiously. Ha, Hisagi, what are you all doing here? Others started asking questions too. Ichihara-kun? We heard that he will fight one of the 12 disciples' breeds. Let us go with him as well. Without much thought, Makabe put his hand in his pocket and rejected them. No way, Hisagi, he shouted, because we don't want to be a hindrance. With tears in his eyes, Hisagi continued, even if they couldn't fight, at least they could serve as shields to protect the team leaders. Makabe turned back and seeing her like that, he glanced at Hisagi and asked, do you know why we decided to join this meaningless battle? Hearing his words, Hisagi stopped crying and looked at him. She listened intently, thinking realistically, maybe everyone will be defeated in this battle. Because the power gap between both sides is too great, but even if they don't return after the battle, they would still survive. As he said, he patted Hisagi's head and smiled at her. Carry on with our legacy, take up the responsibility, and continue to protect this world. Hisagi listened to what the captain said, tears streaming down her face. She wanted to hold him back. Captain. Everyone watched the leader's retreating figure, while the rest could only stand helplessly and silently. At that moment, Akihisa turned around and told them, let's go. They have entrusted us with this. We must protect Team Kaminagi at all costs. There is no time for sentimentality now that their preparations are complete, right? With tears in his eyes, Hisagi tried to hold back. Encouraged by the words, Hisagi wiped away her tears and agreed. Yes, she thought. Captain, take care. The scene shifts to the Pacific Ocean where Io is battling Disciple Zero. After using a move, she said, don't look down on us, brat. The team leaders were surprised by Io's hidden abilities. She had blocked Ichihara Midori's interference before. Disciple Zero also has his own thoughts. New skill, Io, the head of the Japanese prophetic organization. According to Midori's memory, she was like a mother to him. So why does she have such secret skills? To answer his question, she sighed and said, this is the first time I'm using this skill in battle after 100 years. Everyone heard her words and were shocked. 100 years. It was the first time for me too. The skill used back then was the Mirror Adder. The system introduced Io's skill, Mirror Adder. Its effects can be divided into 2 stages. In the first stage, just by understanding an opponent's move, you can counter 100% of their attack. The essence of this technique is opposite to most perfect analysis. Disciple Zero didn't immediately return to combat mode. He used his move, Radiant Distortion, continuing to attack Io and her team. People around them discussed it was the same as the one that burned India. Things are getting serious. While everyone panicked, Io remained calm. Don't worry, I know this technique. Then she seemed to enter a state of mind, copying and projecting an identical skill. On the other side, seeing his own reflected move, he was surprised and stunned. The system continued introducing the second stage of mirror adder, allowing users to completely copy any reflected move. Looking at the scene before him, he realized his move had been destroyed by a similar one, but he immediately regained his composure. So this is your plan, along with all these trash. Even knowing Makabe was behind preparing to punch, he still didn't dodge the consecutive punches after taking the hit. Lying on the ground, he realized it wasn't a normal punch. Every time Makabe hit him, his body froze for a moment. Despite fighting each other, his mind remained carefree as he observed, "This move is good." Seeing him so relaxed after being hit, Makabe couldn't help but mock, "Still enjoying yourself even though you've been hit?" Well, number 0 was unguarded. Lau rushed in and grabbed him, shouting, "I've got him. Let's go." The other team leaders started using their abilities on number 0 simultaneously. Various colorful attacks resembling a color beauty contest. Tabiki used sound imagery techniques to create a colorful phoenix. Others followed with their moves sacred swords piercing through, celestial flowers blooming, golden staffs, and death rays. All 6 charged in for the final assault. Finishing the decisive move, Makabe triumphed, smiling and saying, "Go to hell." The number 0 disciple responded with a mocking smile and chilling words, "You should be the ones going down." As they were attacking number 0, he suddenly used his strength to counterattack. At his last moment, Makabe remembered the tears of farewell. He could only curse, "Damn you." A purple smoke burst out, ending the lives of the team leaders. The number 0 disciple emerged from the thick fog. He appeared and said, "Just if I can land a hit, do you think just bringing more will overpower me?" Saying this, number 0 turned to mock the love interest. "This is our monster battle, yet you brought weaklings. How many did you bring to help us?" Before he could finish, suddenly, he felt an indescribable power. Number 0 looked at the huge fireball with a disdainful face and thanked for extending his time. As he was focusing on his move, he noticed the fireball and thought, "To big, the more force I put in, the stronger it will be." Just as he was concentrating, number 0 was grabbed by the disciple of Yoschein. She ordered, "Stand still, beast," with a fierce expression. Number 0 felt momentarily confused. A superhuman has teleported? I can't use any skills. Because of this chain? Before he could figure it out, the love interest finished her move. Heaven's Descent. Number 0 still didn't understand what happened. Strange. Is this a trap by her? She's faking. Number 0 struggled. Even if I can't dodge, just unleash my maximum technique. But when he looked behind him, he was terrified. Ideo appeared and used the 8th mirror to deliver a downward Heaven's Descent. Number 0 was now under attack from all sides by the ancient artifact. The 8th mirror allows complete copying of any reflected technique. Number 0 cursed, "FCK, I still attacks calmly. Die for the future." Two Heaven's Descents collided, creating a massive explosion, but number 0 was still breathing. The two huge fireballs clashed directly, creating an explosion like a nuclear bomb. At this moment, far away, a group of warships were observing the battle. On the ship, someone in the cabin started too. He reported to his superiors. A direct hit struck the target. "Awesome! Check this out! The temperature of that white fireball must be over 1,000 degrees Celsius at least. No one could survive, not even our allies." "Right, Mr. Richard." The soldier laughed and turned to his superior. But Richard's face showed no sign of joy. It's far from over. He clearly understood that the number 0 disciple who possessed Midori's body wouldn't be so easily eliminated. And indeed, right after the explosion, a purple light suddenly appeared at the center, gradually fading as the blast dissipated. Midori's entire body slowly materialized in the air without any destructive force. This blonde guy was stunned by the sight. From the number 0 disciple's perspective, even he himself was surprised by his own body. Isn't that right? You guys are willing to sacrifice your lives for this move? It exceeded my expectations. I really appreciate this straight shot. The number 0 disciple paused and laughed heartily. But there's something even more surprising. What the hell is this body all about? Truly amazing. Despite the fireballs reaching temperatures of thousands of degrees, I wasn't injured at all. He laughed loudly and cheered himself on. But the warships and fighter planes weren't going to waste time like that. Upon realizing number 0 was still alive, they immediately began firing simultaneously. They aimed their strongest firepower directly at the small body floating in midair. However, these hot weapons couldn't even touch number 0's body as all firepower was blocked by a magical shield. He barely released his magic slightly. It swept away everything around it like a powerful flood, causing them to explode like fireworks in the sky. The energy unexpectedly headed towards the warship where everyone stood. Seeing this, Richard shouted urgently, "Marquis, behind you!" Hearing the command, Marquis didn't need much prompting. He gritted his teeth and used his magic to create a yellow energy barrier to block number 0's attack. Although they successfully blocked the attack, it nearly drained all his energy just from that one hit. Marquis looked at the slowly dissolving shield and struggled to say, "What kind of absurd power is this? At this distance, I can't deflect it." Number 0 easily blocked the strike, questioning himself. So that's the legendary messenger after all. Back in the ship's cabin, Richard watched the number 0's ecstatic state and clenched his fist tightly. Not yet, not yet. Turning back to number 0, he eventually calmed down, rubbing his head as he thought, "It seems I'm using too much power." Suddenly, round the number 0, golden dust began spreading in all directions. This puzzled him. The one controlling it was EO. It seems she somehow managed to avoid the final explosion. She said with a voice, "Looks like you're out of mana now, huh?" Number 0 still held a small vial containing the golden dust in his hand. Going back to when the captains were gathered, the white-haired Hibiki immediately asked bluntly, "Do we have any chance of winning?" "Isn't that right?" Her direct words made the other captains sigh. Meanwhile, Makabe reminded her, "Don't say it like that, Hibiki." In response to his warning, she gave him a stern look. "I'll have to avoid her then." Makabe gritted his teeth in reply. "I like her." They started bickering. To temporarily stop the argument, Io spoke up and acknowledged, "We can't defeat him." Hearing that, Hibiki glanced at Makabe and asked further, "How do we contain Ichiharu-san's body then?" To explain this, Io took out a small glass bottle from her pocket and introduced it. "Even though we can't defeat him, victory is just a means to an end." Io showed the golden vial and said that for this purpose, we will use an ancient artifact. Back in reality, the golden dust had formed a cage around number 0. It was exactly like the one used to imprison Minato during his battle with the assassin. The No. 0 disciple looks a bit familiar as he questions himself. "This is..." Io immediately gave him a telepathic message. "You probably remember it, right? This is similar to the artifact you gave to your subordinate." Io's words made the No. 0 disciple slightly surprised. He doesn't believe it. There's more than one, huh? But even though he's trapped, the No. 0 disciple shows no worry at all because he knows that Io's group can't do anything to him. He shrugs and asks, "What then?" Across from them, Io continues in a calm voice. "To destroy this salon, you need to transmit a certain amount of aura to it. But since you're out of mana now, you won't be able to escape." Io's words darken the No. 0 disciple's face. He falls back into her meticulous calculations again. But just a second later, he suddenly breaks out into a terrifying smile. "So are you buying time? I still don't understand this. When I break free from the cage, do you think you can turn things around?" Facing his question, Io doesn't explain much but just smiles lightly. "You know nothing. Nothing at all. Just wait 2 days and see. I will show you something interesting then." Turning back to the No. 0 disciple, he senses that this anti-divine organization has a card that can surely defeat him despite it. Witnessing the terrifying power he himself possesses, he can't help but stroke his chin in thought. "Something I don't know about. Me. Could it be Kanagi Minato? His guess makes Edo's face stiffen and her eyes widen. She doesn't understand why the No. Zero disciple mentioned that name. The No. Zero disciple points to his head and teases. See, I've seen the memories of this body. It seems Ichihara Midori saw that kid as someone who could end all prophecies. Hearing this, Io stops. She thinks to herself, Midori, does he really think about Minato like that? This is not good. Knowing her thoughts, the No. Zero disciple continues his story. The moment I took over this body, Kanagi Minato was my top priority to eliminate, to end all prophecies. That's a being that shouldn't exist, he says, furrowing his brows and gritting his teeth. Io hears these words and is frustrated. She can't do anything about it. The No. Zero disciple continues to mock her. So you are the one who knows nothing, Io. As he speaks, the No. Zero disciple shows his immense blue aura trying to engulf the cage. Looking at Io intently, the No. Zero disciple says, now Midori's body is stronger too. The mana I used today is just a small part of the dormant aura in my body. And what you did was just melting the surface of an iceberg. The blue far from the No. Zero disciple gradually becomes overwhelming, his voice mocking. As I fight, my aura capacity increases too. While he speaks, the No. Zero disciple's body continues to emit energy, causing the cage to creak and potentially break at any moment. Noticing the situation is getting worse, Io immediately prepares to use her Mirror 8 technique, but it's already too late. At that moment, the No. Zero disciple breaks through the cage and rushes forward like a lightning bolt. His hand pierced through Io's chest, causing her to cough up a large amount of blood. Seeing this, number 0 disciple also gave a cold smile. Like that, so now, which way should we go to Japan? The scene shifts to Minato lying in bed recovering his strength. The green light from his palm grows brighter and more intense. To summarize, the campaign with all of Japan branch's manpower has failed. Number 0 is currently learning how to handle the massive dormant magical power within Ichihara's body. And he's getting stronger too, as if a large part of the earth was covered by violet energy spirals. In Japan, at Sato Island in Niigata Prefecture, Midori's immense energy overflowed so much that even Ichika and Shinji could feel it. Master Ichika looked around, then frowned and called out. Shinji responded and nodded. Yes, I can sense a wave of power from far away. She just scratched her head in frustration. Looks like you guys failed. Let's go back to the main base. Let's meet our enemy there. Everyone present showed shock. Only Shinji responded. Yes, he quickly gathered his sword. The scene shifts inside the Great Primordial Kai headquarters control room. Assistant Jin hurriedly told the staff they couldn't recover the footage from the American fleet yet. Hearing her ask, the screen operator replied that after the attack, all communications were lost. Din was frustrated and said to switch to satellite imagery. Then she clenched her hand tightly, sweat pouring down her face as she thought, damn it, I can't use my Sea Eagle eyes again. What happened to the fleet? Suddenly, several figures appeared behind her, calling out Jin's name urgently. Hearing his name called, she turned around and recognized him. It was the injured group who just fought. Siki shouted, hurry up and use your skill. Despite successfully avoiding Zero's explosion, everyone lost their strength. Meanwhile, the glasses-wearing captain tried to use her remaining energy to support Jin. Looking at Io's large wound on her chest, Jin's face turned pale. Executive Director. Across from Siki, she pleaded with tears in her eyes, hurry and save Io. Io's condition was unclear. She might be alive or dead. The scene returns to the time when everyone prepared for the battle against Zero. At that time, Io had given Shiki a secret mission. Listen up, Shiki, you heard this. Shiki listened attentively. Yes, Io whispered. In this campaign, she is everyone's lifeline. After the captain's attacks, save them before the enemy hits. Follow his movements. Io described the mission as they went along. After Tengen and Toddy's descent, use your skill to get us out. Hearing this, Shiki bowed, willing to sacrifice her life if necessary. Before she could finish, Io angrily hit her head, making Siki cry out in pain. Ignoring Siki's cries of pain, Io said irritably, "You're stupid. No matter what happens, you mustn't die. After the battle ends, your mission is to bring everyone back safely." Io's voice grew more serious. "Listen carefully. Prioritize your own life over everything else, even if we face uncertain situations." Shiki wanted to speak, but before she could finish, seeing Ao's threatening face and clenched fist, she screamed, "I'm sorry." Ao sighed tiredly. "Really?" Siki's voice grew softer because I don't want to lose you. In her mind, memories of when she was young and cared for by director Ao began flooding back. They were so happy then. Across from her, Ao patted Siki's head gently and said, "No one will die, and I won't let anyone else die either. Keep going." Her smile comforted Siki's weak soul. Back to reality, Ao's face turned pale with lifelessness. They had even started oxygen support for her. Beside her, Siki tried to encourage, "Hold on a bit longer. Please don't die," she said and looked at Jin with encouraging eyes. Without saying much more, Jin was also working hard to save Ao. "I know, but my skill is time reversal. Because I was using an artifact to block the flow of time, it wouldn't work." The brown-haired captain girl struggled to say that even her healing skills could only maintain life for her. Such a wound can't be healed. Hearing this, Shiki quickly proposed that the time stream would stop when she was inside Great Primordial Kai. Just get her out of there. Tang and Uncle on the side calmed down seeing Shiki's panic. "Everyone stay calm. We can't do that right now." The moment he spoke, everyone could feel an immense pressure pressing down on this area. They didn't need anyone to say it. They already knew who was emitting this power. "Damn, are they here?" Tengen shouted out. Just as he thought, the Zeroth member brought four of his subordinates and approached the branch office in Japan. Seeing them appear, Siki glared outside and yelled, "Let me kill all of them." Before she could finish her sentence, Jin next to her tried to stop her. "You can't do that." Siki had already moved out and was right beside the rebellious members. She interlocked her fingers and used a skill called Void Embedding, splitting the space in front of her into countless squares. The system introduced Siki's skill, Void Embedding. This allows her to connect with another space instantly on a small scale. This technique will help her move accurately, but if used on a large scale, no one can predict the exact outcome. It will cause significant damage. Due to Void Embedding, some parts of the building's structure suddenly vanished. The entire base was moved elsewhere. Seeing this, the nearby Tongs also got extremely nervous. "You fool!" For the Zeroth member team, Hajime gave instructions as the attack on space began. Hajime. Hearing his name, Hajime rushed forward. His sword, a relic called the Cat World's Holy Seat, was used to perform the Kurihara Slash. He immediately used this technique, creating a slash that broke through Siki's spatial attack, leaving only her white-haired girl with multiple severed arms. Seeing this, the red-robed Tongs laughed, as expected of him, still as cruel as always. The white-haired Tongs beside him nodded in agreement. Poor her! But unlike their thoughts, Hajime glanced and reminded them, "No, I haven't finished her off yet." Following his gaze, Ichika's team arrived just in time to save Siki. Shinji supported the girl with a broken left arm and asked Han, "Are you okay?" Their appearance surprised Shiki. She exclaimed, "Team Kiminagi, the Zeroth member keeps appearing in groups, bothering us." He was slightly annoyed inside. "It's really troublesome. Are you trying to block our way?" In response, Ichika gently drew her sword out. A strong aura emanated from her. She laughed excitedly. "Huh? Sorry, captain of our team is still asleep. So instead, let us entertain you until he wakes up." The Zeroth member was provoked but remained calm. From the perspective of the Zeroth member, he quickly scanned all members of Minato's team and thought, "Strange, I know Makoto-su's brother and Hinoki Ichika from the special team." Thinking this, he glanced around again. But who are these two? However, the appearance of the new members didn't seem to matter much to the Zeroth member, Han. Since they weren't in Midori's memory, their power wasn't worth considering if they dared to face them at that level. Thinking this, Han suddenly noticed Kanem looking at him with a strange expression. At that moment, both Kanem and Isuk began emitting energy. Above the Zeroth member, he was also very cautious. Although he didn't know what these weak ones in front of him were planning, he wouldn't give them an opportunity. He immediately used his skill, Disruption, to attack, but before he could act, everyone's figures suddenly vanished. This surprised Siki so much that she forgot her pain and asked, "Where are they all?" Even Ichika and the others disappeared in just one move of teleportation. Who did this? Thinking this, Shiki saw Kanem celebrating with a fist bump because his plan had succeeded. Then Isuk appeared to explain. Isuk stood before her. He was holding a first aid kit in his hand. Isuk spoke. "They were teleported away using my skill." Shiki looked puzzled and asked, "What about yours? What do you mean by that?" Kanem noticed this and quickly ran to Fanon nearby. "Why should it be ours then? But isn't it me who moved instead?" Azuk didn't want to answer immediately. "But wasn't I the one who moved first? Am I right?" Kanem argued back. From Shiki's perspective, he saw two new recruits arguing and shouted loudly, "Shut up! I don't care whose it is. Just explain." In short, this is a combined skill of both of them. Kanem's skill is called Geiju, everything at once, everywhere, or in other words, it's a combined skill. The system introduces that Kanem's skill, Geiju, expands the target skill to anyone touched by the user. Initially, Shiki's move skill only allowed him to move himself, but this time, it expanded to everyone around and moved them to different places. While helping Shiki bandage his wounds, Isuk explained further that my skill might not be as flexible as Shiki's, but I can move precisely to where I left personal items. Then the brothers will help me expand this beyond just us three, but others have already been moved away. Azuk continued explaining and said that where we sent our Zeroth disciple was the 17th spatial watermark in the lower abdomen. It expands by 10 centimeters every year. This is a random interdimensional tunnel, a prophecy even Midori couldn't destroy. Try it if you can do something. Azuk planned coldly from the start. The Zeroth disciple was the most well cared for. He was thrown into the spatial watermark. Surrounding him were countless bizarre monsters, causing him great panic. Where are we? No sense of direction or place. Cut to Nagano Prefecture, Mount Ontake. The swordsman Hajime suddenly appeared here. He was slightly surprised and looked around, guessing. This is a move skill, right? But before he could think more, Ichika's master Ichika laughed loudly, as if they had successfully separated them now. In response to that, the loyal hunter Hajime worriedly asked about our leader. Ichika responded with a very confident face, "Don't worry, we brought him to a place he can never return from." Across from Ichika, Hajime continued to doubt and asked, "If there is such a place, why didn't you bring all of us there?" In response, Ichika's bored face explained that no one must have the artifact for escape, right? The worst scenario is that your leader has it and successfully returns. Our boss is already very weak now. Just one move and he's gone. As she spoke, Ichika began to get into a fighting stance. So if our leader has it, then you'll have to accept defeat. But if that doesn't happen, at least we can eliminate one of you. Hearing Ichika's extremely confident words, Hajime raised an eyebrow and threatened in a low voice, "Elimination?" Across from her, Ichika's face turned cold. It was as easy as eating cake. Except for the leader, aren't you just nameless small-time lucky to get the artifact? Looking at Hajime again, Ichika's words hit his heart, causing a flash of steel in his eyes without any warning. He immediately swung his sword and unleashed his skill, creating countless cuts that flew straight forward like a hurricane. At the same time, Ichika used her own skill, Solitary Dawn. In an instant, her eyes transformed into cherry blossoms. She slowly lowered her body, tightly gripping her sword with one hand. The system introduced that Ichika's innate skill, Solitary Dawn, had a very simple effect, but was considered meaningless by those around her. This effect eliminated all internal and external factors, ensuring the best mental and physical state. In other words, it guaranteed 100% success with optimal focus and physical ability. With this skill, Ichika's body moved as fast as a lightning bolt. She easily dodged Hajime's entire sword attacks and immediately gave him a large cut right in the middle of his body. Everything happened too quickly for Hajime to retract his sword before he was hit. Her attack was so strong that it even split the water surface. Her attack was powerful enough to split the water surface. The system continued. For a Super-Viet martial artist who had refined and polished their skills, their well-trained body was an invaluable treasure beyond compare. After finishing her strike, Ichika slowly turned back to survey the results, teaching Hajime a lesson. Name, you're much weaker than Mikoto. Meanwhile, on the large training ground of Dai Senkai, the red-dressed disciple quickly realized the situation. But she wasn't worried at all. She said bluntly, "Everyone has been separated now, right?" Her voice had a hint of mockery. "Do you think we can handle 2-on-2? They were still swinging after getting hit by our boss multiple times. This girl is a doomsday apocalyptic disciple according to the system." Across from them, Soichi and Kyo didn't say anything. They just coldly clapped their hands to activate themselves. Seeing this, Su's book turned around to ask his companion, "What should we do now?" "Asura." In response to Seth's words, the 12th apocalyptic disciple named Asura started crying for some reason. "Her role is to restrain while I handle them." Before Asura's words finished, a huge fist flew straight towards Hunter. Saichi's powerful punch immediately sent Asura flying away. Luckily, he managed to raise his hands in time to defend himself. Seeing this, Soichi didn't plan on letting up and continued charging forward, determined to teach him a lesson. He shouted, "Don't look at us like that." With the fight split into two separate battle zones, Seth's companion Q suddenly launched an attack while Seth was distracted. Using his own skill, he controlled his hair like silk to wrap tightly around Seth's body. Q said with a cold voice, "I'll inform Makoto about this." Despite being hit so hard, the apocalyptic disciple Seth still managed to smile as if nothing happened. "Haha, I must have irritated someone." Just as Seth's words fell, two huge red beams of Seth suddenly descended from the sky and struck Kyu and Saichi, making them step back in surprise. After being freed, Seth started laughing maniacally. The cards around her moved more violently. This is her skill, Queen of Hearts. This made Kyu frown and guess that Seth's ability was controlling objects. "Don't pay attention to the opponent," she ordered. "Now, go after my minions. Bring Kaminagi Minato here for me." As soon as the order was given, the cards transformed into a squad with arms and legs rushing towards their target. Seeing this, Q was surprised. How could he let them escape so easily? Turns out their target is Minato. Q became furious. "I won't let you." Before he could finish his sentence, a red beam from the sky struck him back as long as he wanted to go forward. The one who launched this attack was Asura. Amidst the smoke from the explosion, his voice echoed. "This skill allows me to express joy and sadness. It's called the 100 Faces. I will kill you. I will massacre you, maggots." At this moment, with a wave of his hand, Asura's expression changed from crying to anger, accompanied by a roar. Above, thunder rumbled as if reflecting his mental state. Meanwhile, the scene switched to Saitama City, Tokugawa District. The apocalyptic disciple with huge arms was being attacked by Shinji and his group. On one side, Arkan continuously summoned countless Ivan Mean stones using alchemy to attack. But it didn't seem very effective as a single wave from the apocalyptic disciple shattered their group into pieces. Direct combat isn't working. AKA quickly chased after the blonde-haired guy. They kept colliding with each other like this. While they were restraining the apocalyptic disciple, Shinji used his Tengu dance skill to create a sand vortex aimed at him. However, it didn't have much effect on the apocalyptic disciple either. With one hand wave, he easily shattered the sand vortex and hovered in midair. The three below paused for a moment. They saw their opponent showing no signs of fatigue at all. AKA gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn it! Clearly, we were anticipated from the start. But he's too strong." Above, the apocalyptic disciple dry praised their combined strength. "Who are you, fighting me and not dying yet? Seems like you're one of the best under the Great Prophet then." but you're just in my way. I want to conserve energy, so hurry up and die. His words sounded like an order, making the blonde-haired guy burst out laughing. Haha, looks like someone is underestimating us too much. Shinji, with his revenge for his brother, doesn't have time to play around. His eyes full of determination spoke up. I don't care. Beat him. Seeing his angry and somewhat out of control demeanor, Aiken was a bit worried. She shouted SUOU, but then stopped thinking. No, he's fallen into the trap, but we can't blame him because he wanted to take down team leader Makoto for the 12th rank. Back to Dur's perspective. When he heard SUOU, his eyes showed surprise and quickly understood the situation. SUOU. Oh, so it's SUOU. Shinji. SUOU's younger brother. Makoto. That piece of trash? A weak 12th rank that will die a miserable death. What a waste of life. Both of you are pieces of trash. His mocking tone made Shinji, who was already like a ticking bomb, go completely crazy without hesitation. He tightly grabbed his sword and charged at Gray with no plan. It was as if the brimful cup overflowed, causing Shinji to explode in anger. Without any hesitation, he attacked Gray fiercely without a strategy. Ray smiled smugly, thinking he had achieved his goal. At this moment, he started using his skill. His left arm began to transform like a cannon, the skill called La Caviator. Below, everyone could only see a terrifying energy gathering in front of the cannon, emitting a shockwave that made people shiver. Back at the Prophet's headquarters, the glasses-wearing team leader was struggling to keep IO alive. It began. Jin's skill wasn't much help. She just held onto IO's weak hand and wondered what to do. Her heart rate. Thinking this, Jin's tears flowed non-stop. IO. Nearby, the team leader didn't have time to comfort Jin, who was crying. She shouted at some subordinates, Team Iosima, report the situation. The new soldiers responded immediately. Yes, our team leader's wounds are almost healed. After recovering, the enthusiastic Makabe said excitedly, Good job. Join Kiminagi's team now. In response to his enthusiasm, the black-coated team leader seemed to sense something and frowned. No, it will be difficult. Her hesitant words surprised Makabe. What? Just as she finished speaking, the monster cards from the 12th rank arrived here. This made the team leader sigh. Oh my god, they must target Keminagi Minato. On another side, Tengen shouted loudly when he saw the card forces approaching. All of you, prepare to fight and protect Keminagi Minato until he wakes up. But things never went as smoothly as they thought. At this moment, a familiar heavy pressure appeared, making Tengen sweat coldly. This is the aura, the wave. In the square outside the headquarters, Kenem felt the tremor and asked worriedly, What's happening? An earthquake? However, Isuke's eyes detected it and shouted loudly, No way, this can't be true. The scene switched to a limestone cave. Inside the cave, the 17th watermarks were experiencing intense tremors. A red hole created a vortex as if something was trying to escape. This made the Surusaki team leader frown and say, You monster head! Back to Kanem's position. He had also realized the problem and shouted in panic. No way, that Zeroth-ranked disciple, he should still be trapped. Beside him, Azuke didn't understand why the Zeroth-ranked disciple could escape so quickly, but reacted swiftly. Come on, Iryu, we need to lure him out. Hearing this, Kenem shrank back in fear. Are you kidding me? Azuke continued pleading, Please lend me your power. We must save the team leader Surusaki. Just as he finished speaking, his voice suddenly stopped. From inside the building, he suddenly felt a familiar green energy surge. In the emergency room, a familiar figure stood there. Minato appeared, surprising Jin. Stupid Minato. Without wasting time, he raised his hand to Io's chest wound. His hand gradually gathered energy to heal her. Minato, Jin, and another person are continuously transferring energy to Io, who is unconscious and needs an oxygen tank to breathe. Waves of strong blue energy fill the room as she keeps absorbing it non-stop. A voice calls out, Minato-kun, then asks Jin, Do you know how long I've been asleep? Jin suddenly opens her eyes wide. Tears are streaming down from the corners of her eyes. She quickly responds, "Only half a day. I heard it takes 2 days at least. You can defeat number 00. His determined gaze answers, "I will definitely win. But before that, you have to wait for a while." Ideal-chan. Valentine stands behind supporting, transferring energy to you. On his hand, an unusual mark appears now. What he's using is the holy text. Page 364. Miracle. A blue light emanates from his hand, shocking Jin standing beside him with its immense power. Briefly introduced, Valentine's skill, Medicine, is an invisible medical book in her mind that allows her to instantly unleash the maximum strength of medical skills. Everyone is extremely surprised. They all have their mouths wide open in amazement. Seeing such a large and serious wound gradually closing up, Jin exclaims happily, "The wound is closing now." Valentine grits his teeth tightly. He thinks to himself, "No, not closing, but it's completely healed already. A full recovery, huh? That's a skill I can't understand. What is that skill exactly?" Io, still weak, slowly opens her eyes. Seeing this scene, she anxiously calls out, "Io." She just woke up, pale-faced, and still unable to see clearly as she searches for his figure. In her eyes, Minato's image appears, and she smiles weakly while reaching out a hand, asking, "Came here for me?" Valentine replies with a smile. He steps beside her and gently takes the hand reaching up, speaking with concern. "Io-chan, you got hurt again because of your recklessness." Her voice is weak. "No, I tried my best. Sorry for being useless like this." He comforts her too. "No, you're great. Io." Valentine checks Io's condition and then reassures her. "All the wounds are healed now. Go to sleep now. When you wake up, let's have dinner together with everyone again." She remembers the happy times when they were young, laughing and eating meals with others. Following her advice, she gradually falls asleep, a tear of happiness falling from her eyes as she whispers, "Okay?" After Io falls asleep, Valentine says to everyone, "Let's go." The cards float in the air, moving like sharp weapons attacking Cicero. Muscles bulging, he focuses his mind and raises his sword, creating a cool stance. He chops each card one by one using advanced steel skills, red energy radiating around him. Hisagi doesn't hold back either, using her bare hands to strike the cards. Drenched in sweat, she grits her teeth and uses all her strength to attack, her body glowing yellow. Her skill is Jujutsu, Equator Discipline. End of line. They stand leaning against each other, both drenched in sweat. Hisagi feels uncomfortable and curses inwardly. Damn it! Every move they make is too strong. Just like when fighting Eivor, every card is as powerful as Shikami or even stronger. Cicero stops calling out as he notices the situation isn't good for her. Hisagi gets hit hard on the face while distracted, making half of her face turn red and her cheek puff up like a steamed bun. Blood is still dripping from her mouth. She falls to the ground, struggling not to faint, trying to hold back tears but pushing herself. "I can't fail here. I will take on the responsibility of protecting the world." With renewed vigor, she declares firmly, the teams have entrusted her with this. She won't let them down. Makabe approaches to encourage her, saying it's great. Before he finishes, he uses his skill and attacks the cards, making her gasp in surprise. "Captain, Makabe Captain." Turning around, he replies sheepishly, "But I'm coming back now." On Cicero's side, Yorizuya also comes to support. Using his skill, a golden staff leaves marks on the cards as if cut by a sword. Cicero frowns in surprise, unable to speak. Sweat still drips from his forehead as he sees Captain Yorizuya. Holding a flowing staff in hand, behind him is the reflection of Yorizuya, towering hundreds of times larger than normal. Fully armored and wielding a golden staff, he chops down on the cards, causing them to shatter and fall. Yorizuya approaches and says, "Hello, let's work together. Help us defeat these guys. It's over now." Cicero and Hisagi respond with determination. "Yes." Makabe turns back, teasingly saying we won't be the ones to attack. Minato appears holding a sword, full of blue aura, surrounded by cards. He starts attacking them immediately. Using the Hinoki Sword School's technique, waves of green light slice through the cards, causing them to shatter into tiny pieces, falling to the ground. Those nearby are left speechless at the sight. Rusa is confused about what's happening. She exclaims in shock, "What's going on?" Turning to ask a red-haired girl next to her, she asks, "What happened?" Z. The girl's eyes widen as if still in disbelief at what she saw. It can't be! 10 decks of cards and over 500 soldiers summoned were destroyed in one go. His eyes turn red, his face obscured by injuries, exuding a murderous aura. He shouts angrily, "It must be Kaminagi Minato we're targeting. Go kill him." Fuming and with nowhere to vent, he turns to the English group. "Hurry up. You're annoying. Just die already?" Saichi, after dodging his attack safely, continues in a determined stance, challenging, "It's you guys who should be dying." He frowns unhappily, his face contorting as he asks, "What's going on?" Realizing the mark is thaumaturgy, he grabs his wrist and the power from the Holy Seal starts to emit green orbs attacking them. Ruse's face changes between red and blue with injuries, recognizing it as energy bullets. She exclaims in surprise. Moreover, so many of these energy bullets are moving like turtles. He scoffs, "But why are they so slow?" Just as the bullets approach, Seth and Rusa dodge to different sides. He curses, "Foolish, these slow-moving bullets. No way!" Before he can finish, he realizes something's wrong. He aims at himself. No, they're following this mark. For sure, he marked it on himself from the first hit. These are tracking their target with a mark. However, unbeknownst to him, an English figure appears behind him and raises his fist, asking, "Aren't my bullets slow?" He is thrown back several miles. Spittle flies from his mouth as he curses, "Damn you, those slow-moving bullets." Anger propels him to attack the English man again. A loud explosion, but he dodges quickly. He clutches his chest and grits his teeth. These energy bullets are. His strategy is to create a gap in his defense and finish himself off immediately, that's for sure. Standing confidently amidst the dust, he approaches the Chinese man with a cold tone. "Seems like you misunderstood." The Chinese man looks at the marks on his body, then back at him, confused by his meaning, pointing behind that person. Turning around, the Chinese man sees energy bullets flying towards him, wondering in his mind, are they faster now? What's happening? Unaware of this distraction, he leaps again to attack, causing the Chinese man to fall back and continuously get hit by the energy bullets. He lands slowly, his feet barely touching the ground before he starts mocking, "You should have recognized me first. Those marks were made by my attacks on you, each one doubles their speed." He tried to run away, but as he sped up, so did their speed. He gritted his teeth in anger and turned around. "They're getting faster and faster. I can't dodge anymore." Each of these hits is like a full-strength melee strike from him. He helplessly endured the relentless energy bullet attacks. Saichi put his hand in his pocket, walking slowly on the green grass, enjoying the fresh air calmly. Finally, he stopped considering it. The Hongai was beaten to a pulp, his face swollen and bruised, covered in injuries, lying on the ground gasping for breath. Looking pitiful, he clenched his fists in anger. You stand there and look at him helplessly with one eye. His anger has subsided, hasn't it? He thought bitterly, "I can't let him touch me. Absolutely not." His voice was shaky. "Hurry up and get out of here." Electric shock. Suddenly, purple fog appeared around the two of them from nowhere. Wherever they went, the grass turned dry and lifeless. "I recognize this. The fog is corroding." On this side, Seth was tightly wrapped in Q's hair, unable to move. He shouted loudly, "Let me go! I don't want to die like a dog." His face darkened with discomfort as he shouted. Ada's whole body was tightly wrapped in hair, leaving only one eye visible. Ada squinted his eyes. He could only make unintelligible sounds. In his mind, what is this? My mana is being drained. I can't use my skills. The Hongai saw the girl tightly bound by his hair and looked in fear. She was trembling. He, still with an indifferent expression, experienced the fear. Sachi stood outside watching the show and turned to look at the Han guy. You see, my bullets are really slow at first. Their initial speed is only 5.56 meters per second. It's as slow as a bowling ball's average speed. However, each of those energy bullets has the firepower equivalent to one of my full-strength melee strikes. As he spoke, he grabbed his wrist and began casting a spell, raising his hand towards the sky. Moreover, they will increase the number of marks. He saw the number of marks increasing continuously, shouting non-stop. They've hit 20 times in total, both close range and long range attacks. His eyes were cold, his tone challenging. So their current speed is 5,800 kilometers per hour. Try dodging if you can. He was continuously attacked, screaming in despair. Finally, he was burned to ashes, smoke rising thickly, forming a large pool. He clenched his fist triumphantly. I'm jealous of you. Mikado-san, remember the happy memories from your childhood with your friends. You used the spell on one classmate who had to admit it was too powerful. Once hit, it's game over for me. He angrily rebutted, you fool. It's hard to use. The stronger my opponent is, the harder it is for me to hit them. Not to mention, it took more than 10 seconds just to make the first mark. That's really slow. The young blonde boy, Midori, laughed at him. Is there such an enemy? He angrily cursed. He's right in front of me. You scum! Midori wondered. Alright, what's this candy character? Q replied. Holy hand gesture. Makoto was puzzled. Shinji. Soichi chimed in too. It has nothing to do with the eldest's younger brother. But if you think about this ability, what if the firepower depends on my strength? Midori happily raised her hands and said, then just train and build up your muscles. You can do it. Soichi uncomfortably pointed at Midori. A challenging tone replied, listen to the genius. Wait until I join the special team. I don't want to lose to you, Midori. Midori spread her arms floating in midair and laughed loudly in support. Yes, keep going. Soichi sighed to himself. This guy is really annoying. Midori continued, once everyone gets stronger, let's fight together. Even when we grow up, we should always stick together. Back in reality, Soichi cracked his fingers and said, just wait. Midori, this time I'll definitely hit you. After dealing with that guy, he went to Q. At this moment, Q had also finished handling the set. Thank you for your help in defeating those set beams. I'm done here too. He walked past the dead set. Ada's face was old and full of wrinkles. Soichi frowned, urging quickly, let's go help Shinji and the others. Even with 3 people on that side, facing a single enemy at this level is already too difficult. Q nodded in agreement. Yes, but Shinomiya Kid said something strange. Soichi had many question marks in his head, repeating the sentence. Strange! Ray attacked from above, making dust fly everywhere. He laughed madly. Die quickly! Don't you want to meet your brother again? Shinji seemed about to give up and asked, hey, Shinomiya, still not done? She continued focusing on defending. Shut up! Just a little more. She thought of Minato wanting her to see this. Look at me, Kanagi. I can do it too. AKA looked determined. Fearless and fearless. Cold eyes. The whole body radiated green power. Wearing many glowing rings on her hands. I will destroy. Cannon spell. Read the incantation. Shitmagistus methylaxyl. Minato sat by a pile of books, scrolling through his phone one page at a time. Key's voice rang out long and clear. Alchemic is about transforming objects, understanding the principles of the world and turning them into spells. Once you master that spell, you can transform matter into things far beyond imagination. Hearing this, he wondered. Transformation. So the skills in lesson 15 are like this too? He responded as well. Yes, but for now, we need to prioritize training your combat skills, so that can wait for a while. You seem to understand and nodded with one word. MMHMM. Kwaiwai sat leaning against the bookshelf behind him, looking up at the ceiling, closing his eyes as he continued speaking. If it was Aiken Sinomir, she would definitely use it skillfully. The image of Aiken flashed in his mind, reciting incantations, Chidmagistus Mephilesu. Ray, wrapped in bandages except for one eye, grinned widely, showing his teeth and sticking out a long tongue, looking sinisterly satisfied. His mouth kept repeating the same phrase, die, die, die. Han attacked both of them with the cannon on his hand. The two retreated to avoid. Hein clenched her teeth in puzzlement. What kind of move was that? Shinji immediately replied, we can't predict where they will attack next. Suddenly, Han aimed and fired directly at him. She dodged quickly, worriedly called out, Shinji! He was hit by the purple energy from the cannon when he wasn't paying attention, leaving large and small wounds all over his body, but he didn't hesitate to stand tall. No worries, I can handle that blow. Turning around to look at her, his heart was filled with unease, but we can't stall him for much longer. A triumphant laugh echoed. Han Huanfang jumped wildly as if just awakened from a dream. How many more times can you handle it? 1 or 2 times? Let me show you what true despair feels like. The leader told me to keep this for the final move, but using it now might be fine too. A single eye floated in midair as a center, surrounded by hundreds of small circles. From that thing emanated an eerie purple energy. His voice echoed, and here, ancient artifact, Hellfire. Shinji gritted his teeth to endure the pain and stopped to look at what he just launched, exclaiming, what is this? He arrogantly explained, let me tell you, this artifact will launch satellites from its body. They will use the same technique as the owner of the artifact. In other words, if you still don't understand, all these attacks will come from every satellite, burning and destroying this entire space with my cannon fire. Now die. As he spoke, he attacked towards where they were standing. The circular cannon flames emitted laser-like beams that surrounded the group of people. Shinji thought in pain, I can't avoid all of them. Seeing Aiken and Taylor ready to charge forward to attack him, she called out, Aiken. They worked together seamlessly, relying on him. She reached out for the eye, signaling to him, I see it. He responded through the eye, I see that person too. The barrier in the eye kept expanding. The energy surrounding it was not small. A loud explosion sounded, covering a large area with smoke and dust. Standing there, he laughed triumphantly. They are dead, really dead. The leader gave me this ultimate power for those who mocked me when I failed. I will use this power to revenge the rotten world. We will destroy this world. He was very grateful in his mind towards his captain now. He squinted, noticing a faint green light. Heiko, Shinji, and Shinji were still trying to defend themselves. Anger made him grit his teeth. His tone was unpleasant. Seriously, die already? He leaped up again to attack the group below. Aiken created a green barrier to protect everyone. He crossed his arms in front of himself, giving an order but realized that his cannon fire wasn't effective. She seized the opportunity to counterattack. Let me show you this. Mephiles is a skill that allows me to change the essence of any analyzed technique. As he twisted his shoulders, Shinji raised his hands in front of him, flipping them back and forth, looking surprised. We have fully recovered now. She explained, I used the leftover energy to strengthen us. So for the next minute, our physical strength will be significantly enhanced. He didn't believe what she just said, questioning again. What? What are you talking about? She looked up mockingly. Never mind, think too much and you won't understand anyway. Anyway, now your life is over. He smirked and turned to try running away. But who would let him escape so easily? She sighed in exasperation. Fool, do you think you can get away? Heiko rushed forward using a walk combined with chopsticks. He grabbed his neck with his feet, his body glowing. The shape of a large dragon tightly wrapping around him made it impossible for him to resist. Heiko used the snake-shaped bull and continuously struck him. His entire body was covered in blood. Even the wounds that had been treated were reopening. Heiko's light body could hover. Vichthu said, it's true, my body feels much lighter. Shinji wasn't idle either. Now, Shinji, Lesson 16, Hinoki School of Swordsmanship, creating a red barrier in front, using black powder and the Liu strategy. He read out the slogan, eliminate the pests, and attacked him. His body now had lines like a net covering it. He could only glare but couldn't do anything. Gradually, his body was burned into ash and vanished into nothingness. Only his hand remained unburned. He recalled the hateful face of that man and thought, that worthless name. He died like a dog under the hands of someone as weak as number 12. It was truly a waste of life. Indeed, a pair of trash brothers sheathed their swords and said, "Die again in front of my brother in the other world. Of course, only when you reach heaven." Dre, one of the 12 disciples defeated by Suou. Shinji, Handa Hikataru, and Shinomiya Aiken from Team Kanagi. She was walking but suddenly stumbled as her body swayed. Still, she thought, combining skills too soon. It's too early for me to learn it. But he did manage to do it. But turning to thank him, "Shinomiya, everything was thanks to you." He was startled to find her unconscious and lying on the sand, calling out frantically. Shinomiya, she had fallen into a coma, mumbling incoherently. "Kanagi, I know I always wanted to apologize. Ichihara-san." In her memory, 7 years ago, the gloomy atmosphere clung to the house. She was collapsing on the cold floor. Turning to look at Ichihara, tears still lingering in her eyes, asked, Why didn't you come sooner?" A special prophecy, a nightmare altar. My father, a diplomat with connections to the anti-precognition organization, accidentally touched a cursed painting. When it was activated, the entire world turned into a different dimension around his mansion. It was a horrifying scene. Ichihara rushed to the scene and stepped inside the painting, stopping the prophecy from coming true. But my parents, guests, servants, all died, leaving me alone to survive. Upon Ichihara's arrival, she couldn't hold back anymore, sobbing loudly as tears rolled down her cheeks, questioning him. Aren't you the strongest superhuman in the world? You're responsible for stopping prophecies from becoming reality. Right. So why? Why did you come late?" Jin wanted to explain, but seeing her worsening mood, he stopped him from speaking and she cried even harder. Later, I learned that on that day, Ichihara was busy dealing with another prophecy on the other side of the world. He saved hundreds of thousands of people. Yet me, why did I say those words to him? He was only 16 at the time. At school, she asked, her face covered in treated wounds. "Don't you hate that?" Ichihara, standing and glancing at his phone, barely responded with a few sounds. Seeing him distracted, Shinji, who had just been defeated, lay motionless on the floor. She continued to console instead of enjoying her time. "You always have to be tense to prevent prophecies from coming true." Bowing her head, she spoke softly. "Moreover, you had to save self-centered people like me too." He responded seriously, sighing. "Comrades, or rather, friends of mine, they are all here. We, the special team, always act alone on missions. Though we don't fight together every time, our hearts are always directed towards each other." Each image of my friends flashed through his mind one by one. He looked at their group photo on his phone and smiled proudly as he continued to explain, "I'm not alone with them. They are my support." She had a lot of questions in her head, but she remained silent, listening to his sincere words. He looked at her and said something with hidden meaning. "I believe you'll understand one day. Akana." Returning to reality, she slowly opened her eyes. The other two noticed she had woken up and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" "Shinomiya." She sat up and boredly asked, "Me? How long have I been asleep?" Sitting across from him, she immediately answered, "Not even a minute." Kneeling down, she apologized to Suou. "Heiko, I really want to apologize to Ichihara-san for that, so I wanted to, before you could finish your sentence." Suou spoke up and also wanted to thank him for Suou because Makoto is an irreplaceable friend of his. She widened her eyes in surprise, saying Suou. Hickey stood beside them, shaking his coat as he listened to their conversation. "We can't let Ichihara-san die, right?" she said, standing up with a confident pose and winking at him. "So we should go save Ichihara-san together." She nodded in agreement and told the others, "Let's go. Let's save Ichihara-san now." The three of them prepared to leave. Their footprints were left on the sand as they walked past. Suddenly noticing two familiar figures approaching from above, Hickey raised his hand to wave at them. Inside the headquarters of the Anti-Precursor Organization, a crack in Space 17 appeared below. Captain Surusaki, wearing military uniform, turned around and looked surprised as Kanagi Minato approached him. "Kanagi Minato," he said seriously, "has your training gone according to plan?" Holding his sword, Minato walked beside him and gently reminded, "Captain Surusaki, please leave this place. It seems like it's sealed." He intended to use the strongest firepower of transformation to eliminate the precursor. Approaching the pit inside was a boiling pink liquid. "Did you hear me? Don't try to run away, number 0, right?" He quickly stopped him and said, "Kanagi, are you telling me that there's something under that liquid?" Surprising indeed, gradually, a figure of a young blonde man appeared, greeting Kanagi Minato. "Welcome, Kanagi Minato, you've come to defeat me." Drawing his sword, the circles on his arm formed a light cavalry technique, but were completely ineffective. He exclaimed in surprise. The feeling and realization that he had blocked my attack. "My techniques can't penetrate his defenses." Quickly dodging, he calmly said, "You're quite fast. Your strength is indeed interesting, but now I will end you." He cast a transformation spell and immediately his body created a vortex with his hands and feet. To escape the other dimension, he concentrated all his aura into the transformation technique. Anything it touches will lead to death. To deal with this, use transformation. A black man in glasses turned around and shouted at the one still lying down who hadn't gotten up yet. "Hey, it's starting. Wake up, Skognir." He was enjoying his life peacefully. A bit disappointed to leave, he sighed. "The space inside Minato is spacious and comfortable. I wish I could stay here forever." Wontek sees that he hasn't made any move yet. He immediately gives orders. "Rowan, bite him!" Rowan is the ancestor of the dragon cauldron, resembling a cute pink crocodile. It follows the order and rushes to Sonia's side, lifting his foot and biting hard. He cries out in pain. Wontek is roaring as if on fire. "Don't sleep anymore. Everything will be fine." Right. The ancestor of the wind, Sonia suddenly remembers something. She jumps up and exclaims, Hold on! If Minato dies, we'll have problems too." "That's why. Didn't I teach you about our wind god?" Minato creates a safe green circle that invades where he hides, making him widen his eyes in shock. "Impossible! Kanagi Minato is using transformations. First, we need to create a small safe space around us. He can't accept this reality and rushes to attack you. I'll crush him." You can't lose either. Use the Mago to meter seal, to streams of power, one green and one purple, colliding with each other. But his green power can pass through. He's confused. Why is my wind nullified? Rian is discussing with others. Fighting him in this narrow space is disadvantageous for us, using our wind to counterattack him. We should approach him using Mel's skills and end it quickly. This is only possible with Minato. Thanks to his combination of Bright Step and Fiery Saber techniques, Sonia and Challenges remain silent in agreement. Ryan pauses for a moment to observe the battle before continuing analysis. Moreover, the one-sword school Hinako combined with Hattard's Thunder Cauldron. He creates a thunderbolt that pierces his body. His body loses balance and falls down. Not stopping there, he creates a spear using Annihilate Spear and Moon Destruction, Heaven Thunder Shock, Thunder Lance Cannon. He uses all the techniques he knows. His entire body radiates powerful energy. He is thrown far away, gritting his teeth in deep thought. What kind of creature is he? How can he fight using skills with different attributes without any artifacts? This must be the one who ends all prophecies. However, suddenly, he raises his head high. He laughs loudly and starts taunting him. The thought rises, can those blows hurt this body? You're now exhausted, panting heavily, sweat streaming down your face. Rian didn't expect this situation. Still not enough, right? His adaptation speed to Ichihara Midori's body exceeds my expectations. He shows no signs of fatigue. His tone is full of confidence. Indeed, you don't have enough time to prepare. I will. You interrupt him hastily. Ichihara-san. Io-san is still alive. Hearing Io's name, his actions pause. But another voice in him threatens. Ichihara Midori. Are you still resisting? His eyes have changed to different colors. Perhaps Midori inside is trying to resist and escape. Minato is desperately calling out names. And Midori knows him, so he can stay a bit more alert. Mikado-sensei, Nishina-sensei, Shinji, Heiko, Sanemiya, Eiyo-sensei, Jin-sensei. Everyone is waiting for his return. The old memories of the past are in his mind as he speaks to Minato-kun, making him stronger like an ancestor. You're crazy and growing bigger. I still haven't paid back the debt after all you've done for me. That's why Ryun and everyone went behind, a bit uncomfortable, but tried to say, we understand now. Minato and his clan. Lady Tanjali, go ahead. She approached him from behind, her entire body emitting red power. Starting the incantation, Naughty Mukti liberate fully immediately. His heart beat rapidly like meat pounding. His body was awakened, finally exploding with a terrifying source of strength that even made the one standing opposite him slightly frightened. He seemed to become a new person. His eyes and hair turned red. His tone added a few more cold tones. From now on, I will help with all my strength. After being completely released of energy, the atmosphere also turned red. Ryan stood by observing the situation. It was unclear what expression he had on his face. Outside, thunder rumbled loudly while Minato trained with Hinoki. The ancestors discussed their strategy against Ichihara Midori's upcoming battle. We have concluded that for Minato to become a genius, it will take 2 days, no, 1 week of training, otherwise, the chances of winning are very low. Ryan was stunned and asked in shock, what? Kisaragi added, Ichihara Midori is likely still growing at an alarming rate. Based on the footage we have, Minato and Zekiru fought against Ichihara. Also, the Special Forces' confession about that person's childhood and the level of destruction he caused in Detroit. Our conclusion is that Ichihara Midori will eventually reach our level. Those ancestors, even with Minato's current rate of development, he still won't be able to reach our level within this short period. Everyone there was extremely surprised. Eyes wide open, mouths agape. Valentine was the first to speak. It can't be true. Ellerson asked worriedly. So what do we do? Ryun immediately replied, there is a way, but we have to pay a price. Kofpatanyali, the water demon, continued. If Minato's strength isn't enough to face Ichihara Midori, we will open all of his chakras. The chakra points are the source of human energy. It can significantly boost his strength in a short time, but Minato's body and soul will suffer significant damage. In the worst case, the damage will be irreparable. Ellerson disagreed quickly. That's too much. However, Minato agreed immediately. Please do it. Even Zekiru had to change his view of him. He talks with them but still focuses on himself. This brat is getting stronger gradually. While focusing on the battle, he explains to them over there, I owe Ichihara, so I will definitely save him at all costs. If I lose, I'll use this method. A voice responded. Understood. Back to reality. His determined eyes said, from now on, I will give it my all for you. They began their battle. He launched a series of attacks. The chief inspector struck them at him. He didn't expect to be hit. A look full of doubt. Impossible. Pain. Am I injured? He had penetrated his defense. He tried to resist, but it was insignificant. All were broken in one note. One cheek bruised from just now is swollen like a steamed bun. It's completely destroyed. Fueled by rage, he lunged forward to attack wildly. Don't look at me for rewards. Explosions echoed, neither side giving in. You raised your finger to form a gun shape. Struggling desperately, the other hand tightly gripping his fist, he stood frozen in shock, unable to move. You took aim with the sword and prepared for the next attack. The Hinoki clan's poison fist technique, slicing through waves like a saber, prison knives, each slash appearing on him. Chopping into fragments, dancing like a demon, moon poison afterglow. His entire body was covered in sword wounds at this moment. Blood continued to flow out. Reno stood outside with wide eyes, amazed. The others were clearly elated on their faces. Reno pondered silently. He's much stronger than I thought. Minato's potential is really high. It might be over now. Finally, you made one last slash, flowing like water, ending the impressive battle. Your victory was complete. While he fell into the boiling water, large fish were waiting to eat him. Injured all over, he shouted non-stop. His body instinctively created a wind wall with maximum strength, still attacking from above and shouting loudly. Not yet. Using lightning and long claw techniques, he was hit by various attacks in quick succession. He seemed unable to resist anymore, being thrown several hundred miles away. Suddenly, his eyes lit up like car headlights. You quickly retracted your hand in surprise. His eyes blazing with fire, thinking the end was near, he charged forward to finish him off. But from under his body emerged a broken glass-like object. It revealed a stone angel statue with wings praying before its chest. The glass shattered, revealing the Elysia artifact, blinding him and stopping his attack as he raised his hand to shield his eyes. Introducing this artifact, its effect is continuous and instant recovery for 3 minutes. His eyes changed back to their original state, activating fully, rumbling, chaotic energy erupted, a loud explosion like a volcano erupting. He rose from the rubble, laughing triumphantly with a contemptuous tone. I knew it. You should have known by now. What age can kill me? A few cuts appeared on his face, blood still not dried, looking at him, his eyes firm. I don't care. Just keep fighting until the artifact's effect wears off. But as soon as he spoke, his body couldn't control bleeding from a single snap of his fingers, his arm losing balance and falling down, spewing blood non-stop. From above, seeing this, he laughed smugly. I knew it. The current strength is lacking the life force of the person. He won't last long now. Luckily, I managed to kill you before you could prepare more. As he spoke, he created a vortex attack towards him. Die, the one who will end all prophecies. Aiken saw things weren't good and rushed in to block his attack, shouting hold. She relaxed her body as it fell freely, remembering past memories when she was running out behind the garden. Reaching there, worriedly asking, Kanagi SUOU, you're supposed to be asleep. Why are you still awake here? What's going on? Surprised seeing him casting a green ball spell, he was controlling that immense power. She panted as she asked, what? Why can you use Ichiharu's technique? It's really mysterious. She sighed to herself. But I'm used to it now. He smiled and said, after this battle, I'll explain everything. Shinji asked if you finished lesson 15? She nodded in agreement. Yes, but more time is needed for deeper analysis. Don't tell me the reason why you called me here. Before she could finish, he interrupted. Right, I want you to analyze this disturbance using your original method. Again, he created a green ball for her to see. He paused and instructed, when the battle with Zero erupts, I need you to protect everyone. Sonomiya, returning to reality, she used all her strength to create a green barrier against his attack. He couldn't believe his eyes, staring in shock and disbelief. Impossible. How did Kaminagi Minato recover? He roared wildly. That's already the peak power of the strongest technique in the world. It can't be. The chaos energy combined with her preservation had blocked that attack. This made him furious. Grinding his teeth, he stood there helplessly, stammering, I can't do anything. Just then, his friends arrived. Hikotaru supported his body, while the others rushed to assist behind her. She turned and looked at him proudly. I've protected you now. Kaminagi, come give orders quickly. You're the leader. He was stunned when called by name, assessing the situation in his mind. All of that chaos energy buffed me. I can still fight. Holding his sword, he stood up and led everyone with a loud call. Come on, let's save Ichiharu Midori from number 0. As he prepared to strike, his group surrounded him. Attacking in unison, he stared coldly at them, calming himself. We can do this. Even though he'll recover after being injured, with the chaos energy buff from Aiken, we still have a chance. Hikotaru charged forward, unleashing powerful attacks, directing his rage and power straight into him. Behind them, Shinji and they worked together, creating two streams of green and red energy forming the Mystic Sword, catching him off guard. He gritted his teeth to block their continuous attacks, cursing non-stop, damn it, damn it, damn it. Swinging his sword, creating a jade wall that surrounded them. Shiki supported from below, encouraging her group. She whispered to herself, "Grandma, don't worry, I've done it. I'll definitely protect the one who saved my life." She swung her hand, creating a void that shattered his defenses like a volcanic eruption. He turned in shock. "Someone can use teleportation," he shouted. Soichi seized the opportunity to punch him hard in the jaw, causing him to spin and fly away. Annoyed, he roared, "Hey, how long are you going to stay there? That stupid Midori hitting me like I'm a punching bag." Q stood below, using his hair to wrap around the attacker. Good job, others started using their skills as well. The Demon Slayer still appeared around him, causing him to panic and scream. "What is this?" He was hit so hard he couldn't tell up from down anymore. Spinning in midair, he screamed non-stop. Soichi prepared another attack. "Wake up now!" Kyo stopped her attack. She turned to Kenshi's, who was leaning against a tree nearby, and asked, "Not involved." He stood with his arms crossed, looking calm. "No need. I have nothing to say to Ichihara anyway. Leave it to the kids." Pointing his sword at him, he threatened. We see a faint light in him now. He's falling freely. Fear gripped him. The artifact's effect is over. I can't heal anymore. I need to use the wind technique for defense. Shinji and he were ready for the next attack. "Come on, Shinji!" Solo Sword School of Hinoki. Soul Severing. Invincible. Their combined attacks struck with precision, splitting him in two. With a wicked grin, he said, "Oh, impossible, impossible." His entire body exploded midair, vanishing in a flash, while Midori was surrounded by a green protective layer that slowly fell away. You opened your eyes wide in shock, not knowing what had happened when OO possessed you.